through his own personal experiences during the revolution and the civil war in the Ukraine. His appearance contrasted sharply with his role and bloody experiences in the battle for the Ukraine. His was a thrilling story, involving a meteoric rise from leader of partisans to commander of a Red Army brigade. They had fought against a whole array of anti-Soviet and interventionist forces, the White Gurdist Denikin, the Cossack hetmans, Kornilov and Kaldin, Makhno's anarchists, who were sometimes with and sometimes against the Red Army, General Petlura and sundry gangs of marauders and pogromists, and the remnants of the German garrisons in the Ukraine. In connection with our studies of the Bolshevik agrarian policy during the Civil War, Mintz told us of his involvement in the settling of the question of land redistribution in a Ukrainian district. This district had been reconquered by his Red Army unit from Denikin in the early winter of 1920. He gave us a general rundown of the agrarian situation at the time, the class forces in the countryside, their shifting alignment during the course of the revolution, and the evolution of Bolshevik agrarian policy. Kerensky's provisional government had done nothing to solve the agrarian problem, to relieve the land hunger of the masses of peasantry. Though Kerensky's program had promised confiscation of the big estates, once in power, the government reneged on even that level of reform. The Bolsheviks exhorted the peasants to await the decision of the Constituent Assembly. Thus, at the time of the outbreak of the revolution, the vast majority of the cultivatable land was still concentrated in the estates of the big landlords. The peasantry, constituting 4/5 of the population of the old Tsarist Empire, was composed of three different strata. The well-to-do peasant not only owned enough land to support himself in good fashion, but also often hired labor to work his land. This group comprised only about 4 to 5% of the total. The poor peasant was without sufficient land to support himself and his family and often hired himself out as a laborer to the landlord or to a well-to-do peasant. The landless peasant subsisted entirely from the sale of his labor to the landlord or well-to-do peasant. Under the slogan Land, Bread, and Peace, the Bolsheviks combined the seizure of power in the cities with the land revolution underway in the countryside. Allied with the Social Revolutionaries, SRS, the traditional party of the peasantry, the land was taken over in two phases. The first phase, nationalization and confiscation, was incorporated in the Land Decree of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, November 8, 1917. This stamped the seal of governmental endorsement on the land seizures and called for their extension. In September 1917, Lenin declared Bolshevik support for the land program of the SRS, while pointing out that only a proletarian revolution could put even this program into practice. 15 The SR program called for equal distribution of land among the peasants while the Bolsheviks favored collective, and eventually state-owned farms. But since the SR program represented the understanding of the majority of peasants, Lenin's policy was to resolve this difference by teaching the masses, and in turn learning from the masses, the practical expedient measures for bringing about such a transition. 16. The day after seizing power, the Bolsheviks put this policy into practice with their November 8, 1917, decree on land which made the SR program into law. 17 Within 3 weeks, the SR's left wing representing the poorer peasants had split from the rest of the party and entered a coalition government with the Bolsheviks. In the following years, Lenin held to the basic position he stated when presenting the November 8 decree. As a democratic government, we cannot ignore the decision of the masses of the people, even though we may disagree with it. In the fire of experience, applying the decree in practice, and carrying it out locally, the peasants will themselves realize where the truth lies. We must be guided by experience, we must allow complete freedom to the creative faculties of the masses. 18. It was against this background that Mintz related some of his experiences in the Ukraine. He told us that the party in the Ukraine had not fully grasped the lessons of the agrarian revolution in Great Russia. He spoke of one occasion when his outfit had attempted to arbitrarily carry out the collectivization of all the big estates in territory occupied by their division of the Red Army. Their efforts met with the stiff resistance of the local peasants, even though the peasants supported Soviet power. The peasants insisted on the redistribution of all the estates, breaking them up among the individual peasant families, rather than taking over the large estates collectively. This occurred during the fall months of 1919, on the eve of Denikin's final defeat, when Soviet power in the form of an independent Ukrainian republic was about to be established. It was a time when Lenin, in order to allay anti-Russian distrust and suspicion among the Ukrainian peasantry, had insisted that certain concessions be made. Both Russian and Ukrainian were to be used on an equal footing, and attempts to push back the Ukrainian language to a secondary status were to be denounced. Lenin demanded that all officials in the new republic be able to speak Ukrainian and called for the distribution of large farms among the peasants. State farms were to be created in strictly limited numbers and of limited size, and in each case in conformity with the instruments of the surrounding peasantry. 19. Despite this, Mintz said, many of us Ukrainian Bolsheviks tended to downplay the nationality element in our own country. In my own case, I had long since ceased to consider myself a Jew. Most of them were what was called at that time abstract internationalists, super-internationalists who, in the name of internationalism, renounced the national element in the struggle of the Ukrainian masses. But we were not alone in this deviation, Mintz told us. Although Lenin's policy was eventually adopted by the Central Executive Committee, it was sharply opposed by leading Ukrainian Bolsheviks such as Rakovsky and Manuilsky. What it finally came down to, in the case of our army division, was that as a result of the opposition of the peasants in the area, we were forced to give up our plan for collectivization. We thus had to settle for having only one of the estates being set aside as a Soviet farm. The first part of each summer at the Lenin School was spent in practical work that related to our studies. In the course of my practical work program in the early summer of 1928, one had my first close-up observation of the peasant question in the USSR. I visited a peasant village in an agricultural district to talk with the people and make observations. Though hardly more than 100 versts, about 66 miles, from Moscow, it was truly in darkest Russia, a provincial place, isolated from the city. Few inhabitants had been as far away as Moscow. After taking a train to the nearest station, I then had to take a droshky another 20 versts to the county seat. Arriving in the morning, I was let down in the middle of the village square. I looked around to get my bearings, and in no time at all, a crowd had gathered to stare at me. The crowd grew larger by the minute. It seemed as if the whole village had turned out in the square. I could overhear remarks, "Who is he? Why is he so black? What nice teeth. Look, his palms are white. He seems sympathetic nor marks some." Someone else who perhaps had done a little reading said, "Oh, he's probably from Africa. There the sun is so hot that people who have lived there for thousands of years become black." The crowd seemed to accept this explanation. I stuck out my hand to a young man standing nearby. "Zdravstvuyte," I said. "Could you direct me to the town committee?" He seemed to be surprised that I could speak Russian, but getting himself together, he directed me to a building across the square. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" the young man asked. "I'm an American Negro from the United States," I replied. Someone in the crowd remarked, "I told you he was of the Negro tribe." Someone else spoke up, "I thought all people in the United States were white." That gave me the chance to get off on my international propaganda spiel, and I jumped right in. "Oh no," I replied. "There are 12 million blacks in the U.S., about 1/10 of the population." I went on to tell them about blacks in the South, and the modern-day remnants of the plantation system, sharecropping, Jim Crow and lynch terror. Someone remarked, "Oh, like it was with us under the old regime." Many of the villagers nodded their heads in agreement with this. Just then I noticed an old woman with a cane, slowly making her way through the crowd toward where I was. The young people gave way before her, in deference to her age. When she reached the center, I watched the changes in expression on her old wrinkled face as she gazed at me. First it registered amazement at such a sight, then comprehension when she had cased the whole situation. Then she spit on the ground and slammed her cane down. "Edite domoil go home," she told me. "Wash your face. You should be ashamed of yourself, trying to fool the people around here." Waving her cane at me, she then turned scornfully away. In all her 90-odd years, she had never before seen a black man. 10th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. The first time I met Stalin was at a social gathering, a party in the Kremlin during the World Congress of the Friends of the Soviet Union. The Congress coincided with the 10th anniversary celebrations in the fall of 1927. The Congress sessions were held at the Dom Soyuzov, House of the Trade Unions. It was the greatest international gathering I had ever witnessed. There were probably more than 1,000 delegates, representing countries from 6 continents. The most impressive delegation was the huge one, about 100 people, from China, which was headed by Sun Chingling, the young and beautiful widow of Sun Yat-sen. Today she is vice chairman of the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China. I was surprised and delighted to meet my old friend Xi Dumping, a former Chinese student at the University of Chicago with whom I had worked in the organization of the ill-fated Interracial Youth Forum on the South Side in 1924. He had since gone back to China and was now one of the translators for the Chinese delegation. It was Xi who introduced me to Madame Sun Yat-sen. She spoke English with an American accent, which was not surprising since she had been educated in the United States. Among the other notables we were to meet were the young Cuban revolutionary, Antonio Mella, later murdered in Mexico City by Machado's assassins. He was a tall, wiry youth, who always had a guitar slung over his back. There was Henry Barbusse, a pale, wan man, a victim of tuberculosis. He was a great literary figure in France and wrote a biography of Stalin. There was the American novelist Theodore Dreiser, father of American realism, who was there with his secretary, Ruth Epperson Kennill, a young American woman. A special friend of us black students was Josiah Gumd, the elderly president of the African National Congress and a descendant of Zulu chiefs. 20 We took him in charge. Every morning we would call for him at his room at the National Hotel on Tverskia, now Gorky Street, and escort him to the Congress sessions. We also accompanied him on the rounds of parties held by the various delegations. He must have been about 60 at the time, but was big, strong, and healthy and never seemed to tire. The gala occasion for the whole Congress was the evening of national culture. It consisted of an elaborate pageant of folk dances from the various Soviet republics and autonomous regions. The dancers were all in their traditional costumes, a striking array of color and diversity. On this occasion, our Soviet hosts went all out for their foreign guests. The hall in the Dom Soyuzov had been converted into a huge banquet room. We were seated before tables loaded with various kinds of liquor, including of course, the best vodka and zakuskas, appetizers of all kinds, cheeses, herrings, caviar, cold sturgeon, and cold meats. Then came dinner, from soup to dessert. The banquet finally ended. Most of us were in somewhat of a stupor from food and drink. Our group, which included our teacher Sick, was leaving the hall amidst the din of 1,000 people talking and laughing. On our way out we stopped and chatted with numerous delegates. Gumd was the chief attraction. He had given a stirring speech at a session of the Congress a few days before. As I recall, we were nearing the door when we were stopped and greeted by the old Cossack cavalryman, Marshal Budeny. He was a short, powerful, bow-legged man, with a large ferocious black mustache. He was also in a merry mood. "Tell the chief," he said, grasping Gumd's hand, "that we stand ready to come to his support any time he needs us." Thank you," beamed Gumd. At that moment, someone approached us, I believe it was Tvel, Stalin's secretary, and informed us that we were invited to a party in the Kremlin. We walked the short distance across the square to the Kremlin. Once within the Kremlin walls, we were guided into one of the old palaces and then taken upstairs to a small hall. It was a long room with an arched ceiling reaching almost to the floors on the sides. It looked to me as though it could have been a throne room of one of the old czars. There were perhaps 50 people in the room. In the center there was a large table loaded with the traditional zakuskas, fruits, and drinks. It was sort of a buffet. Chairs were not directly at the table but rather were along the walls on each side. There in the center on one side was Stalin, with a number of people seated beside him. He rose, shook our hands, and after we were introduced, welcomed us, be our guests. He was a short, thick-set man, as I remember, dressed in a neat tan suit with a military collar and boots shined to glisten. He motioned us to the vacant chairs on the other side of the room. On that side were a number of folk dancers and musicians, presumably participants in the earlier festivities. Somebody introduced Gumd as an African Zulu chief from the Congress, and the dancers probably thought we were all from the same tribe. Gumd, however, was the center of attention, surrounded by the dancers, who insisted on being photographed with him. They gathered around him, a couple sitting on his lap and others behind him with their arms around him. Stalin, observing all this from the other side of the room, seemed amused. Later on, Stalin got up, bid us all good night and walked out. As I remember, it was quite a relaxed evening with no political discussion. We left shortly after Stalin departed and were driven home by a chauffeur from the Kremlin carpool. Another version of this occasion was given, I believe by Sikh, who insisted that Otto had danced with Stalin that evening. I don't doubt Sikh's word, but I certainly don't remember seeing it. Otto didn't remember the incident either. But I do know that in Russia it was not uncommon for one man to dance with another on festive occasions. As I recall, the hall became more crowded, and I was attracted by a group of folk dancers who offered to help us students with our Russian. Afterwards Sikh kept reminding Otto, "Don't you remember, Otto, you asked Stalin to dance, and you danced around the hall with him several times. That was a memorable occasion, how could you forget it?" As for Gumd, he returned home a firm supporter of the Soviet Union. Everywhere he went, he gave glowing reports of his visit there. In January 1928, he told an ANC rally that I have seen the new world to come, where it has already begun. I have been to the New Jerusalem. 21. One day in December, Otto called me and said he had just gotten a call to pick up a young black woman, Maud White, who was to be a student at Kutba. She was waiting at the station. He asked me if I'd like to go along and I readily agreed, looking forward with pleasure to meeting this woman, the first black woman since Jane Golden to study in the Soviet Union. We rented a droshky and proceeded to the station. It was a cold winter night, the temperature was somewhere around 35 below zero. When we got there, we saw the young black woman. She was about 19, standing in the unheated station. She was a strikingly pretty, brown-skinned woman with huge dark eyes. She had on a sealskin coat, silk stockings, and pumps, and by the time we got there she was practically hysterical with the cold. "Get me out of here! Get me out of here!" she shouted. Otto and I looked at each other, both thinking the same thing, we're going to have a rough time with this one. We couldn't have been more wrong. Maud got right into the swing of things at school. She was a very popular student and stayed in Moscow for 3 years. We later learned that she had been a school teacher before coming to Moscow. On returning to the States, she became an outstanding party cotter and a lifelong friend of mine. Chapter 8. Self-determination. The fight for a correct line. Towards the end of 1927, Nasanov returned to the Soviet Union after a sojourn in the United States as the representative of the Young Communist International. I had known him briefly in the States before my departure for Russia. Nasanov was one of a group of YCI workers who had been sent on missions to several countries. He had considerable experience with respect to the national and colonial question and was considered an expert on these matters. Nasanov's observations had convinced him that U.S. blacks were essentially an oppressed nation whose struggle for equality would ultimately take an autonomous direction, and that the content of the black liberation movement was the completion of the agrarian and democratic revolution in the South, a struggle which was left unresolved by the Civil War and betrayal of Reconstruction. Therefore, it was the duty of the party to channel the movement in a revolutionary direction by raising and supporting the slogan of the right of self-determination for Afro-Americans in the Black Belt, the area of their greatest concentration. Upon his return, Nasanov sought me out, and it was he, I believe, who first informed me that I had been elected to the National Committee of the YCL back in the States. In the months ahead, we were to become close friends. Through him, I met a number of YCI people, mostly Soviet comrades who held the same position as Nasanov did on the national question. They seemed to be pushing to have the matter reviewed at the forthcoming 6th Congress of the Comintern. And as it later became clear to me, they were anxious to recruit at least one black to support their position. As I have indicated before, the position was not entirely new to me. I was present at the meeting of the YCL District Committee in Chicago in 1924 when Bob Mazut, then YCI rep to the U.S., at the behest of Zinoviev, had raised the question of self-determination. At that time, he had been shouted down by the white comrades. See Chapter 4. Sen Katayama had told us Black Kutva students that Lenin had regarded U.S. blacks as an oppressed nation and referred us to his draft resolution on the national and colonial question, which was adopted by the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920.1. Otto and other black students had also told me that they got a similar impression from their meeting with Stalin at the Kremlin shortly after their arrival in the Soviet Union. All of this seemed tentative to me. No one had elaborated the position fully, and Nasanov was the first person I met who attempted to argue it definitively. But all of these arguments, and especially Nasanov's prodding, set me to thinking and confronted me with the need to apply concretely my newly acquired Marxist-Leninist knowledge on the national colonial question to the condition of blacks in the United States. To me, the idea of a black nation within U.S. boundaries seemed far-fetched and not consonant with American reality. I saw the solution through the incorporation of blacks into U.S. society on the basis of complete equality, and only socialism could bring this to pass. There was no doubt in my mind that the path to freedom for us blacks led directly to socialism, uncluttered by any interim stage of self-determination or black political power. The unity of black and white workers against the common enemy, U.S. capitalism, was the motor leading toward the dual goal of black freedom and socialism. I felt that it was difficult enough to build this unity, without adding to it the gratuitous assumption of a non-existent black nation, with its implication of a separate state on U.S. soil. To do so, I felt, was to create new and unnecessary roadblocks to the already difficult path to black and white unity. Socialism, I reasoned, was not in contradiction to the movement for black cultural identity, expressed in the cultural renaissance of the 20s and in Garvey's emphasis on race pride and history, which I regarded as one of the positive aspects of that movement. Socialism for U.S. blacks did not imply loss of cultural identity any more than it did for the Jews of the Soviet Union, among whom I had witnessed the proliferation of the positive features of Jewish culture, theater, literature, and language. The Jews were not considered a nation because they were not concentrated in any definite territory. They were regarded as a national minority, and Birobidzhan was set aside as a Jewish autonomous province. Such a bolstering of self-respect, dignity and self-assertion on the part of a formerly oppressed minority people was a necessary stage in the development of a universal culture which would amalgamate the best features of all national groups. This was definitely the policy of the Soviet Union with regard to formerly oppressed nationalities and ethnic groups. Like the Jews, I reasoned, the position of U.S. blacks was that of an oppressed race, though at the time I am sure I would have been hard-pressed to define precisely what was meant by that phrase. The main factor in the oppression of Jews under the Tsar had been the religious factor. The main factor with U.S. blacks was race. Blacks lacked some of the essential attributes of a nation which had been defined by Stalin in his classic work, Marxism and the National Question. Point 2. Most assuredly, One could argue that among blacks there existed elements of a special culture and also a common language, English. But this did not add up to a nation, I reasoned. Missing was the all-important aspect of a national territory. Even if one agreed that the Black Belt, where blacks were largely concentrated, rightfully belonged to them, they were in no geographic position to assert their right of self-determination. I could see many analogies between the national problem in the old Tsarist Empire and the problem of U.S. blacks, but the analogy floundered on this question of territory. For the subject nations of the old Tsarist Empire were situated either on the border of the oppressing Great Russian nation or were completely outside it. But American blacks were set down in the very midst of the oppressing white nation, the strongest capitalist power on earth. Faced with this, it was no wonder that most nationalist movements up until then had taken the road of a separate state outside the United States. How then could one convince U.S. blacks that the right of self-determination was a realistic program? Nasanov and his young friends answered my arguments over the course of a series of discussions and were quick to pick out the flaws in my position. They contended that I was guilty of an ahistoric approach with respect to the elements of nationhood. Certainly, some of the attributes of a nation were weakly developed in the case of U.S. blacks. But that was the case with most oppressed peoples precisely because the imperialist policy of national oppression is directed towards artificially and forcibly retaining the economic and cultural backwardness of the colonial peoples as a condition for their super-exploitation. My mistake had been to ignore Lenin's dictum that in the epoch of imperialism it was essential to differentiate between the oppressor and the oppressed nations. They further contended that I had presented the matter as though self-determination were solely a question for blacks. I had therefore separated the Black Rebellion from the struggle for socialism in the United States. In fact, it was a constituent part of the latter struggle or, more precisely, a special phase of the struggle of the American working class for socialism. My argument added up to a defense of the current position of the U.S. Party, albeit I had embellished the position somewhat against Nasanov's criticisms. Up to this point, the black students had not challenged the party's line on Afro-American work. We reasoned that the party's default in the work among blacks was not the result of an incorrect line, but came from a failure to carry out in practice its declared line. We believed that this failure was due to an underestimation of the importance of work among blacks, which came from an underestimation of the revolutionary potential of the struggle of the black masses for equality. All this resulted from the persistence of remnants of white racist ideology within the ranks of the party, including some of its leadership. Nasanov and some of his friends agreed with us that the American CP did underestimate the revolutionary potential of the black struggle for equality. But, they maintained, this underestimation came from a fundamentally incorrect social democratic line, rather than from white chauvinism. They said that I had stood the whole matter on its head, I had presented the incorrect policies as the result of subjective white chauvinist attitudes, whereas, they pointed out that the white chauvinist attitudes persisted precisely because the party's line was fundamentally incorrect in that it denied the national character of the question. Our American comrades seemed to think that only the direct struggle for socialism is revolutionary, they told me, and that the national movement detracts from that struggle and is therefore reactionary. This, they pointed out, was an American version of the pure proletarian revolution concept. They referred me to Lenin's polemic against Radek on the question of self-determination. The Bolsheviks also criticized my formulation of the matter as primarily a race question. To call the matter a race question, they said, was to fall into the bourgeois liberal trap of regarding the fight for equality as primarily a fight against racial prejudices of whites. This slurred over the economic and social roots of the question and obscured the question of the agrarian democratic revolution in the South, which was pivotal to the struggle for black equality throughout the country. They pointed out that it was wrong to counterpose the struggle for equality to the struggle for self-determination. For in fact, in the South, self-determination for blacks, political power in their own hands, was the guarantee of equality. History of the question in the Comintern. In these discussions with my young friends, which extended over the course of several months, I became keenly aware of the gaps in my understanding of Marxist-Leninist theory on the national colonial question. I was to find, as Nasanov and others had indicated, that the idea of blacks as an oppressed nation was not new in the Comintern. Though Stalin was undoubtedly the person pushing the position at the time, it had not originated with him, but with Lenin himself. It first appeared in Lenin's draft theses on the national colonial question, which he submitted to the Second Congress of the Comintern in 1920. The draft, which was later adopted, called upon the communist parties to render direct aid to the revolutionary movements among the dependent and underprivileged nations, for example, Ireland, the American Negroes, etc., and in the colonies. 3. Some have argued that Lenin's reference to U.S. blacks as a subject nation was merely a tentative deduction. When he submitted his draft, he asked the delegates for opinions and suggestions on 15 points, one of which was Negroes in America 4. It was recorded, however, that the Colonial Commission of the Congress, which Lenin himself headed and in which Sen Katayama was a leading member, held lengthy discussions on the question of U.S. blacks. 5. John Reed, the American author, was a delegate and participated in the discussion, apparently in opposition to Lenin's formulations. In fact, he made 2 speeches, one in the Commission and one to the Congress, contending that the problem of U.S. blacks was that of both a strong race movement and a strong proletarian workers' movement which is rapidly developing in class consciousness. 6. Equating all national movements among blacks to Garvey's Back to Africa separatism, he contended that a movement which struggles for a separate national existence has no success among the Negroes, like the Back to Africa movement. For example, and that blacks consider themselves above all Americans, they feel at home in the United States. This makes the tasks of communists very much easier. 7. But despite Reed's objections, the reference to American blacks as an oppressed nation remained in the resolution as finally adopted. For Lenin's thesis was not something spun out of thin air, but was the result of a serious study of the question. This is clear from his work New Data on the Laws Governing the Development of Capitalism in Agriculture, which spoke about the United States. In this work, published in 1915, and based on the U.S. Census of 1910, Lenin viewed the question of blacks in the South as one of an uncompleted agrarian and bourgeois democratic revolution. He drew attention to the remarkable similarity between the economic positions of the South's black tenants and the emancipated serfs in the agrarian centers of Russia, pointing out that both groups were not tenants in the European civilized sense, but semi-slaves, sharecroppers. 8. Emphasizing the absence of elementary democratic rights among blacks, he alluded to the South as the most stagnant area, where the masses are subjected to the greatest degradation and oppression, a kind of prison where these emancipated Negroes are hemmed in, isolated, and deprived of fresh air. 9. These kinds of conditions, the lot of the vast majority of U.S. blacks, undoubtedly led Lenin to conclude that their movement for emancipation would take a national revolutionary direction. Conclusive proof of Lenin's thinking at the time with respect to U.S. blacks can be found in an uncompleted work written in 1917, though not available until 1935. The work, Statistics and Sociology, was begun in the early part of 1917, but was interrupted by the February Revolution and never resumed. 10. In the section of the manuscript referring to U.S. blacks, he drew a clear distinction between their positions and that of the foreign-born immigrants, that is between the white foreign-born assimilables and the black unassimilables. In the United States, the Negroes, and also the mulattoes and Indians, account for only 11.1%. They should be classed as an oppressed nation, for the equality won in the Civil War of 1861–1865 and guaranteed by the Constitution of the Republic was in many respects increasingly curtailed in the chief Negro areas, the South, in connection with the transition from the progressive, pre-monopoly capitalism of 1860 to 1870 to the reactionary, monopoly capitalism, imperialism, of the new era. 11. Whereas with the white foreign-born immigrants, Lenin observed that the speed of development of capitalism in America has produced a situation in which vast national differences are speedily and fundamentally, as nowhere else in the world, smoothed out to form a single American nation. 12. All of this shows that the idea that U.S. blacks comprise an oppressed nation was neither a temporary nor tentative formulation on Lenin's part. Despite the thesis of the Second Congress, Reed's views reflecting as they did the position of the Young American Party were to persist in the U.S. without serious challenge through the Fifth Congress of the Comintern. The Third Congress of 1921 recorded no discussion with respect to the character of the problem. The Fourth Congress in 1922 also did not seriously discuss the point. This meeting, however, marked the first appearance of black delegates to the Comintern. They were Otto Haywood as regular party delegate, and the poet Claude McKay as a special fraternal delegate. It was also the first Congress to set up a Negro Commission, and extended discussions took place on the thesis brought in by the Commission which characterized the position of U.S. blacks as an aspect of the colonial question. It stressed the special role of American blacks in support of the liberation struggles of Africa, Central and South America and the Caribbean. The thesis of the Fourth Congress did add a new, international dimension to the question, but it did not challenge the party's basic anti-self-determination position. This position was stressed in a speech by Haywood, Billings, which called the Afro-American question another phase of the racial and colonial question, an essentially economic problem which was intensified by the friction which exists between the white and black races. 13. The discussion of the character of the question came up in the Fifth Congress in 1924, this time in connection with the draft program of the Communist International. For the first time since the Second Congress, the discussion centered directly on the character of the question as an oppressed nation and the appropriateness of the slogan of the right of self-determination. August Thalheimer, the German head of the Commission on the Draft Program, reported that the slogan of the right of self-determination cannot solve all national questions. Such is the case in the United States, where there is an extraordinarily mixed population and where the race question is also involved. Therefore, he pointed out, the Program Commission was of the opinion that the slogan of right of self-determination must be supplemented by another slogan, equal rights for all nationalities and races. 14. Representing the U.S. at the Fifth Congress, John Pepper supported this anti-self-determination position. According to him, the United States was a country in which the different nationalities could not be separated. Self-determination was not appropriate, blacks in the U.S. did not want it. They do not want to set up a separate state inside the U.S.A, and they wish to remain inside the U.S., not leave it for Africa. To the demand of social equality, he held that we should change these words to the following: full equality in every respect. 15. Lovett Fort Whiteman, the sole black delegate, apparently supported Pepper's position and gave his standard speech, which I was to hear a number of times in the States. He stressed the racial aspect of the problem and called for a special communist approach to blacks. There appeared to be no opposition to the draft program, but, after all, it was only the first version. The program in its final form was to be discussed and adopted at the Sixth Congress. Apparently Zinoviev and others in the CL leadership were not satisfied with the formulation that had rejected self-determination for U.S. blacks. Zinoviev had instructed Bob Maza to investigate the question while on his assignment to the U.S., immediately following the Congress. Such was the situation following the Fifth Congress. The question can be raised as to why the U.S. party's position was not seriously challenged during this whole period and why the proponents in the Comintern of the self-determination thesis failed to press for their position. Their reluctance in this regard, I presume, was because they did not want to push their position against the unanimous opposition of the American Party, including its black members. After all, the Comintern was a voluntary union of communist parties which operated under democratic centralism. It was not the policy of the Comintern leadership to arbitrarily force positions on member parties. 1928, a re-examination of the question. How are we to account then for the renewed interest in the Afro-American question among certain influential leaders of the Comintern on the eve of the Sixth Congress? Why the drive to reopen the question? The answer lies in the changed world situation, the sharpened crisis of the world capitalist system, consequent on the breakdown of partial capitalist stabilization, the beginning of a deepening economic depression in Europe, and the continued upsurge of the colonial revolutions in China, India, and Indonesia. These harbingers of the new period were pointed out by Stalin at the 15th Congress of the CPSU in early December 1927, in which he referred to the collapsing stabilization of capitalism. 16. It was to be a period of revolutionary struggle. In order to lead these struggles, an attack on right opportunism was required in the practice and work of the communist parties. It was a period in which the national and colonial question was to acquire a new urgency. The CL paid special attention to the fight against those views which liquidated or downplayed the importance of the question. In this context, the Comintern felt that the establishment of a revolutionary line on the Afro-American question was key if the CPU's A was to lead the joint struggle of the black and white working masses in the coming period. The low status of the CP's Negro work itself was another factor pressing for a radical policy review. There had been no progress in this work, despite the prodding of the Comintern. As already mentioned, the highly touted American Negro Labor Congress had failed to even get off the ground. In a speech at the Sixth Congress, James Ford counted 19 communications from the Comintern to the U.S. Party on Negro work, none of which had been put into effect or brought before the party. He further observed that we have no more than 50 Negroes in our party, out of the 12 million Negroes in America. 17. All of these factors strengthened the determination of the Comintern to make the Sixth Congress the arena for a drastic re-evaluation of work and policy in this area. In the winter of 1928, preparations were already afoot for the Sixth Congress, which was to convene the following summer. The Anglo-American Secretariat of the CL set up a special subcommittee on the Negro question which would prepare a draft resolution for the official Negro Commission of the Congress. As I recall, the subcommittee consisted of Nasanov and 5 students, 4 blacks, including my brother Otto and myself, and 1 white student, Clarence Hathaway, from the Lenin School. In addition, there were some ex officio members, Prof. Intern Rep. Bill Dunn and Comintern Rep. Bob Miner. They seldom attended our sessions. James Ford, who was then assigned to the Prof. Intern, also attended some sessions. Our subcommittee met and broke the subject down into topics. Each of us accepted one as his assignment to research and report on to the committee as a whole. The high point in the discussion was the report of my brother Otto on Garvey's Back to Africa movement. In his report, he concluded that the nationalism expressed in that movement had no objective base in the economic, social, and political conditions of U.S. blacks. It was, he asserted, a foreign importation artificially grafted onto the freedom movement of U.S. blacks by the West Indian nationalist, Garvey. U.S. blacks, Otto concluded, were not an oppressed nation but an oppressed racial minority. The long-range goal of the movement was not the right of self-determination but complete economic, social, and political equality to be won through a revolutionary alliance of blacks and class-conscious white labor in a joint struggle for socialism against the common enemy, U.S. capitalism. Up to that point, I was still not certain as regarded the applicability of the right of self-determination to the problems of blacks in the U.S., but my misgivings about the slogan had been shaken somewhat by the series of discussions I had had with my Russian friends. Otto, in his report, had merely restated the CP's current position. But somehow, against the background of our discussion of the Garvey movement, the inadequacy of that position stood out like a sore thumb. Otto, however, had done more than simply restate the position. He brought out into the open what had been implicit in the party's position all along. That is, that any type of nationalism among blacks was reactionary. This view, it occurred to me, was the logical outcome of any position which saw only the pure proletarian class struggle as the sole revolutionary struggle against capitalism. The party had traditionally considered the Afro-American question as that of a persecuted racial minority. They centered their activity almost exclusively on blacks as workers and treated the question as basically a simple trade union matter, underrating other aspects of the struggle. The struggle for equal rights was seen as a diversion that would obscure or overshadow the struggle for socialism. But how could one wage a fight against white chauvinism from that position? I thought at the time that viewing everything in light of the trade union question would lead to a denial of the revolutionary potential of the struggle of the whole people for equality. Otto's rejection of nationalism as an indigenous trend brought these points out sharply in my mind. In the discussion, I pointed out that Otto's position was not merely a rejection of Garveyism but also a denial of nationalism as a legitimate trend in the Black freedom movement. I felt that it amounted to throwing out the baby with the bathwater. With my insight sharpened by previous discussions, I argued further that the nationalism reflected in the Garvey movement was not a foreign transplant, nor did it spring full-blown from the brow of Jove. On the contrary, it was an indigenous product, arising from the soil of black superexploitation and oppression in the United States. It expressed the yearnings of millions of blacks for a nation of their own. As I pursued this logic, a totally new thought occurred to me, and for me it was the clincher. The Garvey movement is dead, I reasoned, but not black nationalism. Nationalism, which Garvey diverted under the slogan of Back to Africa, was an authentic trend, likely to flare up again in periods of crisis and stress. Such a movement might again fall under the leadership of utopian visionaries who would seek to divert it from the struggle against the main enemy, U.S. imperialism, and onto a reactionary separatist path. The only way such a diversion of the struggle could be forestalled was by presenting a revolutionary alternative to blacks. To the slogan of Back to Africa, I argued, we must counterpoise the slogan of right of self-determination here in the Deep South. Our slogan for the U.S. Black Rebellion therefore must be the right of self-determination in the South, with full equality throughout the country, to be won through revolutionary alliance with politically conscious white workers against the common enemy U.S. imperialism. Nasanov was seated across the table from me during this discussion and, elated at my presentation, he demonstratively rose to shake my hand. I was the first American communist, with perhaps the exception of Briggs, to support the thesis that U.S. blacks constituted an oppressed nation. The next day, Nasanov and I submitted a resolution to the subcommittee incorporating our views. We couldn't get a majority, but we had Hathaway's support, as I remember. It was agreed that the resolution be submitted to the Anglo-American Secretariat as the views of those who subscribed to it, and those who disagreed with it would present their own views. The only really persistent opposition in the subcommittee, as I remember, came from Otto. The other students were somewhat ambivalent on the question. I attributed much of this to Sick's influence, since he had already begun to develop his position, which held that the question of U.S. blacks was a race question and that blacks should not demand self-determination, but simply full social and political equality. His theories were later used by the Lovestonites and others who opposed the self-determination position. Once my hesitations were overcome, the whole theory fell logically into place. Here is the full analysis as I came to understand it. The thesis that called for the right of self-determination is supported by a serious economic historical analysis of U.S. blacks. The evolution of American blacks as an oppressed nation was begun in slavery. In the final analysis, however, it was the result of the unfinished bourgeois democratic revolution of the Civil War and the betrayal of Reconstruction through the Hayes-Tilden, Gentlemen's, Agreement of 1877. This betrayal was followed by withdrawal of federal troops and the unleashing of counter-revolutionary terror, including the massacre of thousands of blacks and the overthrow of the Reconstruction governments, which had been based on an alliance of blacks, poor whites, and carpetbaggers. The result was that the black freedmen, deserted by their former Republican allies, were left without land. Their newly won rights were destroyed with the abrogation of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and they were thrust back upon the plantations of their former masters in a position but little removed from chattel bondage. The revolution had stopped short of a solution to the crucial land question. There was neither confiscation of the big plantations of the former slave-holding class, nor distribution of the land among the Negro freedmen and poor whites. It was around this issue of land for the freedmen that the revolutionary democratic wave of radical reconstruction beat in vain and finally broke. The advent of imperialism, the epoch of trusts and monopolies at the turn of the century, froze the blacks in their post-Reconstruction position, landless, semi-slaves in the South. It blocked the road to fusion of blacks and whites into one nation on the basis of equality and put the final seal on the special oppression of blacks. The path towards equality and freedom via assimilation was foreclosed by these events, and the struggle for black equality thenceforth was ultimately bound to take a national revolutionary direction. Under conditions of imperialist and racist oppression, blacks in the South were to acquire all the attributes of a subject nation. They are a people set apart by a common ethnic origin, economically interrelated in various classes, united by a common historical experience, reflected in a special culture and psychological makeup. The territory of this subject nation is the Black Belt, an area encompassing the Deep South, which, despite massive outmigrations, still contained, and does to this day, the country's largest concentration of blacks. Thus, imperialist oppression created the conditions for the eventual rise of a national liberation movement with its base in the South. The content of this movement would be the completion of the agrarian democratic revolution in the South, that is, the right of self-determination as the guarantee of complete equality throughout the country. This new analysis defined the status of blacks in the North as an unassimilable national minority who cannot escape oppression by fleeing the South. The shadow of the plantation falls upon them throughout the country, as the semi-slave relations in the Black Belt continually reproduce black inequality and servitude in all walks of life. There are certain singular features of the submerged Afro-American nation which differentiate it from other oppressed nations and which have made the road towards national consciousness and identity difficult and arduous. Afro-Americans are not only a nation within a nation, but a captive nation, suffering a colonial-type oppression while trapped within the geographic bounds of one of the world's most powerful imperialist countries. Blacks were forced into the stream of U.S. history in a peculiar manner, as chattel slaves, and are victims of an excruciatingly destructive system of oppression and persecution, due not only to the economic and social survivals of slavery, but also to its ideological heritage, racism. The Afro-American nation is also unique in that it is a new nation evolved from a people forcibly transplanted from their original African homeland. A people comprised of various tribal and linguistic groups, they are a product not of their native African soil, but of the conditions of their transplantation. The overwhelming, stifling factor of race, the doctrine of inherent black inferiority perpetuated by ruling class ideologues, has sunk deep into the thinking of Americans. It has become endemic, permeating the entire structure of U.S. life. Given this, blacks could only remain permanently unabsorbed in the new world's melting pot. The race factor has also left its stigma on the consciousness of the black nation, creating a powerful mystification about black Americans which has served to obscure their objective status as an oppressed nation. It has twisted the direction of the Afro-American liberation movement and scarred it while still in its embryonic state. Although the objective base for equality and freedom via direct integration was foreclosed by the defeat of Reconstruction and the advent of the U.S. as an imperialist power, bourgeois assimilationist illusions were continued into the new era. They were nurtured and kept alive by the nascent black middle class and the liberal detachment of the white bourgeoisie. Conditions, however, were maturing for the rise of a mass nationalist movement. This movement was to burst with explosive force upon the political scene in the period following World War I, with the rise of the Garvey movement. The potentially revolutionary movement of black toilers was diverted into utopian reactionary channels of a peaceful return to Africa. The period of bourgeois democratic revolutions in the United States ended with the defeat of democratic Reconstruction. The issue of black freedom was carried over into the epoch of imperialism. Its full solution postponed to the next stage of human progress, socialism. The question has remained and become the most vulnerable area on the domestic front of U.S. capitalism, its Achilles heel, a major focus of the contradictions in U.S. society. Blacks, therefore, in the struggle for national liberation and the entire working class in its struggle for socialism are natural allies. The forging of this alliance is enhanced by the presence of a growing black industrial working class with direct and historical connections with white labor. This new line established that the black freedom struggle is a revolutionary movement in its own right, directed against the very foundations of U.S. imperialism, with its own dynamic pace and momentum, resulting from the unfinished democratic and land revolutions in the South. It places the black liberation movement and the class struggle of U.S. workers in their proper relationship as two aspects of the fight against the common enemy U.S. capitalism. It elevates the black movement to a position of equality in that battle. The new theory destroys forever the white racist theory traditional among class-conscious white workers, which had relegated the struggle of blacks to a subsidiary position in the revolutionary movement. Race is defined as a device of national oppression, a smokescreen thrown up by the class enemy, to hide the underlying economic and social conditions involved in black oppression and to maintain the division of the working class. The new theory was to sensitize the party to the revolutionary significance of the black liberation struggle. During the crisis of the 30s, a significant segment of radicalized white workers would come to see the blacks as revolutionary allies. The struggle for this position had now begun. There remained its adoption by the Comintern and its final acceptance by the U.S. Party. Our draft resolution, which summed up these points, was turned over to Petrovsky Bennett, chairman of the Anglo-American Secretariat. He seemed quite pleased with it, expressed his agreement and suggested some minor changes. He agreed to submit it to the Negro Commission at the forthcoming 6th Congress. I continued to work with Nasanov on preparations for the Congress. By that time, we had become quite a team. Our next project was the South African question, a question which also fell under the jurisdiction of the Anglo-American Secretariat. We were assigned to work with James Laguma, a South African colored comrade who had come to Moscow to attend the 10th anniversary celebrations and stayed on to discuss with the ECCI and the Anglo-American Secretariat the problems of the South African Party. Specifically, we were to draft a new resolution on the question, restating and elaborating the Comintern line of an independent native South African republic. The word native was in common usage at the time of the 6th Congress, though today it is considered derogatory and has been replaced with Black Republic or Azania. South Africa. This line, formulated the year before with the cooperation of Laguma during his first visit to the Soviet Union in the spring of 1927, had been rejected by the leadership of the South African Party. Laguma, as I recall, was a young brown-skinned man of Malagasy and French parentage. In South Africa, this placed him in the colored category, a rung above the natives on the racial ladder established by the white supremacist rulers. Colored persons were defined as those of mixed blood, including descendants of Javanese slaves, mixed in varying degrees with European whites. Laguma, however, identified completely with the natives and their movement. He had been General Secretary of the ICU, Industrial and Commercial Union, the Federation of Native Trade Unions, and also Secretary of the Cape Town branch of the ANC. Later, after his expulsion from the ICU by the red-baiting clique of Clemens Kadali, a native social democrat, Laguma became Secretary of the Non-European Trade Union Federation in Cape Town. Laguma was the first South African communist I had ever met. I was delighted and impressed with him and was to find, in the course of our brief collaboration, striking parallels between the struggles of U.S. blacks for equality and those of the native South Africans. In both countries, the white leadership of their respective parties underestimated the revolutionary potential of the black movement. Laguma had made his first trip to Moscow the year before. He and Josiah Goomd, president of the ANC, had come as delegates to the inaugural conference of the League Against Imperialism, which had convened in Brussels, Belgium, in February 1927. Goomd attended as a delegate from the ANC, while Laguma was a delegate from the South African Communist Party. It was Laguma's first international gathering, and he had the opportunity to meet with leaders from colonial and semi-colonial countries and discuss the South African question with them. Madam Sun Yat-sen and Pundit Nehru were among those present. The conference adopted the resolutions of the South African delegates on the right of self-determination through the complete overthrow of imperialism. The general resolutions of the Congress proclaimed, Africa for the Africans, and their full freedom and equality with other races and the right to govern Africa. 18. After Brussels, Laguma went on a speaking tour to Germany, after which he came to Moscow. Although the Brussels conference had called for the right of self-determination, it left unanswered many specific questions that are raised by that slogan. Were the natives in South Africa a nation? What was to be done with the whites? Laguma was to find the answer to these questions in Moscow, where he consulted with ECCI leaders, including Bukharin, who was then president of the Comintern. He participated with ECCI leaders in the formulation of a resolution on the South African question, calling for the return of the land to the natives and for an independent native South African Republic as a stage towards a workers' and peasants' republic with full, equal rights for all races. 19. Laguma returned to South Africa with the resolution in June 1927, Gumd also arrived home in the same month. But the resolution was received hostilely by Bunting and was rejected by the South African Party leadership at its annual conference in December 1927. Bunting was a British lawyer who had come to South Africa some years before. An early South African socialist and a founder of the Communist Party, he was the son of a British peer. As Bunting later commented, he nearly used up the small fortune he had inherited in the support of party work and publications. Bunting and his followers insisted that the South African Revolution, unlike those in the colonies, was a direct struggle for socialism without any intermediary stages. To the Comintern slogan of a native South African Republic, Bunting counterposed the slogan of a workers' and peasants' republic. This concept of pure proletarian revolution was an echo of what we had found in the U.S. Party with respect to blacks. But here, the error stood out grotesquely given the reality of the South African situation with its overwhelming native majority. It was against this background that Laguma and Gumd left to go to Moscow to attend the 10th anniversary celebrations, and the Congress of the Friends of the Soviet Union. Laguma apparently was not in Moscow on that occasion, he was probably out on a tour of the provinces. Both he and Gumd traveled widely during their visit to the Soviet Union. Our purpose at this time was to develop and clarify the line laid down in the resolution formulated the previous year. Our draft, with few changes, was adopted by the 6th Congress of the Comintern and the ECCI. As already noted, Bunting had put forward the slogan of a South African workers' and peasants' government. Bunting's formulation denied the colonial character of South Africa. He failed, therefore, to see the inherent revolutionary nature of the native struggle for emancipation. As opposed to this, our resolution began with a definition of South Africa as a British dominion of the colonial type whose colonial features included: 1. The country was exploited by British imperialism, with the participation of the South African white bourgeoisie, British and Boer, with British capital occupying the principal economic position. 2. The overwhelming majority of the population were natives and colored, 5 million natives and colored, with 1.5 million whites, according to the 1921 census. 3. Natives, who held only 1/8 of the land, were almost completely landless, the great bulk of their land having been expropriated by the white minority. 4. The great difference in wages and material conditions of the white and black proletariat, and the widespread corruption of the white workers by the racist propaganda and ideology of the imperialists. 20. These features, we held, determined the character of the South African Revolution which, in its first stage, would be a struggle of natives and non-European peoples for independence and land. As the previous resolution had done, our draft, in the form adopted by the 6th Congress and the ECCI, held that as a result of these conditions, in order to lead and influence that movement, Communists black and white must put forth and fight for the general political slogan of an independent native South African republic as a stage towards a workers' and peasants' republic, with full, equal rights for all races, black, colored and white. South Africa is a black country, the resolution went on to say, with a mainly black peasant population, whose land had been expropriated by the white colonizers. Therefore, the agrarian question lies at the foundation of the revolution. The black peasantry, in alliance with and under the leadership of the working class, is the main driving force. Thus, along with the slogan of a native republic, the party must place the slogan "Return of the land to the natives." This latter formulation does not appear in the resolution as finally adopted. Instead, it includes the following two formulations. 1. Whites must accept the correct principle that South Africa belongs to the native population. 2. The basic question in the agrarian situation in South Africa is the land hunger of the blacks, and their interest is of prior importance in the solution of the agrarian question. 21. With the new resolution completed, Laguma returned to South Africa. In the year since the first resolution, the opposition to the line had intensified and had already come to a head at the December Party Congress even before Laguma's return. Bunting put forward his position in a 14-page document in the early part of 1928. He equated the nationalism of the Boer minority to the nationalism of the natives and justified his opposition to nationalism on the basis that all national movements were subject to capitalist corruption, and, in the case of South Africa, a national movement among natives would probably only accelerate the fusion, in opposition to it, of the Dutch and British imperialists. 22. Since it would thus only consolidate the forces against it, it was not to be supported. Bunting not only underrated nationalism, he played on the whites' fear of it and raised the specter of blacks being given free rein, with a resulting campaign to drive the whites into the sea. He was echoing the specter that was haunting whites who remembered the song of the Xhosas. To chase the white men from the earth and drive them to the sea. The sea that cast them up at first for Ama Xhosa's curse and bane howls for the progeny she nursed to swallow them again. 13. According to Bunting, the elimination of whites seemed to be implied in the slogan of a native republic. He regarded the phrase "safeguards for minorities" as having little meaning, since whites would assume that the existing injustices would be reversed, that, in effect, blacks would do to them what they had been handing out for so long. While Bunting had held that all nationalism was reactionary, Laguma distinguished between the revolutionary nationalism of the natives and the nationalism of the Boers, which in reality was simply a quarrel between sections of the ruling class. He argued that the communists must not hold back on the revolutionary demands of the natives in order to pacify the white workers who are still saturated with an imperialist ideology and conscious of the privileges they enjoy at the natives' expense. 24. Bunting held that the road to socialism would be traveled under white leadership. To Laguma, the securing of black rights was the first step to be taken. As the Simonses described it, first establish African majority rule, he argued, and unity, leading to socialism, would follow. Laguma called on communists to build up a mass party based upon the non-European masses, put forward the slogan of a native republic and thus destroy the traditional subservience to whites among Africans. 25. This argument continued up through the 6th Congress. My stay in the Caucasus. In the middle of April 1928, I left Moscow for a stay in the Caucasus. The winter had been one of those long, cold, dark Moscow winters. Snow was still on the ground in April. Over the whole season, I had been plagued by recurrent seizures of grippe. Between the demands of school and the preparations for the 6th Congress, it had been a winter of intense activity. Undoubtedly, this had contributed to my inability to shake off the illness. By the spring, I was pretty run down. The school doctor detected a slight anemia and recommended a month in a rest home. So, I was shipped off to Kislovodsk, a famous health resort in the northern Caucasus. I traveled south and east, across the Ukrainian steppe, where spring had already come to Rostov-on-Don, the administrative center for the northern Caucasus region. Then on to Mineralny Vody, mineral water, the gateway to the Caucasus and a major railroad junction. I changed there for Kislovodsk, a short distance further towards the mountains. Stepping off the train in Kislovodsk in early morning, I felt better at my first breath of fresh mountain air. The city was located in the foothills on the northern range of the Caucasus. Its mineral springs were famed for their medicinal properties, especially for coronary patients. Formerly a famous watering place for the wealthy, it was now enjoyed by all the Soviet people. Kislovodsk was the source of the famous Narzan water, which cost 40 or 50 kopecks a bottle in Moscow. Here it bubbled from the ground in numerous springs, and you could drink all you wanted. Checking in at the sanitarium, I was assigned to a room shared by 3 others, 2 workers and a party functionary from Tbilisi named Kolya Tsaridali. Kolya was a tall, handsome, swarthy young man. He cut quite a figure in his long Georgian rabushka, soft leather boots, high astrakhan cap and ornamental belt, complete with kinjal, dagger. He immediately took me in charge and became my constant companion during my stay there. After I had been examined by a doctor who prescribed daily baths, Kolya took me around on a sightseeing tour. The sun was coming up over the parks, cypress trees, and places for open-air concerts. After several weeks, I felt much better and was soon chafing at the bit, bored with the regimen and eager to return to Moscow. At this point Kolya suggested that we might try to arrange my accompanying him to his home in Tbilisi, Hot Springs, and stay for a week before returning to Moscow. I was delighted and had no difficulty in getting both my release from the sanitarium and permission from the school to make the trip. Tbilisi, the Florence of the Caucasus, was a beautiful modern city, stretching for miles along both sides of the Kura River. It had spacious avenues lined by stately cypress trees, handsome buildings and apartments, a magnificent cathedral, its great central dome flanked by 4 cupolas, framed against a background of the mountains of the mighty Caucasus chain, with Mount David rising 2,500 feet above the city. It was a mixed population of mainly Georgians, Armenians, Jews, and some Turco-Tartars. Kolya explained that there actually were more Armenians than Georgians living there in the capital of Georgia. He went on to tell me that in the Caucasus, ethnic groups often overlap their national boundaries as finally constituted. This was particularly so in the case of the Armenians, who were the victims of genocidal persecution and dispersal by Turkey. As a result, there were more Armenians in Azerbaijan and Georgia than in the Armenian Republic itself. In the old days, Georgian nationalism was directed more against the Armenians than against the Russians. The Armenians had a larger merchant class. They dominated commerce and were an obstacle to the growth of the weak Georgian bourgeoisie, who retaliated by whipping up national animosity against the Armenians. Hence, national hatred was often directed against rival national groups rather than against the dominant Tsarist power, and the Tsarist government exploited these animosities fully. The area was known for bloody battles between the various ethnic groups. But all that ended with the revolution, Kolya said, and with the establishment of the Transcaucasian Federation, based on national equality and voluntary consent. Within the federation, which was composed of 3 republics, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia, the Georgian Republic had 3 minority districts, Abkhazia and Azaria as autonomous republics, and Yugo-Ossetia as an autonomous region. National languages and cultures were flourishing under the new regime. As you will see, here in Tbilisi we have Georgian, Armenian, and Russian theaters, Kolya told me. Kolya hailed an izvozchik and we rode to his apartment, located on one of the broad tree-lined avenues of the city. Arriving there, we were happily greeted by his family. His wife, an attractive young schoolteacher, received me warmly and told me that Kolya had written her about me. They had 2 beautiful children, a boy of about 3 and a girl about 5. They seemed fascinated with my appearance and couldn't take their eyes off me. I was undoubtedly the first black man they had ever seen. On being told by Kolya to shake hands with the black uncle, the boy hesitantly extended his little hand. I took it and gently shook it. When he withdrew it, he looked at his hand to see whether some of the black had come off and seemed rather surprised that it hadn't. "No, it won't come off," I said, and we all laughed. I had experienced this reaction from Russian children in Moscow, and it never failed to amuse me. The Tsaritalis lived in a clean and neatly furnished three-room apartment on the second floor of the building, with a balcony over the sidewalk. As if reading my thoughts, Kolya said, "Don't worry, we all usually sleep in one room, the other is for my brother who stays here with us. He is out of town, so you can stay in his room." Kolya was anxious to check in at the party office where he worked, so we left our baggage and walked to his office a short distance away. I was interested in the people we passed. They looked better dressed than the Russians back in Moscow, their costumes were gayer. Perhaps it was due to the milder climate. Kolya served as the deputy secretary of the Agitprop department of the Tbilisi Committee of the Communist Party. He introduced me to his fellow workers in the department. They all seemed glad to see him and remarked how well he looked after his rest. They were speaking Georgian. Kolya asked them to speak in Russian in deference to me. They all seemed to be multilingual. Kolya, I knew, besides his native Georgian, spoke Russian, Armenian and some French. The comrades insisted on calling a conference. Like most party officials, they were well informed on both domestic and international questions and were an educated audience. They asked me my impressions of their country, and they also had questions about the situation in the United States, about the conditions of blacks. Kolya told them that I was a student at the Lenin School in Moscow and that formerly I had been at Kutva. They knew about Kutva as they too had sent students there. They were interested in the work I had done in preparation for the forthcoming 6th Congress, and they were familiar with Stalin's report to the 15th Party Congress from that December, where he described the international situation. They asked me questions about the international situation and the war danger and we exchanged opinions. Kolya explained that I was only going to be in town for a couple of days. It was Friday then, and I was scheduled to leave on Sunday. As I remember, we took a car from the pool and 2 or 3 people from the office accompanied us on a sightseeing tour along the banks of the river. We returned to Kolya's home where his wife had a delicious big meal waiting for us, shashlik, fruits and pastries. We sat up until late that night telling stories. The next day we saw a number of places of interest, bathed in the famous hot sulfur springs, went up to the summit of Mount David and saw the old church on the mountain, which dated back centuries, and the mausoleum of famous Georgian poets and patriots. All in all, we spent a very enjoyable weekend together. On Sunday, Kolya and his wife took me to the station and put me on the train for Moscow. 3 days later I was back home. I saw Kolya once again when he was on a visit to Moscow and I took him out to dinner. Chapter 9. 6th Congress of the Comintern. A blow against the right. The 6th World Congress of the Comintern, held in Moscow in July and August of 1928, was a historic turning point in the world communist movement. Early in July the first U.S. delegates arrived, anxious to get the lay of the land and to scout the political situation in the capital of world revolution. As I recall, Lovestone's group staked out headquarters at the Lux Hotel, while the Foster Cannon opposition gathered at the Bristol, a short distance further up the street. A number of us from the Lenin School were on hand when our comrades in the Foster group arrived. We got together to talk with a number of them, though Foster, Cannon and Biddleman were not present. They were anxious to get a report on the situation in the Soviet Party, which leaders were involved in the right opposition. What was Bukharin doing? Where did he stand? We gave them a rundown on the situation as we saw it. The issues in the discussion included industrialization, the 5-year plan, collectivization, the drive against the kulaks and the war danger. We told them about disagreements in the CPSU. There was talk of a hidden right faction involving such leaders as Rykov, Tomsky and possibly Bukharin. Thus far, however, there were only rumors and speculations. The fight was not yet out in the open, but was confined to the Politburo and the Central Committee. A plenum of the Central Committee had been called on the eve of the 6th Congress and was at that moment in session. We told them that we could undoubtedly find out at the Congress if there were any new developments. On their part, our fellow oppositionists ran down the latest developments in the inter-party struggle at home. We already knew of the findings of a special American commission which had been set up at the 8th plenum of the CL in May 1927. The Commission's final resolution had called for the unconditional abolition of all factionalism. 1 Both sides ignored the resolution, however, as the most vicious factionalism continued in the party. At the 5th convention of the PUSA in the fall of 1927, the Lovestone Pepper Bunch were able to outmaneuver the Foster Cannon opposition and win control of the organizational apparatus. Firmly in the saddle of power and riding high, their support came from the belief on the part of the membership that the Lovestone group had the endorsement of the Comintern, a myth assiduously cultivated by the Lovestone cohorts. They were playing a deceitful game of double bookkeeping, both with respect to the Comintern as well as to the membership at home. Their method was to give lip service to the fight against the right danger, while in practice undermining its application and attempting to pin the label of right on the opposition. Typical of this duplicity was their sabotage of the line of the Red International of Labor Unions, RILU, 4th Congress, which had called for the formation of the new unions in industries and areas where the workers were unorganized. In the U.S., the new upsurge in class struggle, combined with the refusal of the AFL craft-type union leaders to organize the majority of industrial workers, demanded that the communists take the lead and organize the unions themselves. At this point in the discussion it was pointed out that Foster himself was still not clear on the question of the formation of the new unions. Other members of the grouping admitted that they had also vacillated on the question when it was first raised after the decisions of the 4th RILU Congress, but it appeared that they now had a better grasp of the matter. On the question of the estimate of the international situation, they pointed out that their record was clear, whereas the leadership definitely underestimated the economic crisis and radicalization of the workers. They admitted that they were late in pressing the question of independent unions, but now they had finally decided to launch textile, mining, and needle trades industrial unions. Lovestone had jumped on the bandwagon at the last minute as a loud trumpeter of the new unions line in an attempt to clear his record before the World Congress. On the whole, our comrades were full of fight and optimistic at the outcome of placing their case before the World Congress. They seemed sure that they would get a favorable hearing. The strategy was to expose the Lovestone Pepper leadership as the embodiment of the right danger in the U.S. party and to explode the myth of their Comintern support, thus laying the basis for the victory of the opposition at the next party convention. This strategy was pressed at the numerous caucus meetings of the opposition bloc which I attended before and during the Congress. But all was not well within the ranks of the opposition, that much was evident at the first meeting of our caucus. Foster, the leader of the minority, came under sharp attack for his vacillation on the question of the new unions from his immediate co-workers, Biddleman, Cannon, Browder, and Johnstone. Foster had not been alone in his resistance to the new policy. Most of the members of the minority had vacillated on, if not openly resisted, the decisions of the 9th plenum and of the 4th Congress of the RILU on this question. But Foster had been the most stubborn, clinging to the old policy based on the organized workers, rather than the unorganized, which placed main emphasis on work within the old reactionary-dominated AFL unions. This policy, which Lozovsky had caricatured as dancing a quadrille around the AFL and its various unions, too regarded the organization of unions independent of the AFL as dual unionism, a heresy left over from the days of the IWW. Just a month before, in the May plenum of the CC of the CPUSA, Foster had written a trade union resolution which was supported by Lovestone. While it called for the building of independent textile and miners' unions, it still reflected many illusions as to the gains communists could make within the AFL. Foster could not bring himself to fully criticize his earlier mistakes, which left Lovestone free to use Foster as a cover for his rightist position. All of this was bad for the minority. it blurred the image that it sought to present to the Congress, that of consistent fighters against the right danger. There was a heated exchange at the first meeting of the Minority Caucus. As I recall, Foster contended that he had not in principle been against the new turn, but against those who interpreted it as a signal for desertion of the work in the old unions. It was clear that at this point Foster had lost leadership, at least temporarily, of his own group. Biddleman was chosen to make the report for the minority in the American Commission of the Congress. With tempers still frayed, we passed on to a brief exchange on the Afro-American question and the proposed new line on self-determination, which they all knew was coming up for full-dress discussion at the Congress. I gave a brief outline of the position and how I had been led to it by the study of the Garvey movement. Then someone raised the inevitable question. Wouldn't this be construed as an endorsement of black separation? Does it not conflict with the struggle against segregation? Foster objected to that implication, maintaining that self-determination didn't necessarily mean separation. He drew an analogy to our trade union policy with respect to blacks. He pointed out the necessity to fight for the organization of blacks and whites in one union and against all segregation. But in unions where Jim Crow bars exclude blacks, Foster said, we support their right to organize their own separate unions. In such situations, the organization of black unions should be regarded as a step toward eventual unity and not an advocacy of separation. It was evident that Foster had studied the question and was attempting to relate it to his own practical experience. While his analogy was oversimplified, he was clearly taking a correct stand. Biddleman, as I recall, seemed the clearest of all. Perhaps this was as a result of his Russian revolutionary background and some acquaintance with the Bolshevik policy on the national question. He pointed out the necessity of making a distinction between the right of separation and separation itself. Separation or independence is only one of the options, there were various forms of federation as Soviet experience had shown. The central question was one of building unity of black and white workers against U.S. capitalism, and this could be achieved only by recognition of the right of self-determination. I was happy about the support given to the position by Foster and Biddleman. As the main theoretician of the minority, Biddleman had a great deal of influence. Certainly there was unclarity among the caucus members, but by and large I was favorably impressed by this first airing of the question. After all, I reasoned, the proposed new line did represent a radical shift from past policy. There seemed to be a modesty among these people and a sincere desire to give the matter a full hearing. I felt that on the whole my comrades were an honest lot. Despite factional considerations, they were motivated by the overriding desire to achieve clarity on a question which up to that point had frustrated the party's best efforts. In the caucus meetings, I had my first close-up view of some of the leaders with whom I was to work in the future. Mostly from the Midwest, with genuine roots in the American labor tradition, they were a pretty impressive bunch. Most had broad mass experience, especially in the trade union field. The roots of the Lovestone Group were much more grounded among former functionaries and propagandists of the Socialist Party. William Z. Foster, leader of the minority bloc, was also the leader in the party's trade union work. A self-educated man, he had worked at a number of trades, including longshoreman, seaman, lumberjack, streetcar conductor, and railroad worker. 3 Born in Massachusetts, he spent his early childhood in Philadelphia and came into prominence as a trade union leader in Chicago. He had been a left socialist, then, for a brief period, joined with the Wobblies. He soon clashed with them on the issue of dual unionism. Foster himself opted for the French syndicalist policy of boring from within the established unions. He joined the Communist Party in the summer of 1921 and brought an entire group of trade unionists with him. In Chicago, Foster was deeply involved in trade union work. He had served as business agent for the Brotherhood of Railroad Carmen of America, was a founder of the TUEL, initiated the nationwide drive to organize the stockyard workers in 1917, and was leader of the 1919 steel strike, the attempt to organize 365,000 steel workers. It was in this strike that he became a nationally known left trade union figure. The first time I saw Foster in action was at the Fourth Party Convention in Chicago in the summer of 1925. I remember him angrily pacing with clenched fists back and forth across the platform behind Ruthenberg as the latter berated him from the rostrum. Here in the caucus, he was again an angry man, but under the lashing of his friends and co-factionalists. Jack Johnstone, a Scotsman, still had the Scots burr in his speech. An ex-Wobbly and close co-worker of Foster, he had been one of the young radical Chicago trade unionists. A member of the Chicago Federation of Labor from the Painters Union, Johnstone was a leader in the TUEL. I had met him at the 4th RILU Congress. His name was familiar to me because of his role as a leader in the organization of the Chicago Stockyard Workers in which my sister had been involved. Johnstone was the organizer of the drive for the Chicago Federation of Labor and later became secretary of the Chicago Stockyards Council with .55,000 white and black members. On the eve of the 1919 riots, he had helped to organize a parade of white stockyard unionists through the South Side in solidarity with the black workers. I had the pleasure of working with Johnstone later in Pittsburgh and in Chicago, where he was industrial organizer for the district. He was a quiet, unassuming guy with a wry sense of humor. Earl Browder of Wichita, Kansas, served his ideological apprenticeship as a radical trade unionist in the socialist and cooperative movements. Arrested in 1917 on charges of defying the draft law, he spent 3 years in the federal penitentiary at Leavenworth, Kansas. I had known Browder briefly in Moscow while he was rep to the Prof intern, before he went on a 2-year mission to the Far East for that organization. We Kutva students would often visit him at his room in the Lux Hotel where he would play checkers with Golden, who usually won. He told us that when he was at Leavenworth, he had met a number of former members of the Black 24th Infantry who had been involved in the mutiny riot in Houston, Texas, in the summer of 1917. He told us that they often played baseball together in prison. At the time, Browder seemed to me to be a quiet, modest, unassuming man. But at this caucus meeting, something had happened which seemed to have transformed him into a new Browder. Though long associated with Foster, he now seemed bent on not only asserting his independence, but on establishing his own claim to leadership. At one point in the heated discussion on trade union policy, he exclaimed sarcastically, "You expect to get the support of the Comintern, but you're all divided among yourselves. There's a Cannon group, a Biddleman group, a Foster group. Well, I'm for the Browder group." No one seemed to take his remark seriously, but less than a year later Browder was to emerge as secretary of the party. James P. Cannon was also from Kansas, a tall, raw-boned Midwesterner of Irish descent. He came from the same trade union background as the other caucus leaders. He had been a traveling organizer for the Wobblies and an editor of a number of labor papers. He was a supporter of Trotsky, although he didn't admit it at the Congress. Later he split from the party and helped form the Trotskyist Socialist Workers' Party. Bill Dunn was a man of impressive credentials. Raised in Minnesota, Dunn entered the trade union movement as an electrician. Then in Butte, Montana, during World War I, he edited the Butte Daily Bulletin, official organ of the Montana Federation of Labor and the Butte Central Labor Council. Dunn had been secretary of a local of electricians, vice president of the Montana Federation of Labor and a member of the state legislature, on the Democratic ticket, which in Butte was labor-controlled. He helped organize the Socialist Party branch of Butte and brought it into the Communist Labor Party in 1919. I got to know Bill quite well. He was in the Soviet Union for some months before the 6th Congress as a Prof intern rep. I first met him through Clarence Hathaway, and both were associated with the Cannon subgroup. Bill was familiar with the emerging line on self-determination and supported it. He had written a number of articles on black workers in the mid-20s. To me, he was the most colorful figure in our caucus and a man of unusual brilliance. Keen-witted, sharp in debate, he had an extraordinary sense of humor. Of Irish and French-Canadian parentage, Bill was short and heavy-set, with black bushy eyebrows. He cut a romantic figure on the streets of Moscow in his Georgian rabaka and sheathed dagger at his waist. I had a close friendship with Bill which lasted over a number of years. Alexander Biddleman was a Russian Jew who had emigrated to the United States when in his early 20s. A little fellow, Biddleman was both ascetic and scholarly. He had been in the socialist movement in Russia and continued on in his political work in the U.S. A serious Marxist student, Biddleman was the main theoretician for the Foster Group. The Lovestone Caucus. The Lovestone Pepper Caucus was meeting at the same time. They too were mapping out plans for the battle on the floor of the Congress. Lovestone also had his troubles. Most involved the shedding of his opportunist reputation for that of crusader against the right danger. Most of the big guns were on the scene: Lovestone, Pepper, Weinstone, and Wolfe. Gitlow, Badached, and others were left at home as caretakers, Gitlow ostensibly to carry on the party's election campaign, in which he was vice presidential candidate. While I was the only black in the minority caucus, the Lovestone Pepper Caucus claimed the allegiance, if not the ardent support, of a number of leading black comrades. In the 9 months since the convention, the Lovestone Pepper leadership had attempted to patch its fences in the work among blacks. Otto Haywood, now a member of the Central Committee and district organizer in Buffalo, was the first black district organizer. Richard B. Moore was assigned to the International Labor Defense, and Cyril P. Briggs was editor of the Crusader News Service, which was subsidized by the party. But none of these could be called ardent supporters of Lovestone. They were all dissatisfied with the status of Afro-American work, which was reflected in the small number of black cadre in the party. In general, it was still difficult to draw a hard and fast distinction between the factions on questions concerning Afro-American work. Blacks in the Lovestone delegation included H.V. Phillips and Fort Whiteman, both directly from the United States, and students from the graduating group at Kutva. Otto, Farmer, and Williams, Golden had already left for home. The group also included William L. Patterson, the young attorney who had worked with the party on the Sacco Vanzetti case and who had been sent to Kutva just before the Congress. James Ford, who worked in the Prof intern and was to become an outstanding party leader in the 30s, stood aloof from both groups as I remember. His sympathies seemed to be with the Foster Cannon opposition, however. Among the blacks attending the Congress, I was the only one supporting the new line on self-determination. The others insisted that it was a race question, not a national question, implying that the solution lay through assimilation under socialism. Probing deeper, I found that most were hung up on a purist and non-Marxist concept of the class struggle which ruled out all strivings towards nationality and black identity as divisive, running counter to internationalism and black and white unity. It was an American version of the pure proletarian revolution concept, a domestic manifestation of the old deviation in the socialist and communist movements against which Lenin, Stalin, and others had fought in the development of the Bolshevik policy on the national and colonial question. Recalling that I myself had held the same view just a few months back, I felt that the resistance of blacks in the party to self-determination would be overcome through exposure in the discussions at the Congress of the proposed new line. I had no doubt that they would come to see, as I had, the grand irony of a situation in which we blacks, who so vociferously complained about our white comrades underestimating the revolutionary significance of the Afro-American question, were guilty of the same sin. For the revolutionary significance of the struggle for black rights lay precisely in the recognition of its character as essentially that of the struggle of an oppressed nation against U.S. imperialism. At this point, the opposition to the idea of black self-determination was to receive theoretical support from an unexpected source. This opposition came from Professor Sick, my old teacher at Kutva, who was still teaching the black students there. Sick contended that bourgeois race ideology, which fostered racial prejudices, was the prime factor in the oppression of U.S. blacks. Therefore, their fight for equal rights should be regarded not as that of an oppressed nation striving for equality via self-determination but, on the contrary, as the fight of an oppressed racial minority, similar to the Jews under Tsarism, for assimilation as equals into U.S. society. Sick undoubtedly thought that he was presenting original views, but stripped of their pseudo-Marxist phraseology, they were the old bourgeois liberal reformist views. He slurred over the socio-economic factors that lay at the base of the question, factors which call for the completion of the agrarian democratic revolution in the South. His perspective divested the black movement of its independent revolutionary thrust, reducing it to a bourgeois liberal opposition to race prejudice. However, Sick's thesis continued to be used as a crutch for the right opposition over the next year or so. It appeared in the Communist International, organ of the Comintern, in the midst of the Sixth World Congress. 4 But the pressure for a turn to the left in this work was to flush it out into the open along with other right-wing views on the question. Foremost among these were the views of J. Lovestone. His view of Southern blacks as a reserve of capitalist reaction provided a theoretical rationale for the party's chronic underestimation of the question. This was clear in his report to the Fifth Party Convention, in which he contended that the migration of Negroes from the South to the North is another means of proletarianization, consequently the existence of this group as a reserve of capitalist reaction is likewise being undermined. 5. Lovestone held that the masses of blacks in the South become potentially revolutionary only through migration to the industrial centers in the North and participation in class struggle along with white workers. This viewpoint, which was later to become a cornerstone for his theory of American exceptionalism, was first outlined in his report for the Fifth Convention of the party and again in his report in the Daily Worker in February 1928. But these articles passed unnoticed at the time. It was only on the eve of the Sixth World Congress and under the pressure of the new line that we became alerted to Lovestone's views. The general meeting of the American delegation took place the day before the opening of the Congress. All factions were represented but, as I recall, there were no fireworks. By that time, lines were clearly drawn and neither faction was trying to convince the other. On our part, we were saving our ammunition for the battle on the floor of the Congress and its commissions. Apparently there had been some objections in the Lovestone group to the proposed new line on self-determination. To mollify these people, Lovestone stated that he stood for the right of self-determination of oppressed peoples everywhere. Surely, he said, no communist could oppose this right. I assumed that he regarded the slogan as some sort of showcase principle, something to be declared but which did not commit its advocates to any special line of action. Lovestone knew which way the wind was blowing and was clearly trying to straddle the fence on the issue. The delegates at this meeting were assigned to the various commissions. There was no struggle over the assignments as it was understood that all commissions had to include members of both factions. These commissions included the American Negro/South African Commission, Colonial Commission, Trade Union Commission, and Program Commission. The Sixth World Congress. On July 17, 1928, 532 delegates representing 57 parties and 9 organizations assembled in the Hall of the Trade Unions. The delegation from the United States was a large 129 delegates, including 20 voting and 9 advisory delegates. The Sixth Congress convened under the slogan of War Against the Right Danger and the Rightist Conciliators. The period since the February plenum of the Comintern had been marked by the emergence of a clearly defined right opportunist deviation in most of the parties. They advanced the perspective of continuous capitalist recovery and the easing of the class struggle. In the realm of tactics, this meant a continuation of the old united front from above and a reliance on social reformist trade union leaders. In the U.S., the right was to find its foremost exponents in the Lovestone-Pepper leadership, which emphasized the strength of U.S. capitalism and its ability to postpone the crisis. A right opposition had also begun to develop in the CPSU, headed by Bukharin, Rykov, chairman of the Council of People's Commissions, and Tomsky, heading the Soviet trade unions. This group opposed the programs of the Stalinist majority of the Central Committee with respect to the goals of the new 5-year plan, which called for intensified industrialization, collectivization, and the drive against the kulaks. The right deviation in the CPSU and in the other parties of the Comintern had a common source: overestimation of the strength of world capitalism. The Congress was faced with the need to answer these critics by deepening its analysis of the period and by spelling out more clearly the policy flowing from it. In the Soviet Party, the disagreement had come to a head prior to its plenum of July 1928, which adjourned just before the Sixth Congress. The differences, however, were hushed up by a resolution unanimously adopted by both groups which stated that there were no differences in the leadership of the CPSU. The agreement undoubtedly expressed the desire of the Soviet leadership to keep the Congress from becoming an arena for discussion of Soviet problems before they had been finally thrashed out within their own party. The delegates, however, were not unaware of the struggle in the Soviet Party. They gathered in an atmosphere charged with rumor and speculation about differences within the CPSU. The questions in our minds were, who represented the right danger in the CPSU, the leading party of the CL? What was the role of Bukharin? What had been the outcome of the discussions in the plenum of the CPSU? How would the Congress be affected? We did not have long to wait for answers to these questions. Differences developed over sections of Bukharin's report on the international situation and tasks of the Comintern. 1. In his report, which was distributed on July 18, at the second session of the Congress, Bukharin analyzed the post-World War I international situation, dividing it into three periods. He defined the first, 1917 to 1923, as one of revolutionary upsurge, the second, 1924 to 1927, as a period of partial stabilization of capitalism, and the third, 1928 on, as one of capitalist reconstruction. Bukharin made no clear distinction between the second and third periods, the latter was simply a continuation of the second. According to his characterization, there was nothing new at the present time to shake capitalist stabilization. On the contrary, capitalism was continuing to reconstruct itself. On this question, Bukharin was challenged by his own Soviet delegation, which submitted a series of 20 amendments to the thesis. These characterized the third period as one in which partial stabilization was coming to an end. Later, in his criticism of Bukharin's position, Stalin pointed out the decisive importance of a correct estimate of the third period. The question involved here was, are we passing through a period of decline of the revolutionary movement, or are we passing through a period when the conditions are maturing for a new revolutionary upsurge, a period of preparation of the working class for future class battles? It is on this that the tactical line of the communist parties depends. 8. At first, all of this was somewhat confusing to us. In his opening report, Bukharin had himself declared the right deviation the greatest danger to the Comintern. But in his characterization of the third period as one of virtual capitalist recovery, he had adopted the main thesis of the right. He had also put himself in the awkward position of being rejected by his own delegation. But as Stalin was later to point out, it was his own fault for failing to discuss his report in advance with the Soviet delegation, as was customary. Instead, he distributed his report to all delegations simultaneously. 9. In accordance with our battle plan to expose the Pepper-Lovestone leadership as the embodiment of the right deviation in the American Party, our caucus took the offensive. Even before the discussion on Bukharin's report began, our minority had submitted a document entitled The Right Danger and the American Party. It was signed by J.W. Johnstone, M. Gomez, W.F. Dunn, J.P. Cannon, W.Z. Foster, A. Biddleman and G. Siskind. 10. The document contained a bill of particulars in which we sought to point out that the rightist tendencies and mistakes of the Lovestone-Pepper leadership added up to a right line. Our attack, however, was hobbled by blemishes in the stateside record of our own caucus. At that point it would have been hard to discern any principled political differences between the majority or minority. Nevertheless, differences were developing on the estimation of the third period and U.S. imperialism. 11. Pepper and Lovestone exaggerated the might of U.S. imperialism and spoke only of the weakness of the U.S. labor movement and the class struggle in this country. But the minority had also wavered on the question of building independent trade unions, the logical follow-through of the correct estimate of the Objective situation in terms of practical policy. On the Negro question, the minority record up to that point had been no better than that of the majority. This fact was quickly pointed out by Otto and others. Both groups had shared the same mistakes. As Foster later observed, both factions had traditionally considered the Negro question as that of a persecuted racial minority of workers and as basically a simple trade union matter. 12 It was this orientation which explains the party's shortcomings in this field of work. But now, the tentative endorsement by our caucus of the proposed new line on the Afro-American question strengthened its position vis-a-vis the majority leadership. The prospects for our minority were brightened by the difficulties of Lovestone's friend and mentor, Bukharin. Corridor rumors concerning his right-wing proclivities were now being confirmed by his differences with his own Soviet delegation on the character of the third period. The Congress was now settling down to work. A number of commissions were formed to discuss and formulate resolutions on the main subjects confronting the Congress. Among them were, 1. A commission on program, to complete the drafting of a program for the Comintern, 2. One on the trade union question, to apply the struggle against right opportunism to the trade union field, and 3. A commission on the colonial question which discussed strategy and tactics of the liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies and the tasks of the Comintern. There were also several commissions on the special problems of individual parties. My major concern, however, was the Negro Commission, which was to take up the problem of the U.S. blacks and the South African question. Although set up as an independent commission, in reality it was a subcommittee of the Colonial Commission. The resolutions formulated by it were included in the final draft of the Congress's thesis on the revolutionary movement in the colonies. The Negro Commission was set up on August 6, at the 23rd session of the Congress. It was a memorable day, particularly for us black communists, a day to which we all had looked forward. At last there was to be a full-dress discussion on the question. We listened attentively as the German comrade Ramelli, chairman of the session, read off on behalf of the Presidium the list of members and officers who would comprise the commission. It was an impressive list and indicated the high priority given the question by the Congress. 32 delegates, representing 18 countries, including the United States, South Africa, Great Britain, the Soviet Union, France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Spain, Turkey, India, Palestine, and Syria were members of the commission. Impressive also were its officers. The chairman, Ottomar Kuusinen, was a member of the CL Secretariat and chairman of the Colonial Commission. The vice-chairman Petrovsky, Bennett, was also chairman of the Anglo-American Secretariat, and the recording secretary, Mikhailov, Williams, was a former CL representative to the American Party. The delegates from the U.S. included 5 blacks, myself, Jones, Otto Hall, Farmer, Roy Mahoney, James Ford and, I believe, Harold Williams, plus 2 white comrades, Biddleman and Lovestone. Others included Sidney Bunting of South Africa, Fokin and Nasanov, representing the Young Communist International, the Swiss, Humbert Draws, a top CL official, Heller, from the communist fraction of the Profintern, and several members of the Soviet delegation to the Congress. Participation in commission meetings was not limited to its members, however. Among the important figures who spoke in the discussions were Manuilsky, a CL official, and the Ukrainian, Skripnik, both members of the Soviet delegation. The hall was always crowded with interested observers. The first order of business before the commission was the Negro question. It was introduced by Petrovsky, who, as I recall, stressed the need for a radical turn in the policy of the American Party with respect to its work among blacks. He referred to the Negro Subcommittee, set up earlier in the year by the Anglo-American Secretariat, which was given the task of preparing materials on the question for the 6th Congress. Petrovsky described the 2 positions which emerged from this subcommittee. One held that the weaknesses of the party's Negro work was a result of an incorrect line. The partisans of this position regarded blacks in the South as an oppressed nation and recommended that the right of self-determination be raised as an orientation slogan in their struggle for equality. The other position, he said, held that the question was one of a racial minority whose immediate and ultimate demands were embraced by the slogan of complete economic, social, and political equality. The supporters of this position attributed the weaknesses in the party's Afro-American work to the underestimation of the importance of work among blacks. This resulted, in turn, from the survivals of racial prejudices within the ranks of the party and its leadership. This position did not challenge the party's line, but called for its more energetic application. As I recall, Petrovsky stated that he himself favored the position on self-determination. He did not see it as a negation of the slogan of social equality which, he said, would remain the main slogan for the black masses. But in the Black Belt, where blacks are in the majority, in addition to the slogan of equality, the party must raise another slogan, the right of self-determination. For here, equality without the right of blacks to enforce it is but an empty phrase. At the same time, he expressed agreement with the comrades who contended that the hangovers of racial prejudice in the party were a main obstacle to the party's effective work among blacks. He stressed the need to fight against the ideology of white chauvinism, a principal block to the unity of black and white workers. Petrovsky then referred the comrades to the material before them. It included the document by Nasanov and myself, summarizing our position in support of the self-determination thesis. The document contained a criticism of current party activities and policies and condemned Pepper's May 30 resolution, which had made no reference to the party's tasks in the South. It also criticized the completely northern orientation of the American Negro Labor Congress, as contained in the policy statements of its leaders, Lovett Fort Whiteman and H.V. Phillips. Finally, it criticized Lovestone's characterization of Southern blacks as reserves of capitalist reaction. Other documents presented to the Commission were a statement by Dunn and Hathaway supporting the self-determination viewpoint and a document by Sick opposing the proposed new line. Sick argued that blacks were a racial minority whose immediate and ultimate demands were embraced by the slogan of full social equality. 14. Later in the discussion, Pepper submitted a document containing his proposals for a Negro Soviet Republic in the South, arguing that Southern blacks were not just a nation but virtually a colony within the body of the United States of America. 15. Among the American delegates who spoke in favor of the proposed new line were Biddleman, Foster and Dunn. As I remember, all were self-critical. Biddleman, however, emphasized the dual role of the black working class envisioned by the new line: first, its role as a basic and constituent element of the American working class, and, second, its leadership of the national liberation movement of black people. I do not remember Lovestone speaking. If he did not openly attack the proposed new line, for that would not have been his style. It was clear to all, however, that he had strong reservations. Sam Darcy of the Young Communist League was, as I remember, the only white comrade who openly opposed the proposed new line. But the strongest opposition to the self-determination thesis both in the Commission and on the floor of the Congress was from the black comrades James Ford and Otto Hall. In their arguments it was evident that they relied heavily on Professor Sick and his new theory on race problems. Up to that point, neither Nasanov nor I had paid much attention to Sick. But now, after listening to Otto and Ford, we suddenly realized the danger his theories posed to clarity on this vital question. Sick had evidently been working hard on his thesis, which he was now proselytizing with almost evangelic zeal. He had, if not a captive audience, at least a willing one among the black students at Kutva, where he taught, of all subjects, Leninism. Now suddenly it seemed that Sick had become cast in the role of chief theoretician of the opposition to the proposed new policy. In their speeches, Otto and Ford repeated verbatim many of his arguments. For example, both Otto and Ford insisted that U.S. Negroes were a racial minority rather than an oppressed nation or an oppressed national minority. They used these two latter terms interchangeably at the time. They ruled out all national movements among U.S. blacks as reactionary. According to Ford, Such movements were led by the chauvinistic black bourgeoisie who wanted a freer hand to exploit the black masses. These movements, he argued, play into the hands of the bourgeoisie by arresting the revolutionary class movement of the Negro masses and further widening the gulf between the white and similar oppressed groups. 16. He also averred that blacks lacked the characteristics of a nation. There was not the question of one nation oppressing and exploiting another nation. In the United States, Ford continued, we find no economic system separating the two races. The interests of the Negro and white workers are the same. The Negro peasant and the white peasant interests are the same. The only problem, he contended, was one of racial differences of the color of the skin, barriers set up by the bourgeoisie. 17. Otto sharpened the argument and contended that blacks were not developing any characteristics of a national minority, there exists no national entity as such among Negroes. Continuing along the same line, Otto saw no community of interest between the black bourgeoisie and the black toilers, whom, he argued, are completely separated from each other, as far as class interests are concerned. In sum, he contended that historical development has tended to create in him, the Negro, the desire to be considered a part of the American nation. 18. What then were the objectives of black liberation? They were, according to Sick, the striving of blacks for intermingling and amalgamation. I was astounded and dismayed. This seemed to me to be a bourgeois liberal assimilationist position cloaked in pseudo-Marxist rhetoric. A few days before on the floor of the Congress, Ford and Otto complained bitterly about the rampant white chauvinism in the party and the widespread underestimation of the significance of Afro-American work. Could they not see that they were playing into the hands of the white chauvinist downgraders of the black movement? They had conceded them their main premise, that the movement for black equality in itself had no revolutionary potential. Sick's theory had stripped the struggle for equality of all revolutionary content, it involved no radical social change, that is, completion of the land and democratic revolution and securing of political power in the South. It was just a struggle against racial ideology. How was it possible for Otto and Ford and other black comrades to fall into this trap? They had separated racism, the most salient external manifestation of black oppression, from its socio-economic roots, reducing the struggle for equality to a movement against prejudice. It was a theory which even liberal reformists could support. And why did they downgrade the revolutionary nature of the black struggle for equality? I could only assume that it was an attempt on their part to fit the Afro-American question into the simplistic frame of pure proletarian class struggle. This theory ruled out all nationalist movements as divisive and distracting from the struggle for socialism. Lovestone's idea of the black peasantry in the South being a reserve of capitalist reaction was the logical outcome of this kind of thinking. What was clear to me was that our thesis of self-determination had correctly elevated the fight for black rights to a revolutionary position, whereas the proponents of Sick's theories attempted to downgrade the movement, seeing it as a minor aspect of the class struggle. Our thesis put the question in the proper perspective, that is, as a struggle attacking the very foundation of American imperialism, an integral part of the struggle of the American working class as a whole. The sad fact was that Otto, Ford, and other partisans of Sick's theory seemed completely unaware that they had come to a practical agreement with those white chauvinists who denied the revolutionary character of the black liberation struggle in the false name of socialism. Nasanov, sitting beside me, undoubtedly had similar thoughts. He muttered something in Russian that sounded like, "Lord forgive them, for they know not what they do." During an interval in the Negro Commission sessions, I cornered Otto in the corridor and accused him and Ford of downgrading the liberation struggle and playing into the hands of the white chauvinist element in the party. How, I asked him, did he expect to fight those responsible for the neglect of work among blacks when he accepted their main premise that the struggle of blacks was not of itself revolutionary and that it only becomes so when they, the blacks, fight directly for socialism? Otto indignantly denied this and accused me of allowing the question to be used as a factional football by the Foster Group. I conceded that they were not all clear. But, I added heatedly, At least they had begun to recognize that their position had been wrong and they were trying to change it. We broke off the discussion. It was obviously useless to pursue the matter further. We were both getting emotional. No doubt our relationship had become rather strained as a result of our political differences. I was terribly saddened by this growing rift between my brother and me. True, I no longer thought of him as my political mentor, but nevertheless I felt he was a serious and dedicated revolutionary. What, I wondered, were the pressures that pushed black proletarian comrades like Otto and Ford into this position? Foremost was their misguided but honest desire to amalgamate black labor into the general labor movement. Nationalism, they felt, was a block to labor unity. They failed to recognize the revolutionary element in black nationalism. I myself had held the same position only a few months earlier, but then I hadn't studied Leninism under Sick. I remember running into Nasanov. We walked down the hall arm in arm and he asked me if I was going to speak. I said, I don't know, should I? Knowing my shyness, he laughed and said, we've got them on the run. We've submitted our resolution and supporting documents. We were then accosted by Manuelski, whom I had met before. He wanted to know if I was the only black supporting the self-determination position. I told him that thus far I was. How did that happen, he asked. That was a question I was still trying to answer myself. But before I could reply he said, oh, I know. They are all good class-conscious comrades. But I understand them. We Bolsheviks had the same type of deviation within the party. He turned away to greet somebody else. And well he should understand, I reflected, for Manuelski had been one of the leading Ukrainian communists referred to in our class on Leninism, who, during the revolution in the Ukraine, had been guilty of the same deviation. He had been one of those whom the Bolsheviks had called abstract Marxists, those unable to relate Marxism to the concrete experience of their own people. On that occasion he resisted the resolution of the CC drafted by Lenin which made necessary concessions to Ukrainian nationalism. These included a softer line on the kulaks and the establishment of Ukrainian as the national language. What about Comrade Pepper's new slogan for a Negro Soviet Republic? Had he undergone a sudden conversion to the cause of black nationhood? Was this the same Pepper who had completely ignored the South in his May thesis and who had, during the program commission at the 5th Congress of the CL, 1924, asserted that blacks in the U.S. wanted nothing to do with the slogan of self-determination? Sudden shifts in position were not new to Pepper who, as we have seen, was a man unrestrained by principles. Lomanids had branded Pepper on the floor of the Congress as a man of inadequate firmness of principle and backbone. He always agrees with those who are his seniors even if a minute ago he defended an utterly different viewpoint. 19. The Commission rejected Pepper's slogan on the grounds that, first, it actually negated the principle of the right of self-determination by making the party's support of it contingent upon the acceptance by blacks of the Soviet governmental form. Secondly, it was an opportunist attempt to skip over the intermediate stage of preparation and mobilization of the black masses around their immediate demands. Pepper's position was actually an attempt to outflank the new position from the left. Clearly he sought to grab the spotlight, to upstage the move towards a new policy. Perhaps he thought that the left-sounding term Soviet would make the new stress on the national character of the question more palatable to his factional cohorts of the pure revolutionary persuasion. Otto seemed to have nibbled on the bait, at least he felt it did not contradict his position. In his previously quoted speech he stated, "There is no objection on our part on, the principle of a Soviet republic for Negroes in America. The point we are concerned with here is how to organize these Negroes at present on the basis of their everyday needs for the revolution." 20. In this case, however, Pepper had overreached himself, having jumped over the bandwagon instead of on it. Despite Pepper's defeat in the commission, he still had a card or two up his sleeve. This we were to find to our surprise and anger when we received the October 1928 issue of the Communist, official organ of the CPU's. A prominent among the articles was Pepper's on American Negro Problems, which presented his call for a Negro Soviet Republic. But that was not all. The article was also published simultaneously in pamphlet form by the American Party. Neither the article nor the pamphlet was labeled as a discussion paper, which gave them the appearance of being official statements of the new policy. Pepper's article had originally appeared in the Communist International, organ of the Comintern, as one of a series of discussion articles. 21 The other articles were one by Ford and Patterson, Wilson, 22 The Comintern Program and the Racial Problem by Sick, and The Negro Problem and the Tasks of the PUSA, by me. 23. Of these, 6 was the only one to appear in the English edition of the magazine. This was because the English edition had suspended publication for technical reasons from September to December. But Pepper also sent his article to the Communist, organ of the American Party, where it appeared in October 1928. Because the official resolutions of the Congress were not published until January of the following year, Pepper's distorted version of the new line was the first document available to American Party members. The result was considerable confusion and misunderstanding. Particularly aggravating was that Pepper filched the basic facts of our analysis: national character, black belt territory, etc., distorting them into a vulgar caricature of our thesis. This latest piece of chicanery did nothing to enhance Pepper's image in Moscow, where it was already on the wane. It was, however, well received in the US, where he still had considerable influence. Essence of the new line. A. The CL's new line on the Afro-American question was released by the ECCI in 2 documents. The first was the full resolution of the Commission, which addressed itself to the concrete issues raised in the discussion. The second was a summary of the full resolution, worked out in the Commission under the direction of Kusinan, for incorporation in the Congress thesis on the revolutionary movement in the colonies and semi-colonies. 24 The resolution rejected the assimilationist race theories upon which the line of the party had been based. It defined the black movement as national revolutionary in character on the grounds that the various forms of oppression of Negroes, concentrated mainly in the so-called Black Belt, provide the necessary conditions for a national revolutionary movement. Stressing the agrarian roots of the problem, it declared that Southern blacks are, not reserves of capitalist reaction, as Lovestone had contended, but they were, on the contrary, reserves of the revolutionary proletariat, whose objective position facilitates their transformation into a revolutionary force under the leadership of the proletariat. The new line committed the party to champion the black struggle for complete and real equality, for the abolition of all kinds of racial, social, and political inequalities. It called for an energetic struggle against any exhibition of white chauvinism and for active resistance to lynching. At the same time, the resolution stressed the need for black revolutionary workers to resist petty bourgeois nationalist tendencies such as Garveyism. It declared that the industrialization of the South and the growth of the black proletariat was the most important phenomenon of recent years. The enlargement of this class, it asserted, offers the possibility of consistent revolutionary leadership of the movement. It called upon the party to strengthen its work among Negro proletarians, drawing into its ranks the most conscious elements. It was also to fight for the acceptance of black workers into unions from which they are barred, but this fight did not exclude the organization of separate trade unions when necessary. It called for the concentration of work in the South to organize the masses of soil tillers. And finally, the new line committed the party to put forth the slogan of the right of self-determination. In those regions of the South in which compact Negro masses are living, it is essential to put forward the slogan of the right of self-determination. A radical transformation of the agrarian structure of the Southern states is one of the basic tasks of the revolution. Negro communists must explain to the Negro workers and peasants that only their close union with the white proletariat and joint struggle with them against the American bourgeoisie can lead to their liberation from barbarous exploitation, and that only the victorious proletarian revolution will completely and permanently solve the agrarian and national question of the Southern United States in the interests of the overwhelming majority of the Negro population of the country. 25. South Africa. There was keen interest as the Commission moved to the next point on the agenda: South Africa. Here again it was a fight against the denial of the national liberation movement in the name of socialism, the same right deviation on new turf. In the South African setting, where 4/5 of the population were black colonial slaves, the deviation was particularly glaring. It was true that in the past year or so the South African Party had intensified its work among the natives, a turn to the masses. As the Simons noted, by 1928 there were 1,600 African members out of a total of 1,750 in the party. The year before there were only 200 African members. 26. The party had pursued a vigorous policy in the building of black trade unions, in conducting strikes, and in fighting the most vicious forms of national oppression, pass laws and the like. The party's official organ, the South African Worker, had been revived on a new basis. More than half the articles were now written in 3 Bantu languages, Xhosa, Zulu, and Sotho. Sidney Bunting, leader of the South African Party, had emerged as a stalwart fighter for native rights in the defense of Thabiti, a framed-up native communist leader. As a result, about 100 natives had been recruited into the party, and 2 were now on the Central Committee. On the whole, the party was making a turn toward the native masses. But it still lacked the theory which would enable it to tap their tremendous revolutionary potential. As did most of the white leading cadre, Bunting exhibited a paternalism with respect to the natives. This paternalism was rooted in an abiding lack of faith in the revolutionary potential of the native movement. They saw the South African Revolution in terms of the direct struggle for socialism. This white leadership, brought up in the old socialist traditions and comprised mainly of European immigrants, had not yet absorbed Lenin's teachings on the national and colonial questions. These shortcomings had been brought sharply to the attention of the Comintern by Laguma. The result was the resolution on the South African question which Laguma, Nasanov, and I had worked on the previous winter. It recommended that the party put forward and work for an independent native South African republic with full and equal rights for all races as a stage toward a workers' and peasants' republic. This was to be accompanied by the slogan "Return the land to the natives." The resolution was not only rejected by the party leadership, but they had now sent a lily-white delegation to the Congress to fight for its repeal. The delegation consisted of Sidney Bunting, party chairman, his wife Rebecca, and Edward Roux, a young South African communist leader who was then studying at Oxford. Whatever their hopes were on arrival in Moscow, they now seemed dejected and subdued. Having sat through the discussion on the Afro-American question, they undoubtedly saw the handwriting on the wall. From the start, the South African delegation was on the defensive, having been confronted by other delegates with the inevitable question, "Where are the natives?" What answer could they give? It was evident to all that theirs was a mission on which natives could not be trusted, even those brought up in the old tradition, to use the phrase of Roux. We blacks asked about Laguma and they replied, "Oh, he was here just a short while ago and had his say." We felt that the other viewpoint should be represented. After copies of the ECCI resolution on South Africa had been distributed, the South African delegates took the floor before the entire Congress to challenge the line of the resolution. The South African Revolution, they argued, was a socialist revolution with no intermediate stage, an argument which posed a sort of South African exceptionalism. The argument ran that South Africa was not a colonial country. Bunting then contended that South Africa is, owing to its climate, what is called a white man's country, where whites can and do live not merely as planters and officials, but as a whole nation of all classes, established there for centuries, of Dutch and English composition. 27. Bunting's statement came under attack on the floor of the Congress, notably by Bill Dunn. Bunting defended himself, holding that his description was solely factual and was not an advocacy of white South Africa. The very view we have combated for the last 13 years. 28. In essence, Bunting's views liquidated the struggle of the black peasantry in South Africa. He declared that they were being rapidly proletarianized, and further that the native agrarian masses as such have not yet shown serious signs of revolt. Hence the slogan of "Return the Land to the Natives" would antagonize white workers with its implication of a black race dictatorship. 29. Rebecca Bunting spoke in the commission sessions. Addressing herself to the land question, she denied that the land belonged to the Bantu in the first place. Both the Bantu from Central Africa and the Afrikaners coming up from Cape Town had forced the Aboriginal Hottentots and Bushmen off their land. Thus, there was no special native land question. The real question on Rebecca Bunting's mind, however, was not of land, but of the position of the white minority in a native South African republic. She came right to the point. Who will guarantee equality for the whites in an independent native republic? Their slogan, as you know, is "Drive the whites into the sea." We listened to her in amazement, and a laugh went through the audience. The cat was finally let out of the bag, and a mangy, chauvinistic creature it was. Manuelski stepped forward, his eyes twinkling. "Comrade Bunting has raised a serious question, one not to be sneezed at. What is to become of the whites? My answer to that would be that if the White Party members do not raise and energetically fight for an independent native republic, then Tozina et? Who knows? They may well be driven into the sea." That brought the House down. 30. The Commission finally affirmed the resolution for a native South African republic. It was then passed onto the floor of the Congress, where the fight continued and our position was eventually accepted. 31. The revolutionary movement in the colonies. Upon the adjournment of the Negro Commission, many of us moved into the sessions of the Colonial Commission. We found there no peaceful, harmonious gathering, but acrimonious debate. Cusinan's report and draft thesis on the revolutionary movement in the colonies was under sharp attack. The point of controversy was the nature and objective of imperialist colonial policy. The draft thesis held that the colonial policy of imperialism was directed toward repressing and retarding by all possible means the free economic and cultural development of the colonies and retaining them as backward, agrarian appendages of the imperialist metropolitan countries. This policy, the draft thesis maintained, is an essential condition for the super-exploitation of the colonial masses. Thus, it pointed out, the objective contradiction between the colonial policy of world imperialism and the independent development of the colonial peoples is by no means done away with, neither in China, nor in India, nor in any other of the colonial and semi-colonial countries. On the contrary, the contradiction only becomes more acute and can be overcome only by the victorious revolutionary struggle of the toiling masses in the colonies. 32. Accordingly, the primary question for the colonies was their liberation. The opponents of the draft thesis, on the other hand, took the view that imperialism had shifted its policy from one of hindering the economic development of the colonies to one of promoting industrialization under the joint auspices of the imperialists and native bourgeoisie. This was shown particularly in the more advanced colonies such as India and Indonesia, they argued. It was the old social democratic theory of decolonization. It implied that the main contradiction between imperialism and the colonies was being eased, the colonial revolution was thereby being defused. The main components of that revolution, the national liberation struggle and the agrarian revolution, were being eliminated through industrialization. Thus, the perspective before the peoples of those colonies was not national liberation, but rather a long-range struggle for socialism. I was amazed to find that leading the attack on the draft thesis was none other than our comrade Petrovsky. He who had seemed to be such a stalwart warrior against the right on the Afro-American and South African question had now become the chief advocate of the blatantly rightist decolonization theory. But that wasn't all. He had rallied behind him most of the British delegation in his attack upon the draft thesis. It was quite a scandal. Here was the British party, in the homeland of the world's greatest imperialist power, championing the idea that Britain was taking the lead in decolonizing her empire. The tragedy was that the British delegation seemed totally unaware of the chauvinist implication of their stance. It became clear to us in the discussion that the British party's position with regard to the colonies predated the Congress. This was merely the first occasion for its full airing. Petrovsky had been CL representative to Britain and had played no small role in the development of the decolonization theory. The partisans of decolonization were utterly rooted both in the Commission and on the floor of the Congress. Lozovsky, Ramelli, Murphy, Manuilsky, Katayama and Kyosenin all took the floor in rebuttal. In an early session of the Congress, Katayama pointed to the criminal neglect of the British Party with regard to Ireland and India in the past, and of the Dutch and American parties with regard to the Philippines and Indonesia. The mother countries must correct this inactivity on their part, and give every assistance to the revolutionary movement in these colonial countries, he said. I was impressed by the speeches of Kyosenin and Murphy, the sole Britisher who really spoke out against the position taken by his delegation. Murphy accused his comrades of presenting a Menshevik picture of the colonial problem and drawing ultra-leftist conclusions. He assailed the contention that the British were out to decolonize India jointly with the native bourgeoisie. The need of the hour in every colonial country, he continued, is a strong independent communist party which understands how to expose the bourgeoisie and destroy their influence over the masses through the correct exploitation of the differences between them and win the masses in the numberless crises which precede the revolutionary overthrow of all counter-revolutionary forces. 33. Kyosenin, a mild-mannered little man with a dry, rasping voice, took the floor for the concluding blast. His summary, as I remember it, was a 2-hour-long devastating attack on the decolonizers. He compared their position with that of the notorious Austrian social imperialist, Otto Renner, who had put forth the perspective of world industrialization under capitalism, postponing the world socialist revolution till the proletariat will become the great majority even in the colonies. Kyosenin pointed out that such views embellished the progressive role of imperialism, as if the colonial world were to be decolonized and industrialized in a peaceful manner by imperialism itself. 34. Kyosenin further contended that the development of native capital is not being denied in the thesis, but rather than there being an equal partnership in exploitation between the colonial bourgeoisie and imperialism, imperialism does in fact restrict the industrialization of the colonies, prevent the full development of the productive forces. It is under such conditions that the class interests of the national bourgeoisie demand the industrialization of the country, and inasmuch as the national bourgeoisie stands up for its class interests, for the economic independence of the country, for its liberation from the imperialist yoke, then it plays a certain progressive role, while imperialism plays a substantially reactionary role. 35. It was a brilliant and definitive presentation, I thought. Slowly gathering up his papers, Kyosenin looked out over the audience. Yes, comrades, he said, industrial development is taking place in the colonies, but very slowly, comrades, very slowly. In fact, just as slowly as the Bolshevization of the British Party Politburo under the leadership of Comrade Petrovsky. He then picked up his papers and stepped down from the rostrum. A momentary silence followed, then an outburst of laughter and prolonged applause. 36. Pepper gets his lumps. The struggle against the Lovestone-Pepper leadership faction sharpened as the Congress progressed. Their position of overestimating the strength and stability of U.S. capitalism and of underestimating the radicalization of the workers came under sharp attack. Our opposition group, Biddleman, Foster, Dunn, Cannon, and Johnstone, came down hard on Pepper, taking advantage of his growing unpopularity at the Congress. The attack on the Lovestone-Pepper faction was supported by leading and influential members of other delegations, notably Lozovsky, president of the Red International of Labor Unions, Lomanids from the Russian delegation and Hans Neumann from the German Communist Party. It was a pleasure to see how they zeroed in on Pepper. At last, he was getting his well-deserved lumps. Lozovsky began by criticizing the CC of the CPUSA for having instigated opposition to the decision of the 4th RILU Congress on the question of new unions. But the thrust of his attack was not on the position itself, but on the dishonesty of the UIS Central Committee which, on its arrival in Moscow, claimed support for the RILU Congress decisions. Of course, Every Central Committee has the right to declare its disagreement with decisions adopted by the RILU, but there must be the courage to declare this. You cannot change a negative attitude into a positive one on the way from New York to Moscow. Lozovsky reiterated earlier criticism of the party leadership, its passivity in organizing the unorganized, its incorrect attitude toward black workers and toward the AFL. Then he focused in on Pepper, blasting his articles in the Communist, America and the Tactics of the CL, Certain Basic Questions of Our Perspective, May 1928. Comrade Pepper sees nothing but the power of American capitalism, he charged, and discovering America anew, although this discovery was made long ago, completely passed over those vital points in my articles on the eve of the 4th RILU Congress. Then, in a concluding salvo, Lozovsky accused Pepper of having frequently lost his bearings in European affairs. Today, as you have been able to convince yourselves from his speech here, he is all at sea in American affairs. He could truly be named the muddler of the two hemispheres. 37. Lomanids also kept Pepper under constant attack during the Congress, scoring some devastating blows. He called Pepper's speech an advertisement for the power of American imperialism, and stated that if it were printed in the paper, it could be mistaken for a speech of any of the candidates of the Republican and Democratic parties. 38. He then blasted Pepper's articles in the Communist, which listed the obstacles to the growth of the party. According to Pepper, Lomandez said, "Everything is hindering us, capitalists are hindering us by exploiting the workers, the existence of capitalism itself hinders us, and of perspectives there are none at all." 39. As the historic Congress was drawing to a close, Jack Johnstone read into the minutes for our opposition caucus a statement expressing our disagreement with the section concerning the United States in Bukharin's draft thesis. Among many points made in this statement, the most important were that Bukharin failed to emphasize the instability of American imperialism and recognize the contradictions confronting it. He failed to condemn the opportunist errors in Afro-American work and did not state clearly that the main danger in our party is from the right. 40. This statement was signed by Dunn, Gomez, Johnstone, Siskind, Epstein, and Biddleman. Significant was the fact that Browder, Cannon, and Foster did not sign. Although he basically agreed with the statement and opposed Lovestone and Pepper, Browder continued to hold his position of not identifying himself fully with the opposition caucus. Cannon's reasons for not supporting the statement were unclear at the time, but within a few months, he had become the organizer and leader of the Trotskyist movement in the U.S. I feel Foster was, at the time, still assessing the political lines in the struggle against the right deviation and for this reason did not sign the document. Conclusion. The Sixth Congress called for a sharpened fight of the working class and the colonial masses against imperialism. It set the stage for an all-out war against the main obstacle to the left turn. The right accommodationists and their conciliators in all the parties of the CL all provided ideological ammunition for this struggle. The correctness of these documents were verified by the events of the following decade: world economic crisis, the rise of fascism and the outbreak of World War II. The war against the right got into full swing immediately following the Congress. In the next few months the Lovestone-Pepper cohorts were to expand further their right opportunistic thesis of American exceptionalism, elements of which they were developing before and during the Congress. In substance, the theory held that while the third period of growing capitalist crisis and intensification of class struggles was valid for the rest of the world, it did not apply to the United States. In the U.S., capitalism was on the upgrade and the prospects were for an easing of the class struggle. An era of industrial expansion lay ahead. The next few months were also to reveal Lovestone's ties with the international right conspiracy led by Bukharin. This conspiracy, which we had only suspected during the Congress, was finally exposed at the November 1929 joint meeting of the Political Bureau and Presidium of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. From this point on, the conspiracy of the bloc of rights and Trotskyists went underground to plot the overthrow of socialism in the Soviet Union. In 1937, Bukharin was convicted as one of the main leaders of this treasonous conspiracy and was executed. 41. One of the most positive and enduring contributions of the Sixth Congress was the program on the question of U.S. blacks. It pointed out that all the objective conditions exist in the Black Belt South for a national revolutionary movement of black people against American imperialism. It established the essentially agrarian democratic character of the black liberation movement there. Under conditions of modern imperialist oppression, it could fulfill itself only by the achievement of democratic land redivision and the right of self-determination for the Afro-American people in the Black Belt. Thus, the new line brought the issue of black equality out of the realm of bourgeois humanitarianism. It was no longer the special property of philanthropists and professional uplifters who sought to strip the black struggle of its revolutionary implications. The new position grounded the issue of black liberation firmly in the fight of the American people for full democratic rights and in the struggle of the working class for socialism. The struggle for equality is in and of itself a revolutionary question, because the special oppression of black people is a main prop of imperialist domination over the entire working class and the masses of exploited American people. Therefore, blacks and the working class as a whole are mutual allies. The fight of blacks for national liberation, quite apart from humanitarian considerations, must be supported as it is a special feature of the struggle for the emancipation of the whole American working class. It is the historic task of American labor, as it advances on the road towards socialism, to solve the problems of land and freedom which the bourgeois democratic revolution of the Civil War and Reconstruction left unfinished. The slogan of self-determination is a slogan of unity. Its overriding purpose was and still is to unite the white and black exploited masses, working and oppressed people of all nationalities, in all three stages of the revolutionary movement, from the day-to-day fight against capital, through the revolutionary battle for state power, to the task of building and consolidating socialist society. The new line clearly stated that this unity could be built only on the basis of the struggle for complete equality, by removing all grounds for suspicion and distrust and building mutual confidence and voluntary interrelations between the white masses of the oppressor nation and the black masses of the oppressed nation. This line committed the Communist Party to an uncompromising fight among its members and in the ranks of labor generally to burn out the root of the ruling class theories of white chauvinism which depicts blacks as innately inferior. The mobilization of the white workers in the struggle for black rights is a precondition for freeing the black workers from the stifling influences of petty bourgeois nationalism with its ideology of self-isolation. Only thus, the program pointed out, can the historic rift in the ranks of American labor be breached and a solid front of white and black workers be presented to the common enemy, American imperialism. Of course, weaknesses were inevitable in this first resolution. The document was open to the interpretation that the emerging black nation was limited only to the territory of absolute majority and that the slogan of right of self-determination was primarily dependent on the continued existence of an area of absolute black majority. The document should have made clear that one cannot hold absolutely to the national territorial principle in the application of the right of self-determination. 42 The very nature of imperialism attacks and deforms the characteristics of nationhood. Imperialism has, to a large extent, driven Afro-American people from the rural areas to the cities of the North and South. Another weakness was the underestimation of the nationality factor in the struggle for equality and democratic rights in the North. Thus, the program failed to advance any slogans for local autonomy which would guarantee and protect the rights of blacks in the North. The need for such a program has been most clearly demonstrated in recent years by the growth and development of the movement for community control of the schools and police in northern cities. But on the whole, the resolution was a strong one. Its significance was that it drew a clear line between the revolutionary and the reformist positions, between the line of effective struggle and feudal accommodation. The document was not a complete and definite statement, but a new departure, a revolutionary turning point in the treatment of the Afro-American question. Chapter 10. Lovestone Unmasked. Otto, Harold Williams, and Farmer, having completed their course at Kutva, left the Soviet Union after the Sixth Congress. The African, Bankole, remained for further training to prepare him for work in the Gold Coast, Ghana. At Kutva there was another contingent of black students from the U.S. along with Maud White. There were now William S. Patterson, Wilson, Herbert Newton, Marie Houston, and many more were to come. I was then 30 and had recently completed my last YCL assignment as a delegate to the 5th Congress of the Young Communist International, YCI. Along with my studies at the Lenin School, I was continuing my work in the Comintern. I was then vice chairman of the Negro Subcommission of the Eastern, Colonial, Secretariat, and Nasanov was chairman. The subcommission was established as a watchdog committee to check on the application of the 6th Congress decisions with reference to the black national question in the U.S. and South Africa. According to our reports, the South Africans were applying the line of the 6th Congress, and so we devoted most of our attention to the work in the United States. In the U.S., the minority girded itself for a long struggle against the Lovestone Pepper leadership, which had emerged from the 6th Congress battered, but not beaten. This leadership still enjoyed the majority support within the party. This was due primarily to the widely prevalent belief within the party that this leadership was favored by the Comintern. Lovestone was loud in his protestations of support for the line of the 6th Congress and attempted to pin the right-wing label on the minority. This deception was successful for a short time. The CL's support for Lovestone seemed confirmed by a letter from the ECCI dated September 7, 1928, a week after the adjournment of the 6th Congress. The letter contained two documents. The first was the final draft of paragraph 49 of the thesis on the international situation and tasks of the Communist International, which dealt with the U.S. Party. The second was a supplementary decision by the Political Secretariat of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, which denied the minority's charge that the Lovestone Pepper leadership represented a right line in the party. 1. Paragraph 49 commended the party, saying, "It has displayed more lively activity and has taken advantage of symptoms of crisis in American industry, a number of stubborn and fierce class battles, primarily the miners' strike, found in the Communist Party a stalwart leader." The campaign against the execution of Sacco and Vanzetti was also conducted under the leadership of the party. It also criticized the party, stating that the party has not with sufficient energy conducted work in the organization of the unorganized and of the Negro movement, and, it does not conduct a sufficiently strong struggle against the predatory policy of the United States in Latin America. It concluded by stating, "These mistakes, however, cannot be ascribed to the majority leadership alone. The most important task that confronts the party is to put an end to the factional strife which is not based on any serious differences on principles." The thesis pointed out that while some rightist errors had been committed by both sides, the charge against the majority of the Central Committee of the U.S. Party of representing a right line is unfounded. The letter evoked great jubilation among Lovestone Pepper cohorts and was given widest publicity. A self-laudatory statement from the Central Committee was published alongside the CL letter in the October 3, 1928, Daily Worker. It boasted that the letter proved that the CL is continuing its policy of supporting politically the present party leadership. Of course, we in the minority resented Lovestone's interpretation of the C's letter. We felt that the C's criticisms of all factionalism and its rejection of our specific charge against the Lovestone Pepper leadership were not equivalent to a political endorsement for Lovestone. The Comintern called for unity in the party on the basis of the 6th Congress's decisions. We could hardly expect the CL to come out in support of the minority. It was not a cohesive ideological force itself. The subsequent defection of Cannon to Trotskyism further demonstrated the lack of ideological cohesion in the minority. Then there was the hard fact that Lovestone still held the majority of the U.S. party. Differences of principle between the minority and the Lovestone leadership had begun to develop only a half year before at the 4th Congress of the RILU in March 1928. These arose over the question of trade unions, but even here they were clouded by factionalism and vacillation on the part of the minority. There was, therefore, substance to the CPS charges that both groups had placed factional consideration above principles. About the same time, the party was shocked by the defection of James Cannon and his close associates Max Schachtman and Marty Auburn. They were exposed as hidden Trotskyists and expelled from the party. Cannon's treachery was first exposed by the minority. This frustrated Lovestone's attempt to pin the label of Trotskyism on our group. Nevertheless, Lovestone sought to use the Trotsky issue to divert the party from the struggle against the main right danger. Later, the Comintern was to criticize the minority for its lack of vigilance and its failure to disassociate itself at the right time from Cannon's Trotskyism. Lovestone was cocky and overconfident. He was looking forward to wiping out the minority as a political force in the U.S. party at the next convention. Even the recall to Moscow of Pepper, his main advisor and co-factionalist, shortly after the return of the U.S. delegation, seemed not to shake his self-confidence. Pepper had originally come to the U.S. as a Comintern worker and was thus directly subject to its discipline. His recall was undoubtedly an indication of Lovestone's declining support within the Comintern. The Lovestone leadership supported Pepper's protest against recall. The CL did not press the issue at the time and Pepper remained in the U.S. Shortly thereafter he returned to his former position in party leadership. But the incident was not forgotten, it was to be added on the debit side of the ledger at Lovestone's final accounting. Then came the first blow. It was a letter from the political secretariat dated November 21, 1928. The letter expressed sharp displeasure at the factional manner in which Lovestone had used the previous letter of September 7. It pointed to the non-self-critical and self-congratulatory character of the statements issued by the majority in response to the September letter and expressed emphatic disapproval of the claim by Lovestone that the Comintern was continuing its policy of supporting politically the present leadership. This formulation, the new letter asserted, could lead to the interpretation that the Sixth Congress has expressly declared its confidence in the majority in contrast to the minority. But this is not so. 2. The letter also called for the postponement of the party convention until February 1929. Clearly Lovestone had overreached himself. Coming on the eve of the U.S. Central Committee plenum, the letter threw the Lovestonites into dismay and consternation. How do we explain the sharpened tone of this letter? It was a byproduct of the heightened counter-offensive against the international right and its conciliators which had gotten underway after the Sixth Congress of the Comintern. It was a warning tremor of the quake that was to come. Internationally the right had crystallized at the Congress and, immediately following, it had burgeoned forth in the USSR and other leading parties of the Comintern. In Germany it was expressed in illusions regarding the Social Democrats and in resistance to the organization of left unions. In France it was reflected in opposition to the election slogan of class against class. In Britain it surfaced as a non-critical attitude towards the Labour Party and a refusal to put up independent candidates. This new thrust of the right was met by a strong counter-offensive. In Germany it led to the expulsion of the Brandler-Thalheimer right liquidationists. The CL intervened there on behalf of Thälmann against the conciliators Ewart and Gerhard Eisler. In the Soviet Union, the right line of Bukharin and his friends had encouraged resistance on the part of the kulaks and capitalist elements to the five-year plan, industrialization and collectivization. They resisted the state monopoly on foreign trade. This was reflected in mass sabotage, terrorism against collective farmers, party workers and governmental officials in the countryside, burning down of the collective farms and state granaries. In the same year, 1928, a widespread conspiracy of wreckers was exposed in the Shakhty district of the Donets coal basin. The conspirators had close connections with former mine owners and foreign capitalists. Their aim was to disrupt socialist development. As a result, the counter-offensive could no longer be postponed, and the CPSU was obliged to take sharp action against the menacing right and its leaders Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky. The opening gun against the right came in October 1928, at a plenary meeting of the Moscow Committee of the CPSU. At first, Bukharin was not mentioned by name. Other meetings followed. In early February 1929, at a joint meeting of the Politburo and Presidium of the Central Control Commission, CCC, Bukharin was exposed as a leader of the hidden right. In the Comintern itself, the struggle unfolded after the Sixth Congress. As Bukharin came under attack, his leadership became increasingly tenuous. De facto leadership of the CL passed to the pro-Stalin forces and Bukharin became little more than a figurehead. His lieutenants, the Swiss Humbert Draws and the Italian Celler, also came under attack. Against this background, it was inevitable that Love Stone too would be smoked out in the open. We students held what amounted to a dual-party membership, enabling us to keep abreast of the situation in both the CPSU and the PUSA. From our vantage point in Moscow, we had a clearer view of the developments in the CL than did our counterparts at home. As members of the CPSU, we participated in the fight of the school against the right. Molotov himself, Stalin's closest aide, came to the school to report on the decisions of the February 1929 joint meeting of the Central Commission of the CC of the CPSU and the Moscow Party Organization. Along with Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky were exposed as leaders of a clandestine right in the Soviet Party. Molotov had moved into the CL immediately after the Sixth Congress, a clear political move to offset Bukharin's leadership. Therefore, he spoke authoritatively on the ramifications of the international right and of Bukharin supporters in the fraternal German, French, Italian and other parties. He didn't mention the CPU's A or Love Stone in his report, but we students did in discussion on the floor following his report. The Lenin School was a strong point in the struggle against the Bukharin right, just as it had been in the struggle against the Trotsky-Zinoviev left. The school reflected in microcosm the struggle raging throughout the CL for the implementation of the Sixth Congress line against the right opposition. Here we had the right on the run. They were in the minority and at a decided disadvantage from the start, for the entire school administration and faculty from Kurzanova, the director, down were stalwart supporters of the Central Committee of the CPSU and its majority grouped around Stalin. Indeed, Love Stone had made a fatal mistake in allowing so many able comrades of the minority in the CPU's A to go to the Lenin School. He had undoubtedly already realized this. My group was now in its second year. The students who had preceded us, including Hathaway, were back in the US, and Hathaway quickly became an outstanding leader of the minority group upon his return. We all had many friends in the Russian party and in the CL, especially among the second-level leadership, people important in international work. Some of us were sent on brief international missions. For example, the Crumbanes were sent to China and also to Britain. Rudy Baker, another student from the US, was also sent to China. A number of us American students were invited to participate in meetings of the Prof Intern, the Anglo-American Secretariat, and even the ECCI itself on occasions where American questions were discussed. I remember one such meeting that I attended as part of a group from the Lenin School. I had been sent by the school to extend greetings to a joint meeting of the Central Control Commission of the CC of the CPSU and its Moscow organization held January-February 1929, as mentioned above. Although I felt no need for an interpreter, as my Russian was adequate, Gus Sklar was sent with me. He was a fellow student and one of the few supporters of Love Stone at the school. A Russian-American, he was completely bilingual and a very affable fellow. In my brief speech of greetings I hailed the victorious struggle of the CPSU against the right and right conciliators under the leadership of Comrade Stalin as setting an example for us in the American Party. We have our own right deviationists, I said, Bukharin's friends in the American Party, the Pepper Love Stone leadership. I described the leadership's theory of American exceptionalism and its underestimation of the radicalization of the American working class and oppressed blacks. I ended my speech in a typical Russian manner, long live the CPSU and its Bolshevik Central Committee led by Comrade Stalin. I listened attentively as poor old Gus honestly and accurately translated my speech. It certainly was a factional speech but was greeted with applause by the Moscow officials and workers in the audience. Gus left the hall and proceeded immediately to the Lux Hotel to inform Love Stone's crony, Bertram Wolfe. Wolfe had recently replaced J. Louis Engdahl as U.S. representative to the CL. He had been sent by Love Stone in the hope of improving communication between Moscow and the American Party. I recall that he was particularly riled by this speech. Several days later there was a meeting of the ECCI on the preparations for the American Party's 6th convention, to which a number of us students were invited as usual. Wolf, while giving his report, voiced a number of complaints. Citing my speech, he questioned the seeming lack of respect accorded the legitimate representative of the American Party. How is it, he wondered, that Haywood, a mere student, extends greetings to the Soviet Party? Why is it that he is given a platform at such an important meeting to launch a factional attack on the U.S. Communist Party? Why is it that when I report here, Lenin School students are always called on to give minority reports? These complaints were met with stony-faced silence by the members of the Secretariat. Curtains for Love Stone. From Moscow, we students followed events in the U.S. with avid interest. Our line of communication was in good repair, as our stateside friends kept us well posted. We knew a showdown was imminent. Finally, the 6th convention of the PUSA convened on March 1, 1929. It was attended by 2 special CL emissaries with plenipotentiary powers, the German, Philip D'Engel, and the British Communist leader, Harry Pollitt. They brought with them 2 sets of directives. The first was public in the form of the final draft of the CL's open letter to the convention, and the second, confidential organizational proposals designed to ensure the carrying out of the directives of the open letter. The contents of the open letter were known. It had been circulated as a draft. We students at the Lenin School had participated in the discussions in the CL in which the letter was formulated. The open letter continued the balanced criticism of both groups along the lines of paragraph 49 of the thesis of the 6th Congress and the supplementary thesis. It held that both groups were guilty of unprincipled factionalism. It pointed to the absence of differences on principle between them. It said both were guilty of right mistakes. However, there was something new in the open letter. It pointed out that the source of the right mistakes of both groups lay in the idea of American exceptionalism. Both sides, it continued, are inclined to regard American imperialism as isolated from world capitalism, as independent from it and developing according to its own laws. 3. To us in the minority, it seemed the scales were now tipped slightly but definitely against Love Stone. Though both sides were guilty of this error, it was the Love Stone faction which had articulated it into a full-blown theory and which, I felt, held to it the most strongly. This mistake of the majority is closely related to its great overestimation of the economic might and the powerful technical development of the United States. In this regard, the open letter emphasized that it is absolutely wrong to regard this technical revolution as a second industrial revolution as is done in the majority thesis. It was a serious error, it stated, to infer that the remnants of feudalism were being wiped out in the South and that a new bourgeoisie with a new proletariat were being formed. Such overestimation, of the results of the development of technique, would play into the hands of all advertisers of the successes of bourgeois science and technique who seek to deafen the proletariat by raising a lot of noise about technical progress and showing that there is no general crisis of capitalism, that capitalism is still vigorous in the US and that thanks to its extremely rapid development, it is capable of pulling Europe out of its crisis. The letter contended that technical transformation and rationalization lead to further deepening and sharpening of the general crisis of capitalism. With regards to the minority, it criticized Biddleman's apex theory and stated that the sharpening of the general crisis of capitalism is to be expected not because American imperialism ceases to develop, but on the contrary, it is to be expected because American imperialism is developing and surpasses other capitalist countries in its development, which leads to an extreme accentuation of all antagonisms. The apex theory is the view that U.S. imperialism had reached its peak of development and would soon be brought to its knees, primarily by the weight of its own internal contradictions. The letter went on to condemn the factionalism in the party, stating, "So long as these two groups exist in the party, the further healthy ideological development of the party is excluded." It concluded by putting forth 4 principal conditions essential to the party's transformation into a mass communist party, the decisive significance of which neither the majority, nor the minority have understood. The 4 conditions were, 1. A correct perspective in the analysis of the general crisis of capitalism and American imperialism which is a part of it. 2. To place in the center of the work of the party the daily needs of the American working class. 3. Freeing the party from its immigrant narrowness and seclusion and making the American workers its wide basis, paying due attention to work among Negroes. And 4. Liquidation of factionalism and drawing workers into the leadership. Clearly the letter put an end to any basis for Lovestone's claim of CL support. What then were the CL's proposals for a new, non-factional leadership? These were contained in the confidential organizational proposals brought by the two CL reps, Dengel and Pollitt. The proposals called for the temporary withdrawal of Lovestone, and Biddleman considered the two main factionalists from the U.S. and requested that they be placed at the disposal of the CL for assignment to international work. It advised the appointment of William Z. Foster as the new General Secretary. Pepper was again ordered to Moscow immediately and forbidden to attend the convention. Formal acceptance of the line of the open letter posed no difficulties for an unprincipled opportunist of Lovestone's caliber. In fact, the letter was endorsed by both factions. But the organizational proposals, which threatened to snatch power from Lovestone, were another matter. The crucial question for Lovestone and company was to retain control of the party. With his huge majority in the party, he felt he was in a position to bargain with the CI. But the situation called for some fast footwork. While loudly proclaiming full agreement with the political directive and proposing its unqualified acceptance, he directed his main thrust at the organizational proposals, claiming they contradicted the political directive. Defying the CI reps, he and his partisans carried the fight to the convention floor. There they launched an unbridled campaign of defamation and character assassination against Foster, who was then favored by the CI to replace Lovestone. The minority, on its part, charged Lovestone with support of the deposed Bukharin. Not to be outdone, the Lovestonites supported a resolution denouncing Bukharin and calling for his ouster as head of the Comintern. Lovestone had no compunction in dumping his former political patron. Tempers flared, fistfights erupted on the convention floor. A group of so-called proletarian delegates organized by Lovestone sent a cable to the CL pleading for a reversal of the organizational proposals, and that the convention be allowed to choose its own general secretary, subject of course to the CL's approval. The situation was so tense that the CL responded by conceding the right of the convention to elect its own leadership and thus its general secretary with the exception of Lovestone. They still insisted on Lovestone's and Biddleman's withdrawal to Moscow. Other than that, the convention with its Lovestone majority was free to elect its own leadership. Lovestone made his crony Gitlow general secretary. The CL also insisted on Pepper's return to Moscow. The convention ended up with the appointment of several Lovestone loyalists as a proletarian delegation, which would travel to Moscow and plead the majority case in the Comintern. The members of the delegation were mainly party functionaries chosen for political reliability. Led by the majority leaders Lovestone, Gitlow, and Badacht, they went to Moscow to seek the repeal of Lovestone's assignment to Moscow and his prohibition from PUSA leadership. The scene shifts to Moscow. Since the 6th Congress, Lovestone had succeeded in covering his flanks on the Afro-American question. He had proposed Haywood as candidate for the ECCI, of which he was now a member. 5 blacks Haywood, Otto Hall, Briggs, Edward Welsh, and John Henry were elected to the new Central Committee. Lovestone's proletarian delegation arrived in Moscow on April 7, 1929, its 10 members included 2 black comrades, Edward Welsh and Otto Haywood. I assumed that the lineup of leading black comrades with the Lovestone crowd represented an alliance of convenience and had little to do with ideology. Up to that time there had been no serious discussion in the party of the 6th Congress resolution on the Negro question. Foster and Weinstone also arrived to place the case of the minority before the American Commission. Weinstone had switched over to the minority during the 6th Party Convention and now supported the CL organizational proposals. Biddleman was also on hand, having acceded without protest to his reassignment to Comintern work. The American Commission convened a week later, on April 14, 1929, in a large rectangular hall in the Comintern building. More than 100 participants and spectators were on hand. The commission itself was an impressive group and included leading Marxists from Germany, Britain, France, Czechoslovakia, and China. Among the delegates from the USSR were Stalin, Molotov, and Manuelsky. There were also top officials of the Comintern and Profintern, Kyosinin, Gusev, Mikhailov, Williams, Lazovsky, Belikun, Kolarov, Kidorov, Secretary of the YCI, and Bell. Kyosinin was chairman of the commission and Mikhailov was secretary. Among the invited guests was our large contingent from the Lenin School. I sat and looked over the proletarian delegation as we waited for the meeting to start. 41 knew Haywood, having met him at the founding convention of the American Negro Labor Congress in 1925, but I didn't know Welsh. He was a newcomer, having been in the party only a few months. There was Alex Norrell, a farmer from the West Coast whom I had met in Moscow the year before. There he had worked in the Krestintern, the Peasant International, representing American farmers. There was Mother Bloor whom I had met previously. She was a plump, kindly-looking elderly woman, formerly with the Foster faction. She always had a twinkle in her eye and her gentle look belied her true character as a staunch, fierce, proletarian fighter. A veteran of many labor battles, she was an impressive agitator. I wondered what she was doing in Lovestone's crowd. There were 3 others in the delegation whom I didn't know, William Miller, Tom Myerscough, and William J. White. The commission sessions were to last nearly a month. Gitlow led off stating the case for the majority. A large man, his face screwed up in a perennial frown, he was an ill-tempered sort. He harangued the audience for 2 hours, pouring invective on the minority, particularly Foster. Boasting that the overwhelming majority of the party supported his group, he praised Lovestone, contrasting the great, so-called, contributions of Lovestone with the shortcomings and failures of Foster. Woven throughout was the implication that the party would be destroyed if the Comintern's decisions were not reversed. He attacked Lazovsky, Profintern chairman, as being virtually a member of the minority faction. He wound up his pitch by calling for a reversal of the CL organizational directives to the CPU's 6th convention, stating that the removal of Lovestone from leadership would be a damaging blow to the party. Foster replied in a more moderate tone, scoring the Pepper-Lovestone leadership and their theory of American exceptionalism as representing the right deviation in the U.S. party. He expressed outrage at the smear campaign launched against him by the Lovestone group, which he said was designed to line up the party against the CL decisions. He called for support of the Comintern. Biddleman spoke, emphasizing that the downward swing of the U.S. economy was already taking place and life itself refuted the Lovestone-Pepper optimistic prognosis. Wolf complained about discriminatory treatment by the ECCI, how his status as official representative of the CPUSA was not recognized and how he was excluded from important discussions on the American question. At last, members of the proletarian delegation took the floor and spoke, damning Foster and praising Lovestone. After speaking, each one was questioned by members of the commission. The questions were designed to bring out their understanding of the issues involved. Nothing came out but a parroting of Gitlow and Lovestone. There was an undercurrent of belligerency and hostility to the commission and the Comintern. Loyalty to Lovestone was a hallmark of the delegation. I was particularly embarrassed by Ed Welsh. He was a tall, handsome, young black. Welsh, I learned, had been in the party only a few months, but was a staunch henchman of Lovestone, who had placed him on the Central Committee. As he mounted the platform, anger, defiance, and disrespect for the commission was written plainly on his face. He launched into a most vicious tirade against Lazovsky, the chairman of the Profintern. Manuelsky, a Soviet member of the ECCI who was sitting in front of the rostrum, was so shocked at the virulence of this attack against a person of Lazovsky's stature that he started to rise to his feet in protest. Welsh waved him down with his hand, shouting, "Ah, sit down, you." Manuelski flopped back in his chair in open-mouth amazement. Tom Myerscough, a mine organizer from the Pittsburgh area, also spoke. He was a tough-looking, blustering ex-miner. He strode up to the platform and declared that he spoke 3 languages, English, profane, and today I'm gonna speak cold turkey. The running translation came to an abrupt halt and there was a momentary confusion as the translators stumbled over the slang term. In the end, Myerscough's cold turkey turned out to be just another rehash of Lovestone's charges. The commission then brought up its big guns. Comintern and Profintern officials Gasafe, Kolarov, Lazovsky, Belikun, Heller and Bell. They continued with a balanced criticism of both groups, but as the meeting went on more and more emphasis was placed on the mistakes of the majority. Lazovsky, his eyes twinkling, stepped up joyously to the attack. It was evident that he welcomed this opportunity to settle old scores. He'd been subject to insults and slanders from Lovestone and company for several years, and now the day of reckoning had come. He directed his main barbs against Lovestone and Pepper, dwelling at length on the strange case of Comrade Pepper and his fictitious travels. Pepper was first called back to Moscow in September 1928, the call was repeated in the organizational proposals of February 1929, and he was ordered to take no part in the U.S. Party convention. Pepper dropped out of sight, giving the impression that he was on his way back to Moscow. Pepper's account of what then happened was that he went to Mexico to seek transportation by ship to the Soviet Union. When no satisfactory arrangements could be made, he returned to New York and from there went on to Moscow. But during the period he was supposedly in Mexico, he was seen in New York at the time of the party convention there. Pepper had returned, we heard, but was not present at any of the sessions. His case was before the International Control Commission. An arm of the CL, the ICC was composed of representatives of 17 parties. Its functions were to supervise the finances of the ECCI and deal with questions of discipline referred to it by member parties. Lazovsky dwelt at length on Pepper's mysterious travels, how it was the longest trip on record from New York to Moscow, how he had somehow managed the impossible feat of being in 2 places at the same time. He spoke of how Pepper had faced a big decision, either to return to Moscow or remain in the United States, which meant dropping out of the party. It took him a long while to make up his mind, Lazovsky observed. Kolarov, a huge Bulgarian, took the floor. He referred to Myerscough's cold turkey speech with heavy humor. He conceded that he lacked the linguistic skills of some of his American comrades, and since he didn't know anything about this cold turkey, he was just going to speak plain Russian. Stalin made his first speech at the commission on May 6. Foster had introduced me to him at the beginning of the commission sessions. I guess Foster had wanted him to know he also had some black supporters. I had met Stalin before, but I doubt that the great man had remembered me from our first meeting. I was now to hear him speak for the first time. Garbed in his customary tan tunic and polished black boots, he stepped to the rostrum. Very informally leaning on the stand with a pipe in one hand, he began speaking in a calm, measured, scarcely audible voice. We had to strain to hear him. Stalin emphasized 2 main points, charging both the majority and minority factions with American exceptionalism and unprincipled factionalism. Both groups are guilty of the fundamental error of exaggerating the specific features of American capitalism. You know that this exaggeration lies at the root of every opportunist error committed both by the majority and minority groups. 5. Stalin followed this with a rhetorical question: what are the main defects in the practice of the leaders of the majority and the minority? Firstly, that in their day-to-day work they, and particularly the leaders of the majority, are guided by motives of unprincipled factionalism and place the interests of their faction higher than the interests of the party. Secondly, that both groups, and particularly the majority, are so infected with the disease of factionalism that they base their relations with the Comintern, not on the principle of confidence, but on a policy of rotten diplomacy, a policy of diplomatic intrigue. As an example, he cited the way in which both factions speculated on the existing and non-existing differences within the CPSU, adding that they are competing with each other and chasing after each other like horses in a race. 6. He presented a 6-point program for a solution to the problems faced by the American Party. This included approval in the main of the ECCI proposals to the 6th Convention of the PUSA, except that relating to the candidacy of Foster, sending of an open letter to all party members emphasizing the question of eradicating all factionalism, condemning the refusal of the majority leaders to carry out the ECCI proposals at the party convention, ending immediately the situation in the American Party in which important questions of developing the mass movement, questions of the struggle of the working class against the capitalists, were replaced by petty questions of the factional struggle. Stalin concluded by calling for a reorganization of the PUSA by the Secretariat of the ECCI, with emphasis on advancing those workers who are capable of placing the interests and the unity of the party above the interests of individual groups. Finally, that Lovestone and Biddleman be made available for work in the Comintern so that everyone clearly understands that the Comintern intends to fight factionalism in all seriousness. 7. Stalin's remarks indicated why the CL considered the development of the American Party so crucial and why it spent so much time in resolving its problems. The American Communist Party is one of those few communist parties in the world upon which history has laid tasks of a decisive character from the point of view of the world revolutionary movement. The 3 million new unemployed in America are the first swallows indicating the ripening of the economic crisis in America. I think the moment is not far off when a revolutionary crisis will develop in America. 8. As Stalin was speaking, I looked across and saw Lovestone with a leer on his face. Earlier on, during a break in the session, I had run into him in the corridor. "Hello, Harry," he called to me, "you ought to come over to our side, we could use a bright young fellow like you." Rather taken aback at the man's gall, I said something like, "You've got your own Negroes." "Oh, that trash," he said with a deprecating wave of his hand, obviously referring to Haywood and Welsh. Shocked by his crudeness, I was strongly tempted to ask how much he thought I was worth, but I was afraid he might have taken me seriously. The session continued as Molotov followed Stalin, speaking along basically the same line. He stressed the need to put an end to the factionalism which had corroded the party and held back the growth of the working class movement. He concluded by calling on the PUSA to get on a new track, to ensure the liquidation of factionalism not in words but in deeds, and to ensure the transformation of its organization so that the party could prepare itself for the sharpening struggles and crises to come. 9. It was now clear from the speeches of Stalin, Molotov, and other members of the commission which way the wind was blowing. For the majority, Stalin's speech was definitely an ill omen. Even though the subcommittee of the commission, Molotov, Gusev, and Kosinin, had not yet reported out a draft of the commission's findings, Lovestone and company decided to force a showdown. From this point on, they began a series of veiled threats against the Comintern. On May 9, 3 days before the subcommittee's draft was presented, the Lovestonites issued a declaration which accused the ECCI of supporting the minority against the majority and rewarding Comrade Foster with its confidence. Gambling that they would still be able to control the party at home, the Lovestonites arrogantly challenged the leadership of the CL. As a cover for their own splitting activities, they accused the ECCI of trying to split the American Party. 10. This was clearly the rhetoric of splitting, and was so considered by the members of the commission. It could only be interpreted as a threat to take the U.S. party out of the CL. On May 12, the last meeting of the full commission was called into session. Kosinin, as chairman, reported the findings and decisions of the subcommittee. Their report was in the form of a draft address from the ECCI to the membership of the PUSA which had been circulated the day before. 11 Addressed over the heads of the party leadership, it singled out the Lovestone faction for its sharpest attack. In this respect, it went much beyond previous criticisms, such as those of the open letter to the 6th Convention. It now said that exceptionalism was the ideological lever of the right errors in the American Communist Party, adding that exceptionalism found its clearest exponents in the persons of Comrades Pepper and Lovestone, whose conception was as follows. There is a crisis of capitalism but not of American capitalism, a swing of the masses leftwards but not in America. There is the necessity of accentuating the struggle against reformism but not in the United States, there is a necessity for struggling against the right danger, but not in the American Communist Party. The address charged the Lovestone leadership with misleading honest proletarian party members who uphold the line of the Comintern, and playing an unprincipled game with the question of the struggle against the right danger. It termed Lovestone's declaration of May 9 to be a most factional and entirely impermissible anti-party declaration, stating that it represents a direct attempt at preparing a condition necessary for paralyzing the decisions of the Comintern and for a split in the Communist Party of America. The draft address concluded with 5 points. 1. A call for dissolution of both factions. 2. Temporary removal of Lovestone and Biddleman from work in the PUSA. 3. Rejection of the minority demand for a special convention. 4. A call for the reorganization of the Secretariat of the CC of the PUSA on a non-factional basis. 5. The turning of Pepper's case over to the International Control Commission. Presenting the draft address, Kyosenan appealed to the Lovestone delegation. We call upon the comrades to turn back from this road unconditionally. Our subcommission deems it necessary to call quite definitely upon the delegation as a whole, and upon every individual member of the delegation, to state with absolute clearness whether they are prepared to submit to the decisions of the Comintern on the American question and to carry them out implicitly without reservations. Yes or no? It will substantially depend upon your answer, what character the measures of the Comintern upon the American question shall eventually assume. From your declaration we see plainly that it is no longer a question of factionalism of the leaders of the majority of the CC against the minority group, but it is already a factional attitude towards the executive of the Comintern. Point 12. The majority delegates, after provoking this showdown with the ECCI, refused to give a straight answer to the question posed by Kyosenan whether or not they would accept the decisions of the Comintern. They backed away, postponing a confrontation until May 14. In the meantime, the majority leaders were secretly taking steps to split the party. A cable drafted immediately after the May 12 meeting and telegraphed from Berlin on May 15 was secretly sent to caretakers at home, instructing them that the draft decision means destruction of party, take no action, any proposals by anybody. The cable went on to state, situation astounding, outrageous, can't be understood until arrival and possibility entire delegation being forcibly detained. The cable then instructed the majority cohorts at home to start wide movements in units and press for return of complete delegation, take no action on any CL instructions, carefully check up all units, all property, all connections, all mailing lists of auxiliaries, all sublists, district lists, removing some offices and unreliables. Check all checking accounts, all organizations, seeing that authorized signers are exclusively reliables, appointing Secretariat for Auxiliaries and Treasury disauthorize present signatory. Instantly finish preparation cell buildings especially eliminating, Weinstone, trusteeship. Remove mania rise. 13. Lovestone's moment of truth. May 14, the night of the big showdown, finally arrived. The Presidium of the ECCI, the highest body of the Comintern, convened to hear the report of the Commission and render the final decision on the American question. The Red Hall of the Comintern building was jam-packed with participants and onlookers, among them top-flight leaders of the Comintern and Profintern, political workers of both these organizations and leaders of many affiliate parties. We Americans constituted a sizable group. In addition to the 10 delegates, it seemed as though Moscow's entire American communist colony was present. Aside from our large Lenin School contingent, which had attended the sessions from the beginning, there were now students from the Eastern University, Kutva Maud White, Patterson, Marie Houston, Bennett, and Herbert Newton. Lovestone's moment of truth had arrived. During the month of sessions, Tension had been steadily building. We waited with eager anticipation for the outcome of the final session. Finally the meeting was gavelled to order and Kyosinen, the chairman of the commission, read its findings. They were in the form of an address from the Executive Committee of the Comintern to all members of the Communist Party USA. He concluded by pointing out that the majority delegates had yet to answer the question he had posed in the commission on the 12th of the month. The floor was then thrown open for discussion. An angry, scowling Ben Gitlow mounted the platform and read another declaration signed by the American proletarian delegation. Although presented in a more diplomatic form than the previous declaration, this new statement continued the same factional and anti-party attack. As later characterized by the ECCI, it was a direct attempt to nullify the decisions of the CL and pave the way for an open split in the PUSA 14. The declaration opened with some formal phrases asserting the adherence of its signers to discipline, loyalty and devotion to the Comintern, and claiming to speak for the overwhelming majority of the membership of the party. It went on to charge the new draft letter to be contrary to the letter and spirit of the line of the 6th Comintern Congress. Our acceptance of this draft letter would only promote demoralization, disintegration, and chaos in the party. This is the only logical outcome of the line of the draft letter. There are valid reasons for our being unable to accept this new draft letter, to assume responsibility before the party membership for the execution of this letter, to endorse the inevitable irreparable damage that the line of this new draft letter is bound to bring to our party. 15. The audience sat in stunned silence at this outright defiance of the Comintern. It was a clear declaration of war. Following Gitlow's tirade, members of the Presidium and leaders of other parties took the floor and attacked the declaration, pointing out its anti-party splitting character. They pleaded with the rank-and-file members of the delegation to remain loyal to the Comintern. This plea was joined by a number of our Lenin school students. Zach, Cal, and Lena Davis all spoke. During this part of the discussion, Stalin took the floor for the second time. In his usual calm, deliberate manner he delivered a scathing blast at the majority leaders Lovestone, Gitlow, and Badasht. He characterized the May 9th declaration as superfactional and anti-party. The May 14th declaration was still more factional and anti-party than that of May 9th. 16. He called the new declaration a deceitful maneuver, drawn up craftily, by some sly attorney, by some pettifogging lawyer. On the one hand, the declaration avows complete loyalty to the Comintern, the unshakable fidelity of the authors of the declaration to the Communist International. On the other hand, the declaration states that its authors cannot assume responsibility for carrying out the decision of the Presidium of the Executive Committee. If you please, on the one hand, complete loyalty, on the other, a refusal to carry out the decision of the Comintern. And this is called loyalty to the Comintern. What sort of loyalty is that? What is the reason for this duplicity? This hypocrisy? Is it not obvious that this weighty talk of loyalty and fidelity to the Comintern is necessary to Comrade Lovestone in order to deceive the membership? 17. It cannot be denied that our American comrades, like all communists, have the right to disagree with the draft of the decision of the Commission and have the right to oppose it. But we must put the question squarely to the members of the American delegation. When the draft assumes the force of an obligatory decision of the Comintern, do they consider themselves entitled not to submit to that decision? 18. Stalin then dwelt at length on the evils of factionalism, and his barbs hit us in the minority as well as the majority. He held up the American party as an example of the havoc factionalism can wreak. He stated that factionalism weakens communism, weakens the communist offensive against reformism, undermines the struggle of communism against social democracy, weakens the party spirit, it dulls the revolutionary sense, interferes with the training of the party in the spirit of a policy of principles, undermining its iron discipline, completely nullifies all positive work done in the party. 19. He warned the majority against playing trumps with Personingas, and denied their claim of majority support in the U.S. party. You had a majority because the American Communist Party until now regarded you as the determined supporters of the Communist International, but what will happen if the American workers learn that you intend to break the unity of ranks of the Comintern? You will find yourselves completely isolated, you may be certain of that. 20. Stalin's speech really struck home to me. I had been a member of a faction for the whole 5 years I had been in the party. I had been recruited simultaneously into the party and into a faction. Thus, when Lovestone took over, I had shifted from the Ruthenberg faction to the Foster faction, but after the past month of discussion here was no getting around the fact that factionalism had harmed Lie party's work. It was clear the party could not make the turn to Lie left and, in particular, develop the black movement without Lie elimination of factionalism. It was now after midnight, and the Presidium was finally called to vote on the draft address. It was accepted with 1 vote against, cast by its only American member, Gitlow. A poll was then taken of each of the majority delegates. Each was called to the platform and asked directly if he or she accepted the decision, yes or no. There was a ripple of excitement when Badacht, a majority leader and hitherto staunch supporter of Lovestone, broke with Lie majority and declared that he accepted the decision of the Presidium and would carry it out. He was joined by Norrell, the West Coast farmers' organizer. Lovestone stood by the majority declaration. 6 others, including Welsh, answered that while disagreeing with the decision he would follow communist discipline and accept it until it could be raised at the next party convention. Gitlow spoke last. He declared that not only did he disagree with the decision, but that he would actively fight against it when he returned to the U.S. Again Stalin took the floor, evidently dissatisfied with the hedging of most of the American delegation. In a quiet voice he pointed out that the American comrades apparently do not fully realize that to defend one's convictions when the decision had not yet been taken is one thing, and to submit to the will of the Comintern after the decision has been taken is another. He said it involved the ability of communists to act collectively and is summed up as the readiness to conform the will of the individual comrades to the will of the collective. He denied that the American Communist Party would perish if the Comintern persisted in its opposition to Lovestone's line, arguing rather that only one small factional group will perish. The Presidium decision, he concluded, was important because it will make it easier for the American Communist Party to put an end to unprincipled factionalism, create unity in the party and finally enter on the broad path of mass political work. 21 The historic meeting was finally adjourned at 3 a.m. the morning of the 15th. It was nearly summer and, as we passed into the street, the early dawn shone on Moscow's gilded church domes. We Lenin School students headed towards our dormitory off the Arbut. At first we were all quiet, each one engrossed in his or her own thoughts, trying to piece together what had happened and assess what it meant for the party. Breaking the silence, someone asked me if I had witnessed the incident between Stalin and Welsh as we were leaving the hall. No, I said. What happened? It seemed that on the way out, Stalin passed Welsh who was standing in the aisle talking to Lovestone. Stalin, in a friendly gesture, extended his hand to Welsh, as if to say we have our disagreements, but we're still comrades. Welsh rudely rejected the proffered hand and in a loud voice said to Lovestone, "What the hell does that fellow want?" There was something strange about Welsh I didn't like. His attachment to Lovestone seemed to transcend any communist or political principles. I wasn't really too surprised at this incident, remembering the earlier one with Manuelski. But I was glad I hadn't seen it. The Lovestone drama was drawing to a close. The Comintern moved with dispatch to head off the threatened split. On May 17, 2 days after the Presidium meeting, the political secretariat of the CL removed Lovestone, Gitlow, and Wolf from all positions of leadership in the Comintern and in the party. At the same time all three were detained in the Soviet Union to await the formal disposition of their cases. Lovestone was warned that to leave the Soviet Union without permission of the Comintern would be considered a violation of communist discipline. Badacht, Weinstone, and Foster, who supported the address, were immediately sent home. Mikhailov, Williams, was also sent to the States as CL rep. The Comintern cabled the 3,000-word address to the Pusa. It was received by Lovestone's caretakers Miner and Stahel, who immediately disassociated themselves from Lovestone. Along with the leading 10-man majority caucus, they pledged to follow the Comintern decisions. The Central Committee met the same day and unanimously called upon the delegates remaining in Moscow to cease all opposition to the CI. On May 20, 5 days after the meeting of the CI Presidium, the address was published in the Daily Worker and became the property of the entire party membership. Lovestone's double-dealing and deception were now apparent to all. The mandate from the 6th Convention had limited him to seek review of the CI decisions, not to defy them. In the following days, there was a flood of letters and resolutions from former Lovestone supporters denouncing him, repudiating the actions of their former leaders in Moscow, and unconditionally supporting the Comintern. On May 24, Haywood, Norrell and Mother Bloor, who were still in Moscow, issued a statement. They maintained that they still disagreed with the CI, but had no intention of resisting. The Central Committee set up interim leadership composed of William Z. Foster, Robert Miner, W.W. Weinstone and Max Badacht as acting secretary. The new leadership immediately inaugurated a mass campaign to educate the rank-and-file party members about the political issues involved in the struggle. This campaign swiftly swung the vast majority of the party behind the CI. On June 22, the U.S. party was notified by the CI that Lovestone had left Moscow in violation of the Comintern decision and without meeting his promise to submit for publication a political declaration retracting his opposition. Gitlow and Wolfe had left before. Upon his return to the U.S., Lovestone continued his splitting maneuvers. By the end of June, all three were expelled from the party. Thus Lovestone's attempt to split the party failed completely. It was repudiated by almost his entire following. His boasted 90% majority shrank to 2%. Only a couple hundred bitter and right-wing factionalists remained loyal to him and were expelled along with him. The political and organizational line of the 6th Congress was soon vindicated. Scarcely 3 months after the expulsion of the Lovestonites came the stock market crash of October 1929, signaling the onset of the great economic crisis which was to engulf the entire capitalist world and exacerbate the already deepening general crisis of capitalism. The crisis shattered the bourgeois liberal myth of American exceptionalism perpetrated by Lovestone and Pepper. With the elimination of the 6-year-old factional struggle and its chief perpetrators, unity was at last achieved. The party was now in a position to carry through the left turn called for by the 6th Congress, now capable of leading the great class and liberation struggles of the next decade. The political degeneration of the Lovestone leaders was rapid and predictable. Lovestone formed a so-called Communist Party opposition group, declaring its purpose to be the re-establishment of communism in America. He kept up the pretense of being a Marxist-Leninist for a few years, but when his anti-party campaign proved ineffectual, the group fell apart and Lovestone embarked on an open anti-communist course. He later placed himself in the service of the reactionary trade unionists Matthew Wall and David Dubinsky, with whom he helped sponsor the AFL-CIO anti-communist crusades. In 1963, Lovestone moved up to international prominence as director of the AFL-CIO's Department of International Affairs and George Meany's foreign minister. The International Affairs Department had its own network of ambassadors, administrators, and intelligence agents and collaborated closely with the State Department and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in reactionary subversion of trade union movements in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Europe. 22. John Pepper was expelled from the party by the International Control Commission, not for his political crimes, but for lying with respect to the trip to Mexico which he never made and for falsifying an expense account for a fictitious trip to Korea. He wound up working for the Gosplan, State General Planning Commission in the Soviet Union. I occasionally saw him on Tverskia on his way to or from work. What a come down for Pepper! From the glamour of international politics to a bureaucrat's desk in the Planning Commission. Edward Welsh remained Lovestone's man Friday. Many years later, in the early 50s, I ran into him on the street in New York City. We immediately recognized each other. Surprised and curious, I asked if he were still with Lovestone. He said he was, adding that he knew I was still with the party. Neither of us had more to say. There was an awkward pause. We said goodbye and went our own ways. Back at the Lenin School, we of the former minority were elated by the decisions of the Commission and the news of the complete rout of the Lovestonites at home. The political and organizational decisions of the Comintern were accepted unanimously at a meeting of American students held shortly after the close of the Commission. Factionalism was condemned and the unity of American students achieved. It was at this meeting that the last two Lovestone holdouts, Gus Sklar and H.V. Phillips, finally capitulated. The Crimea revisited. It was midsummer and I was again on my way to the Crimea. I looked forward with pleasure to revisiting the lovely peninsula with its subtropical climate, lush beauty, and of course, its warm and friendly people. It would be a month until school began, and I intended to spend half my time in rest and relaxation and the remainder in practical work, which in this case was further observations on the national question. Arriving in Sevastopol, I went immediately to the party headquarters where I presented my letter of introduction to the local party secretary. Where did he think would be the best place for me to go, I asked. The secretary, a big bluff man of Russian or Ukrainian nationality, was evidently very busy. The anteroom was crowded with people undoubtedly with more important business than mine. He was polite and friendly, however, and in what seemed to me a split-second decision, he said he knew just the place for me, Alashta. It was a resort town on the coast about 25 kilometers beyond Yalta, where I had stayed 2 summers before. He offered to put me up in a rest home where his party organization had a number of places reserved. That sounded good to me, and I asked him if I would have an opportunity to study the national question there. Oh yes, he assured me, you'll find a number of nationalities in the town there: Tartars, Greeks, Karaite Jews, Germans, Ukrainians, and even some Russians. How many more could you want, he joked. And he wished me good luck as his secretary called in the next person from the crowded anteroom. I waited outside while she typed the letter of introduction and then asked her for directions to the Coast Artillery Barracks. It was a regiment adopted by the school in a special fraternal relationship which included mutual visits and cultural exchanges. We students also sent them literature and periodicals from our respective parties. This relationship heightened their political understanding of the international situation and the communist movement abroad. For us it deepened our insight into the role of the Red Army as a politically conscious guardian of Soviet power. It furnished a concrete illustration of how the Red Army functioned. I had met some of the members of the regiment in Moscow, but this was to be my first visit to their barracks. I arrived at the barracks, which were situated on the outskirts of the city near the coast, and was greeted warmly by the political officer of the regiment whom I had met in Moscow. He introduced me to other officers and men. I was then taken on a tour of the gun sites. They were big coastal guns, elaborately protected behind earth and concrete fortifications. They were so expertly camouflaged, that it was impossible from the sea to tell anything was there. The huge guns were hidden in underground emplacements, each had its own electrical system which raised it by elevator to firing position. After firing they would drop back to their concealed pits. Under each gun was what seemed to be a virtual machine shop. They had observation posts established along the coast to control the long-range fire of the guns. They were proud of their guns and especially proud of their new British range-finding equipment. I asked how they had gotten hold of that, and an officer grinned. Well, that's what the British would like to know. After touring the gun sites, I felt Sevastopol was well defended against any attack from the sea. But alas, the enemy attack on Sevastopol 13 years later during the Second World War was not to come from the sea. It came from the land when the Nazi armies smashed into the Crimea across the narrow Perikov Isthmus connecting the Crimea with the Ukrainian mainland. The hero city of Sevastopol was to withstand the siege for 250 days before it fell after putting up a stubborn defense which tied down the powerful German army. Next came the inevitable Becht informal conference with the army men. I was plied with questions about the United States, conditions of blacks and Lovestone and the right deviation in the party. I gave them a rundown on the recent decisions, described the participation of Comrade Stalin and the eventual expulsion of the Lovestonites. I was impressed by the high political level of the questions they posed and the knowledge they displayed of American affairs. I stayed with them overnight and was invited to a big hearty meal at their mess. Discussions continued until the bugle sounded lights out. Next morning I was escorted to the station. From there, we drove a lovely, scenic route to the town of Alashta. Alashta was a beautiful little town by the sea with the Crimean mountain range rising immediately behind it. I found myself in a modern rest home on the outskirts of town with the beach conveniently near, a perfect place to relax and rest. I met the party secretary of Alashta, a Tartar. He introduced me to some members of the party committee and town soviet. These committees, I found, were representative of the various nationalities and ethnic groups in the area. But in general I found nothing particularly new on the national question. It was similar to the situation in the Yalta area where I'd been 2 years before. All groups were living in peaceful harmony and the cultures of each were mutually respected. Stress was laid, however, on the development of the Turkic language and culture of the Tartars, who comprised the main nationalities of the Crimean Autonomous Republic, about 1/3 of the total population of the peninsula. After them came Ukrainians, Russians, Greeks, Jews, and Germans in that order. The Tartars, Hoxvever, were regarded as the basic nationality and it was their homeland dating from the days of the Golden Hordes. These were sufficient factors for an autonomous republic to be set up for them in 1921 with a Tartar president. But after a couple of weeks in the Crimean paradise I became restless and bored and longed to be back in the hustle and bustle of Moscow. I felt isolated. I wondered what was happening in the US party. I'd had no news of developments and had heard nothing of the unfinished business of the black national question. I wanted to talk to Nasanov about plans for our Negro Commission in the Comintern. Then, not least, I missed my wife Inishka. Return from the Crimea. I returned to Moscow a few days before the school opened in order to spend some time with Ina. From her I learned that a young Russian woman who worked in the Chancellor's office at Kutva had returned from vacation in the Crimea and was spreading malicious slander about me, portraying me as an insatiable womanizer. The woman was known among the Kutva students as a scandalmonger, and my friends there paid her no attention. But Ina was afraid the rumors would cause me some harm in other quarters. I remembered having seen the woman in question at the rest home. I had greeted her, but paid her no more attention. Perhaps that was just the trouble. As I entered the Lenin School building a few days later, I ran into Kurzanova. She greeted me with a curt nod and a limp hand. "I want to have a talk with you, Comrade Haywood," she said. "Why, certainly, Comrade Kurzanova." "When?" "In a few minutes, when I get back to the office." I suspected then that the slander campaign had reached the school and a moment later my suspicions were shockingly confirmed. Further along the hall I saw a group of my fellow students looking at the wall newspaper and laughing. On seeing me, one of them said, "Why, there's Harry himself." Greeting them, I turned to see the cause for their merriment. There it was, a cartoon captioned "Comrade Haywood doing practical work in a Crimean rest home." The cartoon portrayed me surrounded by a dozen or so pretty Russian girls. It was expertly drawn, I suspected by a professional artist. I saw nothing funny about it. Furiously I demanded, "Who in hell put that up?" My friends disclaimed any knowledge of who had drawn it or how it had gotten there. Someone, I believe it was Springy, said, "Calm down, Harry. You're taking it too seriously, it's only a cartoon." "It's slander," I retorted and immediately headed for Kurzanova's office. "Ah, Comrade Haywood, you saw the cartoon?" "Yes," I said, "I saw it and it's slander." "Is it now? Or is it simply criticism by some of your fellow students? How about a little self-criticism? How can it be honest criticism when no one will admit drawing it and placing it on the board?" I replied. You were at a rest home, she asked. How did you get there when you were supposed to be doing practical work? I was sent there by the party secretary in Sevastopol. He saw the letter from the school and knew what I was supposed to do, I replied. He probably wanted to get rid of you, she pointed out. I told her I saw no reason why practical work could not be combined with leisure and added that my comrades had said the rumor had been started there by a known scandal monger. This cartoon, I contended, was just an echo of that malicious campaign. Regardless, you shouldn't have allowed yourself to get caught in such a situation, she observed. I simmered down and we parted on a friendly note. But the source of the cartoon remained a mystery. As I remember, I protested the incident to Maurice Childs, the party secretary of the English-speaking sector and its representative to the school bureau. I didn't see how the cartoon could have been posted without his knowledge, but he brushed the matter aside. The following day, however, the picture was removed. I believe it was Childs who told me that the artist was a young Mexican in the Spanish language section of the school. I remembered 2 Mexican comrades had entered the school some months before, but like most of the students they were using pseudonyms. But this was not the end of the story. A few days after the wall cartoon incident, I ran into Marie Houston, a black Kutva student from the US. Marie had a grudge against me for taking sides against her in some of her personal disputes with other students at Kutva. Apparently her grudges were many and extended to most of her fellow students. We exchanged cool formal greetings, and as I was about to pass on she lashed out, "Hey man, I've been hearing all about your carryings on in the Crimea. That's pretty bad stuff. What you trying to do, scandalize our name?" she demanded. "By the way, when you gonna be cleansed?" "I'm sure gonna be there," she gloated. She was referring to the party cleansing, Kistka, which was taking place that fall throughout the Soviet Union. I didn't take Marie's threat lightly. A few days before, during the cleansings at Kutva, she hurled a series of violent and false charges at Patterson and Maud White. They were kept on the stand for hours attempting to refute them. In Patterson's case, his cleansing had taken up one whole evening and was extended to the next. William Weinstone, then official party representative to the Comintern and also a member of the International Control Commission, finally interceded to get Pat off the hook. A curious thing about all this was that to my knowledge Marie was never called to account for her slanderous accusations. The day of the party cleansings at the Lenin School finally arrived. The entire collective, including the rector, the scrub woman, maintenance personnel, faculty, clerical workers, and the entire student body gathered in the school auditorium. The chairman of our cleansing committee was none other than the famous old Bolshevik Felix Kohn, member of the Central Control Commission of the CPSU. He had been a member of one of the first Marxist groups in Russia and a friend of Lenin, a person with an unchallengeable record. He was a thin elderly man, stern-looking, with a shaggy goatee and flashing eyes under bristling eyebrows. He impressed me as a strict disciplinarian. He opened the meeting, called attention to the solemnity of the occasion, and then outlined the task, purpose, and the procedure to be followed. It was a process of purification, he said, designed to purge from our ranks all noxious elements, factional troublemakers and self-seeking careerists which a party in power inevitably attracts to it. Party members were to be examined on the basis of both their individual work assignments and their political commitment as members of the CPSU. In other words, it was to be a scrutiny of both conduct and conviction. All present, whether party or non-party, had the duty to come forth if they had criticisms or charges against any party member. Indeed, it was permissible for people outside the school, anyone who had a complaint against any party member, to participate. The party member on the stand was required to give an autobiography when, how, and why he or she joined the party, and what he or she was doing to merit renewing their membership. In a stern voice, eyes flashing, Kohn warned, "Woe betide anyone who makes false statements or attempts to in any way deceive this commission." He then listed the penalties which could be given to party members for various infractions. First there was a reprimand for minor offenses, a censure for more grave ones, then strict censure with a warning and expulsion as a last resort. We all sat tensely as the secretary of the commission began to call students to the stand. The commission had 5 members sent by the party from outside the school. Each party member upon taking the stand was required to turn his or her membership card over to the commission, to be returned only if the commission felt that he or she had answered all questions to its satisfaction. In other words, the commission decided whether you retained the right to remain in the party. Eventually my turn came. I must admit I was rather nervous. I took the stand and sketched my background and party experiences, what I got out of study at the school, what I intended to do when I returned home. No one rose to criticize me. And to my great relief, Marie didn't even show up. In fact, Kurzanova commended me as a good student and spoke favorably about my studies on the national question. The cleansing continued for several exciting days, but no serious infraction of party discipline or lack of party loyalty was found among our English-speaking group. The cleansing, however, was a more serious matter among students from underground parties in fascist or semi-fascist countries. As I remember, a police agent was flushed out in the Polish group. But who had drawn that cartoon? This mystery was not to be cleared up until 40 years later, although I had always had some faint suspicion as to the artist's identity. I attended a birthday party for the world-renowned Mexican muralist Davido Siqueiros. As a result of an international protest movement, he had just been released from prison where he and other revolutionaries had been incarcerated, charged with leading and fomenting the national railway strike of 1959. It was a festive occasion in typical Mexican style, complete with fireworks and around-the-clock open house. Hundreds of comrades, friends, and neighbors gathered to congratulate the great artist. As I was introduced to him by a friend, a thought suddenly occurred to me. Had he not been a student at the Lenin School in 1929? I asked. Yes, he responded, looking at me curiously. Yes, I was there. Were you the one who drew a cartoon for the school wall newspaper titled Comrade Haywood Doing Practical Work in a Crimean Rest Home? His eyes lit up with a gleam of recognition. Yeah, that was me. Well, I said, I'm that Harry Haywood. We both burst out laughing and he proceeded to tell the others around us the whole story. Who was the other young Mexican with you at the school? I asked. Oh, that was Encina. Encina was the general secretary of the Mexican Communist Party. He's still in jail, Siqueiros added sadly. Chapter 11. My last year in the Soviet Union. Following Lovestone's expulsion from the party in June of 1929, Nasanov and I continued our work in the Negro Commission of the Comintern. We both loved the work, which involved a continuous check on the press of the U.S. party, then the Daily Worker and the Communist, the minutes and resolutions of the party's leading committees, and other labor and progressive publications in which party members were active. This included Labor Unity, the organ of the TUUL, and Labor Defender, which was put out by the International Labor Defense. This material was to be found in the Comintern Information Department, whose American representative at the time, as I remember, was A.G. Boss. As I acquainted myself with the material, I became pleased and excited at the advances the party had made in work among blacks. The U.S., it seemed, had entered the third period with a bang, a rapid decline of the economy and growth of mass unemployment. Most impressive was the widespread resistance of workers to rationalization, wage cutting, stretch out and speed up, and the anti-union terror campaign of employers backed by the federal, state and local governments. The resistance was reflected in the needle trades, mining, automobile and textile industries. All this was 2 months before the October 1929 stock market crash and the onset of the economic crisis which was to embrace the whole capitalist world. The party, now freed from factionalism, had united on the basis of the Comintern address and was vigorously moving forth to organize and lead the mounting struggles of the workers. Nasanov and I felt the best evaluation of the party's work among blacks was put forward by Cyril Briggs in a series of articles which appeared in the June, July, and September 1929 issues of the Communist. 1. Briggs characterized the 6th Congress of the CL as a major turning point for the party in carrying out a revolutionary program in Afro-American work. Using the struggle against white chauvinism as a barometer of the effectiveness of the party's work in this area, he pointed out that prior to the 6th Congress, white chauvinism in the American Party, in both factions, unmasked at that Congress by Comrade Ford, and mercilessly condemned by that supreme revolutionary body, made progress in Negro work well nigh impossible to. Before the 6th Congress there were only a handful of blacks in the party, but since then the Central Committee had set up a national Negro department to help in the formulation of policies and in the direction of the work nationally. District and section Negro committees were formed in most areas of party concentration. At the 6th Party Convention, black comrades were elected to the highest body in the party, the Central Committee, and to the National Executive Committee of the Young Communist League. They were also elected to the party's Politburo, the National Bureau of the League, and added to district committees and section committees. Another step forward was registered at the founding convention of the TUUL in September 1929. Of the 800-plus delegates, 68 were black. Nevertheless, this was only a beginning. White chauvinism was still pervasive and represented a powerful influence in the party. Briggs then turned a critical spotlight on the most dramatic struggle of the period, the strike of Southern textile workers at Gastonia, North Carolina, which took place in the spring of 1929. This strike, led by the party and the National Textile Workers Union, an affiliate of the TUEL, was the party's first mass activity in the South. It was therefore a test for the new line on the unions and on the Afro-American question. The Southern textile industry, and Gastonia's mills were no exception, was traditionally a white industry with blacks about 5% of the workforce. The whites were new proletarians from the mountains and farms, employed by northern mill owners who had moved their mills south to exploit the cheap and unorganized labor of the region. In Gastonia, these workers responded to their exploitation by striking against stretch-out and starvation conditions. The bosses used the old battle cry of white supremacy to divide the black and white workers and try to break the strike. It created an atmosphere of reeking race hatreds and suspicion, and this was the state of things when the National Textile Workers Union launched its organizing campaign in Gastonia. The mill owners and their local myrmidons, the sheriff, police, militia, foremen, managers, and extra-legal arms of the KKK, sought to maintain the status quo threatened by the strikers. The strike speedily took on a political character, reaching the point of armed conflict. The heroic woman strike leader, Ella Mae Wiggins, was pursued and shot down in broad daylight. The Gastonia chief of police was killed and several deputies wounded when they attacked a tent colony which strikers had formed after being evicted from their company-owned homes. 16 strike leaders, including some communists, stood trial for the murder of the police chief. The reign of terror that ensued made the situation extremely difficult for our organizers. Clearly there could be no retreat from the principle of organizing blacks and whites into one union on the basis of complete equality, yet there were some union and party leaders who wanted to back down in the face of the prevailing chauvinism among the white workers. The Central Committee firmly laid down the line against such a retreat. Following the line of the ECCI resolution, it insisted that the new union embrace all nationalities and colors and that separate unions for blacks were to be organized only in those trades from which they were barred by the reactionary policies of white union leaders. After their initial wavering, the local leadership rallied to the correct line. Blacks and whites were organized into the same union. Testimony to this is a dramatic incident involving my brother Otto. I hadn't heard much of Otto since he'd returned to the States, only that he'd been placed on the Central Committee at the 6th Convention and was working in the Negro department of the TUUL. As TUUL organizer, he had been sent to Gastonia. He was at nearby Bessemer City at the time of the attack on the strikers' tent colony and the shooting of the police chief. Otto was unaware of what had happened and that the stage had been set for his lynching should he return. as an article in the Daily Worker described the incident. Otto Hall was on his way to Gastonia on the night of the raid. The white workers, realizing the grave danger to which Hall was exposed if he happened to get into Gastonia that night, formed a bodyguard and went to meet Hall and warned him to keep away. They met Hall 2 miles out of town and took him in a motorcar to Charlotte, where they collected enough money among themselves to pay his railroad fare to New York. No sooner had Hall embarked on the train, a mob broke into the house where he hid before his departure. It was only timely action on the part of these white workers that saved the life of their Negro comrade. Point 3. The Gastonia struggle signaled a new period in the party's trade union work, a period which characterized the 30s overall. Under the leadership of the Communist Party and our left trade unions, black and white workers were organized into the same unions on the basis of equality and in the common fight against the capitalists. The party was able to mobilize mass support for the strike and the 16 leaders framed for murder, in cities throughout the South and the country as a whole. Otto personally spoke in some 27 cities. But what was to be said about the Needle Trades Union, long a bastion of the left? Briggs pointed out the criminal apathy of the comrades working in this area. The Needle Trades Industrial Workers Union only organized blacks in times of strike, and as a result, had very few black members. While the union had special departments and scores of functionaries for Greek, Italian, Jewish, and other immigrant workers, there was no Afro-American department and not a single black functionary. This, at a time when in New York alone there were several thousand black needle trades workers. Comrades in the Miners' Union made a similar underestimation of work among Afro-Americans. This union operated in an industry which had a large number of black miners, in some fields even outnumbering the white workers, but had not yet appointed a single black organizer. In Illinois District 8, my old district, there occurred a particularly blatant case of white chauvinism. William Cruz, the district organizer, refused to share the pool of funds available for wages with Comrade Isabel, the black functionary. He persisted in this practice despite the demands of the National Secretariat that the funds be shared equitably. Point 4. Despite the numerous examples of white chauvinism, there was no doubt that the party was making advances in regards to Negro work. In fact, it was precisely because of these advances that chauvinistic practices which hitherto had gone under wraps were brought out into the open and attacked. Briggs' series of 3 articles was the sharpest attack on white chauvinism ever published by the party. Their publication reflected that despite the many shortcomings in our work, there was a growing awareness in the party leadership of the seriousness of the question. The rapid deterioration of economic conditions affecting both black and white workers allowed no complacency. If the party was going to play a leading role in the coming struggles, it would have to carry on a continuous struggle against white chauvinist ideology and practices. I was heartened by Briggs's articles. At the same time, however, I was somewhat disturbed. While Briggs evoked the Comintern resolution on the Negro question in his blast against white chauvinism, he was curiously silent on the theory and program underlying the resolution. It was certainly true, as Briggs said, that among revolutionary white workers, white chauvinism was often manifested in the general underestimation of the role of the Negro masses in the revolutionary struggle. But to say no more than that was to avoid the essence of the question. What were the ideas and theories fueling this underestimation? Clearly they were to be found in the remnants of Lovestone's line, which still clung to the party, the hangovers of the social democratic view which considered the fight against the special oppression of blacks to be a diversion from the class struggle. The new line was a drastic break with the social chauvinist doctrines of the past, and in it the party had a mighty weapon in the fight against white chauvinism and petty bourgeois nationalism of the Garvey stripe. But the new line could not simply be declared, it had to be fought for. As months passed, Nasanov and I searched in vain through the party press and documents for further discussion of the 1928 resolution. The resolution of the October 1929 plenum of the Central Committee had noted the increasingly important role the black proletariat played in building the new unions. Its program of action called for a merciless struggle against white chauvinism and any attempt towards segregating the Negro workers. 5 Following the plenum, the National Agitprop Department had promised to publish a special discussion bulletin on the Afro-American question. None ever materialized, however. By the beginning of 1930, it was becoming clear to us that there was not only confusion in the party, but definite opposition to the new line. As if to confirm our misgivings, the February 1930 issue of The Communist contained an article by veteran black communist Otto Haywood, titled World Aspects of the Negro Question. It was the first article in a year to broach the theoretical aspects of the question, but it was a direct challenge to the line of the Comintern's Sixth Congress. Haywood sought to establish a difference in character between the oppression of blacks in Africa and the West Indies, and those in the USA. The question in Africa and the West Indies, he contended, was a national question, but in the United States, it was a race question. According to Haywood, the black minority in the result had very few black members. While the Union had special departments and scores of functionaries for Greek, Italian, Jewish, and other immigrant workers, there was no Afro-American department and not a single black functionary. This, at a time when in New York alone there were several thousand black needle trades workers. Comrades in the Miners' Union made a similar underestimation of work among Afro-Americans. This union operated in an industry which had a large number of black miners, in some fields even outnumbering the white workers, but had not yet appointed a single black organizer. In Illinois District 8, my old district, there occurred a particularly blatant case of white chauvinism. William Cruz, the district organizer, refused to share the pool of funds available for wages with Comrade Isabel, the black functionary. He persisted in this practice despite the demands of the National Secretariat that the funds be shared equitably. 4. Despite the numerous examples of white chauvinism, there was no doubt that the party was making advances in regards to Negro work. In fact, it was precisely because of these advances that chauvinistic practices which hitherto had gone under wraps were brought out into the open and attacked. Briggs' series of 3 articles was the sharpest attack on white chauvinism ever published by the party. Their publication reflected that despite the many shortcomings in our work, there was a growing awareness in the party leadership of the seriousness of the question. The rapid deterioration of economic conditions affecting both black and white workers allowed no complacency. If the party was going to play a leading role in the coming struggles, it would have to carry on a continuous struggle against white chauvinist ideology and practices. I was heartened by Briggs's articles. At the same time, however, I was somewhat disturbed. While Briggs evoked the Comintern resolution on the Negro question in his blast against white chauvinism, he was curiously silent on the theory and program underlying the resolution. It was certainly true, as Briggs said, that among revolutionary white workers, white chauvinism was often manifested in the general underestimation of the role of the Negro masses in the revolutionary struggle. But to say no more than that was to avoid the essence of the question. What were the ideas and theories fueling this underestimation? Clearly they were to be found in the remnants of Lovestone's line, which still clung to the party, the hangovers of the social democratic view which considered the fight against the special oppression of blacks to be a diversion from the class struggle. The new line was a drastic break with the social chauvinist doctrines of the past, and in it the party had a mighty weapon in the fight against white chauvinism and petty bourgeois nationalism of the Garvey stripe. But the new line could not simply be declared, it had to be fought for. As months passed, Nasanov and I searched in vain through the party press and documents for further discussion of the 1928 resolution. The resolution of the October 1929 plenum of the Central Committee had noted the increasingly important role the black proletariat played in building the new unions. Its program of action called for a merciless struggle against white chauvinism and any attempt towards segregating the Negro workers. Following the plenum, the National Agitprop Department had promised to publish a special discussion bulletin on the Afro-American question. None ever materialized, however. By the beginning of 1930, it was becoming clear to us that there was not only confusion in the party, but definite opposition to the new line. As if to confirm our misgivings, the February 1930 issue of The Communist contained an article by veteran black communist Otto Haywood, titled World Aspects of the Negro Question. It was the first article in a year to broach the theoretical aspects of the question, but it was a direct challenge to the line of the Comintern's Sixth Congress. Haywood sought to establish a difference in character between the oppression of blacks in Africa and the West Indies, and those in the USA. The question in Africa and the West Indies, he contended, was a national question, but in the United States, it was a race question. According to Haywood, the black minority in the U.S. lacked the requisites of a nation. It had no distinct language and culture from the dominant racial group, its only distinguishing feature is its racial origin. 6. Thus, Haywood pulled the Afro-American question out of the category of national colonial questions and dumped it back into the muddy waters of race question. He had fallen back upon Sick and his social race theory, which asserted the primacy of the race factor, race ideologies, in the oppression of U.S. blacks. By making race primary, Haywood's article denied the validity of self-determination as a slogan for black liberation. It rejected the concept of blacks in the South as an oppressed nation, and therefore rejected the perspective which called for the development of a national revolutionary movement based on the masses of black soil tillers and workers in that region. Haywood's article demanded an answer. Nasanov and I felt that it could in the end serve a positive purpose in that our reply afforded an excellent opportunity to clarify a number of areas of misunderstanding and confusion. Our response could be the vehicle to finally settle accounts with Sick and demolish his social race theory. Nasanov had already written a polemic against Sick exposing the latter's incredible ignorance of Lenin's position on the national question. This was to be published in the April issue of the Communist J. I would take on Haywood directly. First, I answered his assertion that blacks in the U.S. had no special culture. Negroes have a culture which reflects their whole historical development as a people in the U.S., I pointed out. And as to separate language, this is not one of the prerequisites of the nation. 8. I referred to Stalin, who said, a common language for every nation, but not necessarily different languages for different nations. 9. But was there in fact a difference in the character of oppression between blacks in the U.S., on the one hand, and in Africa and the West Indies on the other? I concluded that there was no such difference. It was clear to me, of course, that blacks in the U.S. were not a colony in the formal sense of the term. Unlike a colony, they were not separated geographically from the metropolitan country. There was, however, no substantive difference in the character of black oppression in the United States and the colonies and semi-colonies. In both instances, imperialist policy was directed towards forcibly arresting the free economic and cultural development of the people, towards keeping them backward as an essential condition for super-exploitation. In attempting to prove a difference in the character of oppression, Haywood wound up downgrading the anti-imperialist content of the black liberation struggle in the United States. Since the Sixth Congress, I had given considerable thought to the race factor and its role in the question of U.S. blacks. Certainly it was clear that race played an important role in the Afro-American question, but it was only one element and not the central question itself. Of course, I pointed out, it would be a serious mistake to underestimate the profound social role played by these theories. Arising first as a moral sanction for a national colonial policy, these dogmas become fixed in laws, in turn influence politics and in this manner react again upon the social and economic basis, sharpening and deepening the exploitation of subject peoples and perpetuating the existing social relations. 10. In reality, I wrote, the racial persecution of blacks was a particular form and device of national oppression. The racial element was a peculiarity of the question of U.S. blacks. Nowhere, with the exception of apartheid in southern Africa, had race been made to play such a decisive role. Nowhere had it served for such a long period as an instrument of ruling class oppression. The prominence of racial ideologies in black oppression in the U.S. arose from the necessity of the white rulers to maintain the degradation of blacks in the midst of the most modern and advanced capitalist society in the world. Under these conditions, the bourgeois rulers had to pursue the most energetic policy in order to keep up the bar of separation between white and Negroes, i.e., retard the process of assimilation and thus preserve the conditions for the super-exploitation of the latter. 11. In the absence of pronounced cultural distinctions such as language or religion, I argued, the racial visibility of U.S. blacks was used by bourgeois social theorists as the most convenient factor upon which to erect spurious theories of white supremacy, in order to set them apart from the masses of the white population as permanent objects of scorn. And thus Haywood, on the other hand, counterposed the race question to the national question. They asserted that blacks were separated from the dominant white race solely by artificial racial divisions and race oppression arising on this basis. Compounded these errors when he reduced the whole national question to a struggle between competing bourgeoisies for markets. Among American Negroes there is no developing industrial bourgeoisie, hindered in its economic development, the struggle of which, for its free economic development, for the winning of internal markets and for the removal of obstacles standing in the path of economic progress, could give these national movements a progressive character. 12. But the national question, as Stalin pointed out, had undergone changes from that earlier period when it first appeared as part of the bourgeois revolution. Now, in the period of socialist revolution, it was part of the struggle of the proletariat. It is quite evident that the main point here is not that the bourgeoisie of one nationality is beating, or may beat, the bourgeoisie of another nationality in the competitive struggle, but that the imperialist group of the ruling nationality is exploiting and oppressing the bulk of the masses, above all the peasant masses, of the colonies and dependent nationalities, and that, by oppressing and exploiting them, it is drawing them into the struggle against imperialism, converting them into allies of the proletarian revolution. 13. This was in sharp contrast to the formulation put forward by and espoused by Haywood. I contended, made the ideological factor of racism more important than the social question itself. Thus, in asserting the primacy of racial factors in the question, and Haywood reduced the black liberation struggle to a struggle against racial ideology. They saw only the bourgeois assimilationist trend, a striving towards intermingling and amalgamation, towards full social equality in the struggle, and not the potential national revolutionary trend of the masses. 14. The black liberation struggle was reduced to a feeble bourgeois liberal protest against racism and racist ideology, divorced from its economic roots, and to be resolved through education and humanitarian uplift. Feeling that it would add some clarity to the situation, I ended my piece with the serious economic and historical analysis of the question that and Haywood had so assiduously avoided. As I saw it, the evolution of American blacks as an oppressed nation was the result of the unfinished bourgeois democratic revolution of the Civil War and Reconstruction. The advent of imperialism froze the blacks in their post-Reconstruction position landless, semi-slaves in the South. It permanently blocked the road to fusion of blacks and whites into one nation on the basis of equality under capitalism. The struggle for genuine equality was thenceforth ultimately bound in the South to take a national revolutionary and socialist revolutionary direction. This position defined the status of blacks in the North as an unassimilable national minority, as the shadow of the plantation fell upon them throughout the country. I think Haywood was won over by my argument. At least I saw nothing more in the party press trumpeting race theories. In looking back on the thing now, I think it was a sort of skirmish in the war to carry out a revolutionary program on the black national question. As long as the party leadership vacillated in carrying out the line of the 6th Congress, such old and reactionary theories were bound to persist. I must say, however, that things were not standing still at home. While progress in the struggle was slow, it was progress nevertheless. Amid a great upsurge in the workers' movement, the party was beginning to implement the line of the 6th Congress, though there was still some vacillation. Our biggest thrill that spring had been the nationwide demonstrations of the unemployed led by the party and the TUUL on March 6, 1930. Over 1.25 million workers responded to the party's call in over a dozen cities coast to coast. Hundreds of workers and party leaders were arrested. William Z. Foster, Robert Minor, Israel Emter and Harry Raymond were sentenced to 3 years in jail for leading a demonstration of 110,000 in New York's Union Square. 15 They served at least a year of these sentences. The party also led large and militant May Day demonstrations in several cities. All this clearly indicated that the party was becoming a leader of the masses, as more and more people were thrown into struggle by the deepening economic crisis and the capitalist offensive. 5. The party chalked up an astounding success in its recruitment drive. In a period of 2 or 3 months the party recruited into its ranks over 6,000 new members, 90% from basic industry and 1,000 of whom were blacks. 16 A considerable number of the latter had come from the disintegrating Garvey movement. In the midst of this upsurge the 7th convention of the U.S. Party convened in New York on June 22, 1930, and Nasanov and I followed the proceedings closely. The party's estimate of the economic crisis and perspectives for the future were discussed in detail, emphasizing the need to defeat the right deviation in the party. As summarized by Browder, then General Secretary, the convention observed that the economic crisis shows the stabilization of capitalism approaching its end, that it brings close the realization of war, and that it will in many countries be transformed into a political crisis, and that the working class will be more and more unable to find any path except that of revolutionary struggle. At the same time, the convention recognized the need to struggle against the leftist concept of the crisis as the automatic bearer of revolution. 17. Internally the party was in a qualitatively different position than it had been at the time of the 6th convention in 1929. It had broken away from the crippling factionalism that had all but paralyzed its work. It was now consolidating its forces on the basis of the decisions of the CL and had seized the initiative in the growing revolutionary trend in the country. There were a score of black delegates, 17%, present, and for the first time the Afro-American question was characterized as the problem for our party. 18 While it was evident that important advances had been made in the work, the convention brought out that this could not be credited to the clarity of understanding of the party as a whole. 19 And that a proper orientation is lacking. 20. Much discussion and debate did not clear up this confusion. Browder, for instance, denigrated the slogan of self-determination by making the Black Rebellion contingent upon a revolutionary situation in the whole country. The transformation of the slogan into one of action is conditioned upon the maturing of a revolutionary situation for American capitalist society. 21 Overall, however, we felt the convention represented progress in terms of work among U.S. blacks. My 3-year term at the Lenin School was drawing toward a close in June 1930. 1 Began thinking about home and what awaited me on my return. I had little organizational experience in the party before coming to the Soviet Union, and now began to wonder what type of work I would be doing. But I was to find that Nasanov had other immediate plans for me. He felt that I should stay for a few months longer and work with the CL. It was felt, I presumed by Kosinin and others, that the Comintern should intervene once more on the black question. Clearly the brief resolution adopted at the 6th Congress 2 years previous was not sufficient. Now a more detailed statement of the question was needed. They had in mind another CL commission on the question that would meet after the 7th convention of the U.S. Party, one set up to discuss and work out such a statement when all the proceedings from that convention were available. The convention would undoubtedly point up remaining areas of confusion. "Wouldn't it be best for you to stay, Harry?" asked Nasanov. "Eventually everything will work out," he said, "but it would be better for you to return with a new CL resolution. That way you'll be off to a good start. If you left now, you might get battered about in the fights there." The RILU's 5th Congress. The 5th Congress of the Red International of Labor Unions, RILU, was to convene in Moscow August 15, 1930. Delegates started arriving several weeks early. The U.S. delegation, 30 strong, included 7 blacks, the largest number ever to attend an RILU Congress. They had come to Moscow via Hamburg, where they had participated together with Africans and West Indian blacks in the founding conference of the International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers, initiated by the RILU. The Hamburg delegation was led by James Ford, head of the Negro Department of the Trade Union Unity League, a member of the Executive Committee of the RILU, and provisional chairman and chief organizer of the Hamburg Conference. His co-worker and assistant was George Padmar, also a TUUL national organizer. 22. The U.S. delegation included Harold Williams, Kutva graduate and a member of the Railroad Workers Union in Chicago, Helen McLean, a Philadelphia needle trades worker, Ike Hawkins, a Pennsylvania coal miner, and Arthur Murphy, a Pennsylvania steel worker. Of the delegation I only knew Ford and Padmar, and I hastened to make the acquaintance of the other delegates. They were a young, enthusiastic group, fresh from struggles in their respective industries in which they had played leading roles. I was especially impressed by the young black woman from Philadelphia, Helen McLean. She was a natural leader, lively, attractive, humorous and the center of attention. The delegates filled me in on news from home and related what had happened at the Hamburg conference. The conference had been in preparation for nearly a year. A provisional committee had been set up under the chairmanship of Jimmy Ford. It was originally scheduled to be held in London, metropolis of the world's greatest colonial power. But it appeared that the conference organizers had reckoned without their hosts. The preparations came under the scrutiny of His Majesty's Labour government, headed by Ramsay MacDonald, whose colonial secretary was the well-known Fabian socialist, Sidney Webb. They would not allow the conference to meet in London, and at the last minute, delegates and organizers moved it to Hamburg, Germany. After some delay it opened on July 7, 1929. There were 17 regular delegates and 3 fraternal, non-voting, delegates representing 20,000 workers in 7 countries. Besides the U.S. delegates, there were delegates from Jamaica, Nigeria, the Gambia Gold Coast, now Ghana, the former German colonies of the Cameroons, now Cameroon, and South Africa. The South African delegate was a white trade unionist, an active fighter for black-white unity in the trade union movement, who was acting as a proxy for a black trade unionist whom the apartheid government had denied a passport. The conference lasted 3 days. There was an interchange of experiences, reports by Ford, Padmar, and Patterson, the last a fraternal delegate from the Anti-Imperialist League. A number of resolutions were adopted and a permanent organization formed, the International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers. An executive board was elected, including Ford, Hawkins, McLean and Padmar from the U.S., Kouyaté from French West Africa, Frank Macaulay from Nigeria, Albert Enzela from South Africa, G. Small of Gambia, and G. Reed of Jamaica. Representatives from Haiti, Liberia, and East Africa were to be added. A monthly publication, The Negro Worker, was established with Padmar as the editor. Headquarters of the organization were set up in Hamburg. Many black sailors came into that international port, the second largest in Europe, and the organization's literature later was circulated there by these sailors throughout Africa. The International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers was the first attempt to bring together black workers on a world scale. Though the founding conference was small, it was historically important, because it was the first time black workers from Africa and the Americas had gotten together. It was a wedge into black Africa, which hitherto, with the exception of South Africa, had been isolated from the world revolutionary movement. The main effort of the organization was to promote trade union organization in Africa and the West Indies, linking them up with the world revolutionary trade union movement led by the RILU. Black workers in the U.S. were to play a vanguard role in this endeavor because of their greater political and organizational experience, the result of their position as an oppressed people in the heartland of the most advanced capitalist country. The Fifth Congress of the RILU met in the Dom Soyuzov, House of the Unions, meeting place for most of the international congresses held in Moscow. I attended a number of sessions of the Congress, along with delegates from 55 countries. As this was also the 10th anniversary of the RILU, business sessions were accompanied by a number of festivities. Our Soviet hosts seemed determined to make it a memorable occasion. One of the things I remember best about the Congress was the presence of a dozen or so veterans of the 1871 Paris Commune, now old men in their 70s and 80s. As I remember, they wore uniforms, red caps, red-lined blue capes and short white canvas leggings. At the opening celebration, one of the men on seeing us rushed up to embrace me, welcoming us as my brothers, fighting for the World Commune. When the Congress opened, the Moscow press published an article by RILU leader A. Lazovsky. He listed the main tasks of the Congress. Closer to the masses by means of the united front from below, combat right opportunism and left sectarianism, the actual leadership of the economic mass struggle of the proletariat, aid for the weakest sections of the world proletariat, closer contact of the colonial slaves with the working class of the capitalist countries and the proletariat of the Soviet Union. 23. The RILU had come to this approach through years of struggle, which Lazovsky had summarized in an article published 2 weeks before the Congress. 24. When the RILU was formed in 1920, the main errors came from left anarcho-syndicalist tendencies. But in later years, especially after the 9th plenum of the ECCI and the 4th RILU Congress in 1928, the main danger came from the right. By 1930, open right opposition to the decisions of these meetings had been defeated, and remaining right tendencies, though still very dangerous, were under attack. Lazovsky warned, however, that in the course of the fight against right opportunist tendencies and for the line of class against class and independent leadership of economic struggles, left sectarian tendencies had cropped up, involving the danger of alienation from the masses. This left tendency was one which lumped together the social fascist, reformist, leaders and the workers who followed them. Not knowing how to work in reformist trade unions for the realization of the united front from below, they shouted leftist slogans such as permanent general strike, and armed strikes, all of which remained mere words. Finally, Lazovsky pointed to the RILU's weaknesses. The most important of these faults are, lagging behind the mass, and the disproportion between political influence and organizational consolidation of this influence. In spite of all this, the RILU has accomplished a great work in uniting, rallying, and ideologically welding together the forces of the international revolutionary movement. 25. The Congress only lasted about 10 days. I attended a number of sessions and had the chance to hear Lazovsky, Padmar and James Ford, who reported on the Hamburg Conference. The conference broke down into working commissions. Each national delegation met to discuss their respective problems. After the Congress adjourned, the delegates were taken on tours of the Soviet Union, the Dnieperstroy Dam, the Stalingrad plants and other sites. The 1930 resolution. The Negro Commission of the CL convened in late August, under the chairmanship of Otto Kusenin. Members of the commission included, Earl Browder, James Ford, Bill Dunn, William Weinstone, William Patterson, Mingulian, head of the Anglo-American Secretariat, Mikhailov, CL rep to the U.S. Party, Nasanov, myself and several black students from the Lenin School and Kutva. 26. Kusenin was well versed in the problems of the U.S. Party and its work among blacks. Prior to the commission, and in preparation for it, he had talked on numerous occasions with Nasanov and myself, as well as with leading U.S. comrades present in Moscow. He had also received a report from Mikhailov, who had recently returned from a visit to the U.S. He immediately got down to the business at hand. As I remember, he commended the U.S. Party on its recent progress in Afro-American work and its struggle against white chauvinism. This was reflected in the fact that the party in the last year had recruited over 1,000 blacks into its ranks. However, he observed, despite this advance, the pre-convention discussion preceding the 7th convention of the party and the convention itself revealed that there was still much confusion on the question. This fact had been admitted by the leading American comrades themselves. Looking over the materials from the discussion on the question, it was quite clear, he noted, that the party had not yet overcome all underestimation of the slogan of the right of self-determination. There were still large areas of unclarity on the question generally. Kyosenan then proceeded to pinpoint these areas as a false counterposing of the slogan of social equality and the right of self-determination and the lack of understanding of their interrelationship. The U.S. Convention had raised, but not answered, the following questions: should the right of self-determination be considered only a slogan of propaganda or one of action? Should separatist tendencies among blacks be supported or opposed? Should the area of black concentration in the South be regarded as a colony or as an integral part of the national economy of the United States? Could a revolutionary uprising occur in the South independent of the revolutionary movement in the country as a whole? Kyosenan suggested the discussion center on these areas of unclarity without excluding any other questions comrades might want to raise. After the discussion, a new resolution should be drafted addressing itself to these questions. I noticed the bitterness and acrimony that had characterized earlier meetings were absent from the discussions that followed. Freed from factional considerations, it was evident that everyone was honestly seeking clarity on the question. After a few days of discussion, Kyosenan himself undertook to draft a resolution. Further discussion followed, but on the whole there was agreement. After a few minor changes it was adopted by the Commission and eventually became the resolution of the American Party on the Black national question. The resolution proceeded straight to the heart of the controversial issues. It reasserted the position of the Sixth Congress which defined U.S. blacks as an oppressed nation. Implicitly, it rejected the position of SIC and others with their one-sided emphasis on race as the primary factor in black oppression. Stressing instead the basic social and economic factors, it defined it as a question of an oppressed nation which is in a peculiar and extraordinarily distressing situation of national oppression, not only in view of the problem of racial distinctions, marked differences in the color of skin, etc., but above all, because of considerable social antagonisms, remnants of slavery. The resolution struck out at the tendency to counterpose the slogans of social equality and the right of self-determination and dealt in detail with their interrelationship. In this respect, it pointed out the necessity of making a clear distinction between the North and the South in the application of these slogans between the oppressed black nation in the South and the national minority in the North. Equality, the resolution contended, could only be obtained by the continuous fight for abolition of all forms of economic and political oppression of the Negroes, as well as their social exclusion, the insults perpetrated against them and their segregation. This is to be obtained by constant struggle by the white and black workers for effective legal protection for blacks in all fields, as well as actual enforcement of their equality and combating of every expression of Negrophobia. One of the first communist slogans is, "Death for Negro lynching." 27. The demand for equality, the resolution said, applies to all Negroes, in the North as well as in the South. In the North it embraced all, or almost all, the special needs of the masses of blacks. This, however, was not so in respect to the South, where the situation of blacks was that of an oppressed nation. Here, the resolution held, the main communist slogan must be, the right of self-determination of the Negroes in the Black Belt. 28 In the South, the attainment of full equality involved the question of political power needed for its enforcement, and this could be construed in no other manner than political power in the hands of the black masses of peasants and workers of that region. This in turn could only be achieved through the fulfillment of the main slogan of the right of self-determination. This did not mean that the slogan of equality was not applicable to the South where blacks suffered the glaring lack of all equality. But here it applied to the most urgent partial or immediate demands of the black masses. The two slogans were thus closely connected. The winning of self-determination in the South was the prerequisite for full equality in the North. Anticipating the possibility of autonomous demands in the North, the resolution added, "The struggle for the equal rights of the Negroes does not in any way exclude recognition and support for the Negroes' rights to their own special schools, government organs, etc., wherever the Negro masses put forward such national demands of their own accord." 29. The resolution emphasized that the question was a national question in the U.S., not only in the South but also in the North. It went on to say that the struggle for equal rights for the Negroes is in fact one of the most important parts of the proletarian class struggle in the United States. White workers must march at the head on this struggle. They must everywhere make a breach in the walls of segregation and Jim Crowism which have been set up by bourgeois slave market morality. White workers must boldly jump at the throat of the 100%er bandits who strike a Negro in the face. This struggle will be the test of the real international solidarity of the American white workers. Point 30. The resolution rejected the characterization of the Black Belt, the area of black concentration in the South, as a colony. Such characterization, it contended, could only be based on artificially construed analogies, and would create superfluous difficulties for the clarification of ideas. However, it warned, it would be nonetheless false to try to make a fundamental distinction between the character of national oppression to which the colonial peoples are subjected and the yoke of other oppressed nations. The resolution asserted that the Black Belt is not in itself, either economically or politically, such a united whole as to warrant its being called a special colony of the United States. Nor on the other hand, was it such an integral part of the whole United States as any other part of the country. For one thing, industrialization of the Black Belt, in contrast to most colonies, was not in conflict with the interests of the ruling U.S. imperialists. Therefore, expansion of industry in the Black Belt would in no way bring a solution to the question of living conditions of the oppressed Negro majority, or to the agrarian question, which lies at the basis of the national question. Industrialization in the area would only sharpen the contradictions in that it would bring forth the most important driving force of the national revolution, the black working class. 31. The resolution lists three fundamental slogans of the liberation movement in the South. 1. The right of self-determination. This slogan, however, can be carried out only in connection with two other basic slogans. 2. Revolutionary land reform. The resolution pointed out that landed property in the hands of white American exploiters is the most important basis of the entire system of national oppression. The agrarian revolution must be completed by th. confiscation of the landed property of white landlords and capitalists in favor of the masses of black farmers. 3. The establishment of the state unity of the Black Belt. The resolution called for the political and geographic unity of the Black Belt, that is, the bringing together of black majority areas in one governmental administrative unit. This would include a significant white minority. The resolution assails the idea of a nation-state exclusively inhabited by blacks or the transportation of blacks to Africa. Any such attempt to isolate and transport the Negroes, the resolution warned, would have the most damaging effect upon their interests. Above all, it would violate the right of the Negro farmers in the Black Belt not only to their present residences and their land, but also to the land owned by the white landlords and cultivated by Negro labor. The right of self-determination means, according to the resolution, the unlimited right of blacks in the region to exercise, if they so choose, governmental, legislative and judicial authority over the entire territory and to decide upon the relations between their territory and other nations, including the United States. This would mean the overthrow of the class rule of the U.S. imperialists upon whose power the local landlords and capitalists depended. The right of self-determination, therefore, included the full freedom of separation for the black nation. The resolution contended that if it desires to separate it must be free to do so, but if it prefers to remain federated with the United States, it must also be free to do that. 32. This, the resolution stated, was the correct meaning of self-determination. This right must be fought for as a free democratic right whether the U.S. was still a capitalist state or whether the proletarian state had been established. But the right of self-determination must not be construed as identical with secession. The resolution quoted Lenin. "We demand freedom of separation, real right to self-determination, certainly not in order to recommend separation, but on the contrary, in order to facilitate and accelerate the democratic rapprochement and unification of nations." 33. The resolution noted that separatist trends in the black movement should not be supported indiscriminately and without criticism. There were reactionary separatist trends as well as national revolutionary trends. An example of the former, it was pointed out, was Garvey's African utopia of an isolated nation-state consisting of blacks alone. Politically, this was a diversion from the struggle against U.S. imperialism. Even if the situation does not yet warrant the raising of the question of uprising, one should not limit oneself at present to propaganda for the demand, right to self-determination, but should organize mass actions such as demonstrations, strikes, tax boycott movements, etc. 34. The resolution enjoined communists to stand in the forefront of the fight for national liberation and to fight for the hegemony of the black proletariat in the national struggle. It outlined the party's tasks in building revolutionary organizations in the South, organizing proletarian and peasant self-defense against the KKK and other like reactionaries. Final success in this struggle was possible only if supported by mass actions of black and white proletarians throughout the country. Only a victorious proletarian revolution will finally decide the agrarian question and the national question in the South of the United States, in the interests of the predominating mass of the Negro population in the country. 35. It spoke directly against those who held that the Black Rebellion was contingent upon the maturing of the revolutionary situation in the country as a whole, or that it could only develop at the same pace as the overall class struggle. This assumption, widespread in the party at the time, reflected an underestimation of the inherently explosive character of the liberation struggle in the South. Lenin defined national rebellion as mass resistance to oppression. Every act of national oppression calls forth resistance, he wrote. And further, that the tendency of every act of resistance on the part of the oppressed peoples is the national uprising. 36. The entire thrust of the resolution was to prepare the party for any contingency. Whether the rebellion of the Negroes is to be the outcome of a general revolutionary situation in the United States, whether it is to originate in the whirlpool of decisive fights for power by the working class, for proletarian dictatorship, or whether on the contrary, the Negro Rebellion will be the prelude of gigantic struggles for power by the American proletariat, cannot be foretold now. But in either contingency, it is essential for the Communist Party to make an energetic beginning already now with the organization of joint mass struggles of white and black workers against Negro oppression. This alone will enable us to get rid of the bourgeois white chauvinism which is polluting the ranks of the white workers of America, to overcome the distrust of the Negro masses, and to win over to our side these millions of Negroes as active fellow fighters in the struggle for the overthrow of bourgeois power throughout America. 37. Ina. The time for my departure was approaching. I thought of Ina and the future of our marriage. She had been much in my mind these last days in Moscow as I reflected back on our 3 happy years together. Despite my busy schedule at the school, we managed to spend most weekends together at her mother's apartment on Malaya Bronea, a short distance from the school. It was Ina who had introduced me to the cultural life of the Soviet capital. Together we attended theaters, movies, concerts at the Conservatory of Music, and Moscow ballets and operas at the Bolshoi Theater. We often visited the Park of Culture and Rest, a wooded area across from the Kremlin along the Moscow River. It combined restaurants, theaters, and amusements. Exhibitions of all sorts were held there as well. Other times we went boating on the Moscow River. Ina had given up her ballet school studies a year or so before. She was now attending the Institute of Foreign Languages where she was studying English. She displayed a great aptitude for languages and her English was quite good. After only a year of study she had begun to read American literature. Though not a member of the Communist Party, she was what they called a non-party social activist, that is, sympathetic to the party and actively supporting its aims of building socialism. As the time for my departure drew near, we earnestly discussed the future of our marriage. We had agreed that it should not be terminated with my departure. Our idea was that we would eventually get Ina to the States. Of course, I anticipated some difficulties, but to my mind they were not insurmountable. For one thing, we were by mutual choice unencumbered by children. Ina was a friendly, outgoing person, and I felt she would have little trouble adjusting to a new environment and would be accepted by the black community in any of the big urban centers of the North. I would undoubtedly be assigned to National Afro-American Work at the Center in New York City on my return. After all, even professional revolutionaries were not homeless itinerants of the old wobbly tradition. Many were married and had families, even in situations where both were full-time professional revolutionaries. So as we saw it, our separation was to be temporary. We agreed that once settled in my future work, perhaps in a year or so, I would either send for Ina or return myself to bring her back to the States. Just before my departure, an incident occurred which forcibly brought home to me the contrast between the socialist world which I was leaving and the racist world which I was about to re-enter. The incident occurred in Stalingrad, one of the new huge manufacturing cities of the Soviet Union. The location was Traktorstroy, a basic unit of the 5-year plan with a capacity of 50,000 tractors a year. The plant stretched 15 miles along the Volga River. They had brought over about 350 highly skilled white mechanics from the United States, who together with their families formed a small American colony. They had their own restaurants supplied with the best food, tobacco, and wines that the Soviets could furnish. Into this situation stepped a lone black toolmaker, Robert Robinson. A native of Jamaica and a naturalized U.S. citizen, Robinson was a graduate of Cass Technical High School in Detroit. He had come to Moscow under a 1-year contract to instruct young Soviet workers in the Stalingrad plant in the art of tool grinding. He had formerly been employed by the Ford Motor Company. On the morning of his arrival in Stalingrad, he was shown into the American dining room. He sat down at a table for breakfast before starting work, where he was immediately insulted, beaten up and thrown out of the restaurant by 2 of his white American fellow workers. This attempt to transplant American racism to Soviet soil was met with outrage. It was made a political issue of high order by the Soviet trade unions and party organizations. Factory meetings were called throughout the Soviet Union which denounced this crime and expressed the outrage of Soviet workers. They adopted resolutions which were sent to Traktorstroy. The slogan of the day became, "American technique yes. American race prejudice no." It was given the widest publicity. The culprits were arrested immediately, not for assault and battery but for white chauvinism, a social crime and therefore far more serious. A mass public trial, with delegations sent from factories all over the country, was held. The white technicians were sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment, which was commuted to deportation to the United States. Pravda, Izvestia, and all of the provincial papers carried editorials summing up the lessons of the trial. In the building up of our industries, they said, we expected many foreign workers to come to the country on contract to help fulfill the 5-year plan. They would inevitably bring with them their prejudices from the capitalist world. Thus it was necessary for the Soviet workers to maintain vigilance against all forms of racism and nationalism which must be sternly rebuffed. Robinson himself remained in the Soviet Union, where he became a citizen and eventually an engineer. Later he was a deputy to the Moscow Soviets. I remember the Robinson incident well. At the time it occurred, some of us from the school were in a restaurant. A group of Russians seated near us pointed to us and exchanged comments. "You heard about that shameful thing that happened at Traktorstoy?" Our very presence reminded them of the incident. People were very sympathetic to us. The incident was a dramatic affirmation by Soviet workers of their country's position on the question of race prejudice. Just a few days later, Ina, her mother and fellow students from the school accompanied me down to the White Russian station, where I entrained for Berlin. From there, after a short stopover, I journeyed to Paris and then embarked at Le Havre for home. The long voyage gave me plenty of time for reflection on my stay in the Soviet Union. I thought of how I would put into practice some of the lessons learned during my 4.5-year stay there. The initial theoretical framework had been set up, now began the difficult task of testing it in practice. How would we build a national revolutionary movement of blacks in close alliance with the revolutionary working class movement? What would be the problems in organizing blacks? What resistance to the CL position would I find within the party's ranks? These were but a few of the questions that passed through my mind as I headed home. Chapter 12. Return home. White chauvinism under fire. Put one more S in the USA to make it Soviets. Put one more S in the USAO. We'll live to see it yet. When the land belongs to the farmers and the factories to the working men, the USA when we get control will be the USSA then. Langston Hughes 1. I arrived in New York in early November 1930. After 4.5 years in the Soviet Union, everything seemed quite strange. While passing through customs I lit up a cigarette. A cop snarled at me out of the corner of his mouth, "No smoking here, fella." I was so startled by his rude tone that the cigarette dropped from my lips. Out in the street I caught a taxi to the national office of the party, which was then located on East 125th Street in Harlem. I looked at the people along the way. Despair seemed written on their faces. I don't believe I saw a smile all the way uptown. What a contrast to the gay and laughing crowds in Moscow and Leningrad. I had arrived in the first year of the Great Depression. My own depression deepened as we drove through Harlem. I was overwhelmed by Harlem's shabbiness and the expression of hopelessness on the faces of the people. Arriving at the office, I was greeted by Earl Browder and my old friend Bob Miner. They introduced me to Jack Stahel, a party leader and national organizer for the TUUL, and Ben Amos, a black comrade who was then in charge of Afro-American work. All four men were discussing last-minute plans for the anti-lynching conference called by the American Negro Labor Congress. It was to be held in St. Louis on November 15, a couple days later. The party's plan, as I gathered, was to use this occasion to launch a new organization, the League of Struggle for Negro Rights. This new organization was to replace the now practically defunct ANLC, which had proved inadequate and sectarian. The ANLC had been the subject of sharp criticism as early as the Sixth World Congress in 1928. The idea of the new organization had been discussed at the party's convention in July. There had also been some discussion at the Negro Commission in the Comintern. The LSNR was conceived as the nucleus of a united front movement around the party's program for black liberation. The Liberator was to be carried over from the ANLC as the official publication of the new organization. After greeting me, the comrades continued the discussion. I was just in time to participate in the conference and was given the task of writing a draft manifesto and program for the LSNR. I was asked if I had anything to say. I expressed happiness at being back home after such a long absence, and said that I would do my best to carry out the new responsibility. I was also happy to hear about the expected Southern delegation to the conference, which reflected party work in the South, and made some remarks about the need for an agrarian program for the blacks in the South. I noticed that as I spoke some of the comrades were looking at me curiously, as if puzzled or amused. I wondered about it at the time, but I was to find out why only after the meeting. The YCI representative, a young Russian who had been sitting in on the meeting, said, "Harry, you've got a strong Russian accent in your English. If I'd not been looking directly at you I would have sworn some Russian immigrant was speaking." Of course, I reflected, I had been unconsciously rolling my Vs, a habit that was to stick with me for many years. I traveled to St. Louis via Detroit and Chicago, in order to see my family, my three aunts, of whom I was very fond, my sister Ipa, and nephew David. I chose to travel by bus in order to get a close-up look at the country and the people. The blight of unemployment and hunger was evident everywhere. It gave the lie to Hoover's slogan of "prosperity is right around the corner." People on the bus were friendly and related their experiences. They seemed hopeless and confused, regarding the Depression as some sort of natural disaster. They complained about inadequate relief and evictions. From the bus windows I could see Hoovervilles on the outskirts of many towns, vacant lot communities of shacks, made from discarded boards and boxes and inhabited by homeless families. F stopped over in Detroit to see Clarence Hathaway, my old Lenin school friend, who was then district organizer. We went into a restaurant downtown on Woodward, a couple of blocks from the party office. We both ordered ham and eggs, and after waiting for what seemed an interminable period, our orders were finally brought to the table. I started to eat, but gagged and spit out the first mouthful on my plate. "What's the matter?" Clarence asked. "This stuff is as salty as brine," I said in amazement. "Yeah," he said incredulously. "Mine seems to be all right." He tasted some of mine and immediately spat it out, then called the waiter indignantly. "What's the matter?" the waiter asked. "My friend's food is so salty it's inedible." The waiter, with an evil leer, said, "Well, that's the best we can do," and walked away. It was only then that it struck me that this was their way of discouraging black patronage. I'd been out of the country so long that I'd forgotten a lot of these things. Clarence and I stalked out of the restaurant, and there was a silence between us. He said, "Let's go to another restaurant in the black neighborhood." "I'm not hungry now, I've lost my appetite," I replied. "Clarence, this is your district, you know. You've sure got a lot of work to do." I got the bus to Chicago, still angry, and in this mood wrote the first draft of the manifesto and program of the conference. I poured all my anger into the resolution, and the whole thing came together very quickly. I arrived in Chicago. This great industrial center was hard hit by the crisis, with plants and mills partially closed. There was as yet no public welfare, only soup lines and private relief. Blacks were hardest hit of all. My elderly aunts, respectable law-abiding people and deeply religious, were forced to sell moonshine whiskey in order to make ends meet. They told me this in an apologetic, shamefaced way: "Everybody's got to do something to get by." This really got to me. I called on old friends and they all wanted to know about my experiences in the Soviet Union. I was interviewed by Lucius Harper of the Chicago Defender, who was an old friend of the family. I don't remember if the interview was ever published, because I left right afterwards for St. Louis. I arrived in St. Louis on November 15, the opening day of the conference, and met up with Otto, who was a delegate to the meeting. He had been working in the South, probably Atlanta, and he told me of his experiences there and about his near lynching in Gastonia. I was happy to see so many of my old comrades like Richard B. Moore and Otto Haywood. Then there was Cyril Briggs. I was anxious to make his acquaintance, as I had been in the Chicago Post of his African Blood Brotherhood and was a reader of the Crusader magazine and his numerous articles in the Daily Worker. There was also Herbert Newton, who had been a student at Kutva and was now back in the thick of the struggle. He was the only black member of the Atlanta Six, a group of communist organizers charged under Georgia's Insurrection Act and facing possible electrocution. They had been arrested at an anti-lynching and unemployed demonstration in Atlanta. The other 5 defendants were Henry Story, Ann Burlack, Mary Dalton, M.H. Powers and Joe Carr. Newton and his co-defendants were released on bail as a result of protest all over the country and were now part of the Southern delegation to the conference. Ben Carey, others of Pittsburgh, Hathaway, Browder, and Baker were some of the party leaders present among the delegates. But there were many new faces at the conference, comrades with whom I was to work in coming years. The convention was called by the ANLC as a National Conference Against Lynching. In 1930 alone there were 38 lynchings, 36 blacks and 2 whites. The conference was to be transformed into the founding convention of the League of Struggle for Negro Rights. The gathering opened with a small but enthusiastic mass meeting. Its declared purpose, as stated in the Daily Worker, November 4, 1930, was to build a powerful fighting mass movement and a militant newspaper to lead the Negro masses in struggle against oppression and for their demands for full political and social equality and the right of self-determination for Negro majorities in the South. In the spirit of working-class solidarity which characterized the entire conference, a presidium of black and Southern white workers was elected at this session. The first business session opened on November 15 with 44 black and 34 white delegates in attendance. A rousing welcome was given the 16-member Southern delegation, which was led by Mary Dalton, a young white comrade, a National Textile Workers Union organizer and one of the Atlanta Six. Otto Haywood made the report on the economic and political situation, and Herbert Newton reported on organization. The delegates continued to arrive, and by November 17, they numbered 173 blacks and 47 whites. The conference then adopted a name for the new organization, the League of Struggle for Negro Rights, LSNR. Upon arrival, I had submitted my draft of the manifesto for the League to the Resolutions Committee, where it was discussed and approved. The manifesto, a popularization of the party program for full black liberation, was now dramatically proclaimed by Mary Dalton amid the continuous applause of the delegates. It declared that U.S. blacks were an oppressed nation struggling against U.S. imperialism, and called for unity of black and white workers in the fight against the common oppressor. It called for complete political equality, an end to oppression and lynching, to be obtained through self-determination of the black nation in the South, the confiscation of the land in favor of black and white soil tillers, and state unity of the black majority area. This could be achieved fully only through socialism. The immediate program demanded abolition of all forms of discrimination, disenfranchisement, anti-marriage laws, and Jim Crow. It urged the establishment of a united trade union movement to include black workers on the basis of complete equality as an essential step in cementing real fraternal solidarity between black and white workers on the basis of common interests. It called for mass violation of all Jim Crow laws, and death to the lynchers, the banning of the KKK and all extra-legal terrorist organizations, the liquidation of debts and mortgages of the poor farmers. It urged members to organize LSNR chapters in communities throughout the country and to build the Liberator as the official organ for the new organization. Mary's speech was met with rousing cheers and a standing ovation. A national council was elected, of which I was a member. Ben Amos was chosen national secretary. The Communist Party, through Earl Browder, pledged support in mobilizing white masses for the black liberation struggle. The meeting adjourned late on the night of November 19. We stood around the hall talking until about 2 in the morning. Ben Amos, Otto, and myself left the hall with a Jewish couple who had put us up during the conference. They lived in a middle-class white neighborhood and had driven us to and from the conference. Driving home, the conference successfully completed, we were all on top of the world. The conference had been especially stimulating for me as it was the first I had attended since my return home. We pulled up in an alley behind their home to put the car in their garage. Otto, Ben, and I walked the short distance to the street and waited while they locked up. As we stood talking, a squad car cruised by. Its occupants, 4 white plainclothesmen, were immediately suspicious of 3 black guys coming out of an alley in White St. Louis in the middle of the night. The squad car stopped and the 4 of them got out. One of them hailed us, "What are you niggers doing here?" "We're waiting for our friends, we're delegates from a convention." "Our friends are putting away their car, we're staying with them," Ben replied. We were under a big street light and I could see the cops' faces as they stared hostilely at us. Fortunately, at that moment our friends came up. They sized up the situation immediately and intervened for us. They explained we were their friends. They even showed the convention badges we all had. "We live just around the corner, they're staying with us," they said. The cop in charge seemed satisfied with the explanation and turned to his friends, saying, "Okay, let's go." A little, mean-eyed cop standing next to Otto seemed disappointed at this turn of events, that he would be deprived of the pleasure of shooting or beating up niggers. I figured him as one of those kind that carved notches on his gun for the blacks he had killed. Looking at Otto, he said, "This nigger here seems like a bad nigger to me. You're a bad nigger," and shot. I was standing right next to Otto and knowing his temper, I kept pulling on his sleeve. Otto muttered something like, "Oh, not so bad." "Yes, you are, you're a bad nigger," the cop responded, trying to bait him. But the head cop urged his partners to leave. Reluctantly they all turned away and got back in their car. The incident had a sobering effect, cutting through the euphoria of the evening and bringing us back to solid ground. It would have been ironic for us to be the first victims of the police brutality against which we had inveighed at the Congress. I returned to New York via Chicago, revisiting my aunts and sister. My father, now living with a niece in Elgin, Illinois, came into the city to meet me. Age had caught up with him and his hair had grayed. He was still working as a janitor. I was glad to see him, but I felt sad too. We had so little in common. All he saw for Otto and me was trouble. He was still a Booker T. Washington man, and he didn't think the issue of freedom could be forced. To fight would only cause us grief. Harlem and Yochanan. White chauvinism on trial. Back in New York, I was temporarily assigned to the national office of the TUUL and put on its payroll. The position, as I remember, was a nominal one, and most of my work was with the Negro department of the party's New York district, of which I was soon to become head. My salary was $25 a week, which, in those days, was quite adequate. The $25 was theoretical, however, for often there was not enough money in the till to pay the national office staff. In such cases, we would divide up what there was, or if there was nothing, go without. There was no such thing as payment of back wages. If you missed one payday, that was it. It was all fair enough. No party functionary went hungry in New York. One could run up a bill at the restaurant on Union Square where the management was friendly to the party. We were also invited to eat with different comrades. Several of us functionaries stayed for a while in the town apartment of a comrade who lived in Croton-on-Hudson. We were never bothered by the problem of rent. My associates in the district included black comrades like Steve Kingston and Tom Truesdale, as well as Peters, a Hungarian who was organizational secretary, and Alberto Moro, who was in charge of agitprop. Jack Stahel was then in charge of the national TUUL office. Foster, the chairman, was still in jail for his part in the unemployment demonstration of March 6, 1930, as was Israel Emter, the district organizer of New York. Jack Johnstone and Alfred Wagenknecht, TUUL board members, were always on hand in the office. New York was a strange city to me. Before my recent arrival from Moscow, I had been in the city only once. That was upon my return from France after the First World War. New York's black community, Harlem, was different from what I had known on Chicago's South Side. Blacks in New York worked largely in service jobs as domestics and janitors, hotel, hospital, and laundry workers, as railroad porters and dining car waiters. Some worked in light industry like the needle trades, but there were few blacks in basic industry as in Chicago. Harlem's ethnic composition included a large segment of West Indian immigrants. I found them to be the most militant section of the black population. Racism, American style, was a sharp contrast to the more subtle racism of the West Indies, and the new immigrants reacted strongly. They drew on the West Indies' long tradition of anti-imperialist struggle, and it was no accident that they comprised a large proportion of our first revolutionary cadres. The world's largest black community, Harlem was recognized as the cultural capital of Black America. It was the home of the Black Renaissance. Harlem was the stronghold of black reformism and bourgeois nationalism. The NAACP and the Urban League had their national headquarters there. The Garvey movement was born there, and remnants still survived all around Harlem. I had always felt building a revolutionary movement, which meant building unity among blacks and forging alliances with white workers, was more difficult here in New York than in an industrial center such as Chicago. But the crisis of the Depression had been sort of a catalyst. Unemployed councils were built, uniting blacks and whites, even in New York. There were marches on City Hall and movements against evictions and police brutality. Branches of the LSNR were built in Harlem and Brooklyn. Harlem was soon to become a powerful center of the black liberation movement. Throughout the country, the communist movement was growing among blacks. Many hundreds were recruited directly into the Communist Party and thousands into mass organizations influenced by the party, unemployed councils, trade unions, etc. This tremendous advance was accompanied, however, by a wave of racist manifestations and tendencies in the party and mass organizations. This clearly reflected the stepped-up racist offensive of the employers, aimed directly at halting the growing unity and maintaining the division between blacks and whites. The mass entrance of blacks into the revolutionary movement flushed out hitherto hidden areas of white chauvinism. For example, there was the situation in the needle trades where over 8,000 blacks now worked. Some officials of that union, among them party members, failed to support the special demands of the growing number of blacks coming into the industry. In some shops, black workers received lower wages than whites for the same work. The shop committees in those places resisted pulling a strike on the issue of equal pay for equal work. Maud White, recently returned from 3 years' study in the Soviet Union, was assigned head of the Needle Trades Union Department. She was shocked by this flagrant violation of TUUL principles, and even more so by the complacency of union leaders, among whom were a number of comrades. But white supremacist attitudes in their crudest form had cropped up in a number of the language clubs and cooperatives. These often resulted in outright discrimination against blacks. The language clubs, ethnic organizations of nationalities in the U.S., had formerly been part of the language federations affiliated to the party. Since the late 20s, as part of its Bolshevization campaign, the party had shifted to organizations based on the workplace and street branches and had cut out the language branches entirely. 2 Party fractions within the language clubs and cooperatives remained, however. There was an incident at the Lithuanian Cooperative Restaurant in Chicago where comrades had refused to serve black delegates to an unemployed conference meeting in the hall above. This was done on the plea that it would hurt business if blacks were served. The restaurant workers suggested other places to eat and gave the black delegates money for food. There was also a scandal in Gary where the Russian Cooperative Restaurant refused to hire black workers. But most recent was the incident in New York at the Finnish Hall in Harlem itself. The Finnish Hall had been established in an area originally settled by Finns in East Harlem around 5th Avenue and 126th Street. Now this neighborhood was becoming predominantly black, and the hall was being engulfed by the black community. The hall had a pool room and gymnasium, and sponsored many cultural, sports and educational activities. One of its major attractions was the famous Finnish baths. Several black workers attended a dance at the Finnish Workers' Hall. Instead of receiving the welcome they expected, they were pushed into a corner and barely escaped being ejected. The caretaker, August Jokinen, was a communist. When faced with the question of why he had not come to the aid of his black comrades, Jokinen said he agreed with those who wanted to expel the blacks. Apart from these flagrant manifestations of white supremacy, the white chauvinist resistance to work among blacks took a more subtle and dangerous form. It was reflected in a tendency to regard the LSNR branches as a substitute for the party in the field of Afro-American work. The practice was widespread on the part of local party organizations to refer all issues concerning blacks to the LSNR, to regard it as a sort of clearinghouse for this work, thereby absolving the party from responsibility in this field. The list of white racist manifestations was long and growing. Clearly a crisis in the party's mass work was building up. Further advance required a renewed drive, a counter-offensive on the question. The party's very existence as an effective revolutionary force was at stake. The party's Negro Commission, comprising the leading comrades in the work, was first to feel the pressure. Harlem was up in arms, complaints poured in from the districts. It was clear that something had to be done. As a member of the party's National Negro Commission, I felt much of this firsthand, as did the other members of the commission. Our chairman was B.D. Amos, an articulate and aggressive man with considerable organizational ability. But he was relatively new in the party and perhaps a bit unsure of himself in dealing with older, veteran revolutionaries. He raised the question for the Politburo to intervene directly and push the districts to take a more aggressive stand against white. Harry Haywood, speaking at 78th birthday celebration, Chicago 1976. Harry Haywood's mother, Mrs. Harriet Thorpe Hall, above left, and 4 of her sisters. The Hellfighters of the All-Black 369th Infantry, 93rd Division in World War I. 64 members of Black 24th Infantry court-martialed in 1917 by all-white tribunal on charges of mutiny and murder. Large communist-led demonstration in support of Scottsboro Boys, December 9, 1933, New York City. Library of Congress. Mass meeting of the International Labor Defense, which organized thousands of people in support of Scottsboro Boys, Sacco and Vanzetti, and other frame-up victims. Left, New York City police attacking peaceful rally of 8,000 jobless workers, February 15, 1936. Below, unemployed workers in Cleveland, Ohio, receiving daily allotment of oranges, May 1938. Left. Harry Haywood with French journalist Léon Mouzenac during Spanish Civil War. Below, 1967 reunion of veterans of Spanish Civil War in Mexico. From left, Haywood, David Sequeiros, Louis Crane, Judson Briggs, and Bill Miller. Above, Paul Robeson surrounded by bodyguards while singing anti-fascist songs in Peekskill, NY, 1949. Below, Paul Robeson at Fayouth birthday celebration, Chicago. Communist-led May Day demonstrations. Above, 1935, below, 1934, opposite page, 1930 The Bettman Archive. National leadership of CPUSA prior to 1957 National Convention. From left, / James E. Jackson, Eugene Dennis, Max Weiss, Ben Davis, in rear, John / Gates, Claude Lightfoot, Sid Stein, Carl Winter, and Fred Fine. Massive Civil Rights March in Washington, D.C., September 28, 1963. Following this event, mass rejection of peaceful democratic integration became apparent in the growing wave of ghetto rebellions. Xinhua News Agency. Historic meeting of Black liberation leaders, W.E.B. and Shirley Graham Aboy, with Mao Zedong, chairman of the Communist Party of China, October 1, 1962. Haywood and wife, Gwen, with newborn son, Haywood, Jr. Vic Stunrell. Harry Haywood visits with Al Murphy, former secretary of the Alabama Sharecroppers Union, 1977. Nia Primacy. But Amos made no headway with the Politburo. Briggs, Maud White, and I then drew up a document listing the various incidents of white chauvinism. We demanded the Politburo take decisive action. We presented our document at a Politburo meeting in January. Present at the meeting were Earl Browder, B.D. Amos, Rose Werdus, Clarence Hathaway, then editor of the Daily Worker, and others. Briggs and I spoke first. Briggs was sore as hell, so angry that his usual stutter disappeared. Maud spoke last, dealing with the needle trade situation and resistance to the demands of the black workers. She became so emotionally upset she burst into tears and asked to be relieved of her responsibilities in the needle trades unless she were given more support. An awkward silence settled over the room at Maud's outburst. After what seemed an interminable time, Browder broke the silence, though I can't recall what he said. Hathaway spoke up, calling for some dramatic action to help resolve the crisis. He proposed a public trial of those involved in the incident at the Finnish Hall. His proposal was seized upon immediately as something concrete. A committee was set up to work with the district in organizing such a trial, including Hathaway, Amos, and myself as members. A renewed campaign throughout the party against white chauvinism and for unity of black and white workers got underway as a result of this meeting. A campaign of enlightenment resulted, which was tied to organizational and disciplinary measures against those guilty of racist acts. A number of expulsions took place. Resolutions were adopted in all districts summarizing the results of the campaign. For example, the February 19, 1931, Daily Worker carried a resolution of the New York District Bureau, Close Ranks Against Chauvinist Influences. A number of hard-hitting articles were also published in the party press, including that of the language groups. This was all tied to the mobilization for the Yochanan trial scheduled for March 1, It was also made part of the National Day of Action of Unemployed on February 25, when marches on state capitals were scheduled. Our committee for the trial held a meeting with the communist fraction of the Finnish club with Jokinen present. The members were self-critical and agreed that they had acted wrongly in not throwing out the racist elements at the dance. But Jokinen not only justified his position, he even carried it further and argued that if blacks were allowed to enter the club and pool room, they would soon be coming into the bath. And he for one did not want to bathe with blacks. The Jokinen trial took place on Sunday afternoon, March 1, 1931, in the New Harlem Casino at 116th Street and Lenox Avenue, the very heart of Harlem. That morning I attended a meeting of the steering committee responsible to the New York district for the conduct of the trial. Tight organization was required because the entire trial was to take place in less than 4 hours that afternoon. The trial had received wide publicity in both the bourgeois press and the black press. Our plans called for Wagenknecht, national TUUL organizer and unemployed leader, to be chairman and judge. Clarence Hathaway would try the case for the party. Attorney for the defense would be Richard B. Moore, head of the Negro Department of the ILD. I arrived at the New Harlem Casino early. It was a large hall where dances were usually held, but it was already crowded. Over 2,000 people jammed the hall, most went without seats. Hundreds of blacks, including women with babies in their arms, were among them. Party workers moved up and down the aisle selling magazines and buttons. Banners around the room read, "Race inferiority is a white ruling class lie. Smash Jim Crow laws and practices." Alfred Wagenknecht, a white-haired veteran revolutionary, called the court to order. Selection of a jury of 14, 7 whites and 7 blacks, was then begun. Nominations were made and I was one of the jurors elected. Hathaway, the prosecutor, stepped forward to present the case. He was a forceful speaker, emphasizing his points with his right hand which had several fingers missing, a legacy from his old machinist trade. In a lengthy address, often interrupted by applause, he described Jokinen's crime, outlined the communist position on the Afro-American question, and demanded Jokinen's expulsion for the crime of white chauvinism. Comrade Jokinen, declared Hathaway, not only justified he hostility shown to the Negro workers who attended the dance, but he went even further. He claimed that if they were admitted to the club, they might go further and enter the pool room and even the bath house, and that he did not wish to bathe in the same tub used by Negroes. Comrade Jokinen made formal acceptance of the communist principle of equal rights, but he was not willing to accept its substance. The view Comrade Jokinen showed, Hathaway pointed out, is the same view persistently put forth among the workers by capitalists. Everywhere, in church, in the press and in schools, you see this conscious effort to cultivate race prejudice. The capitalists know that if they can develop feeling against the Negro among the white workers they can oppress and exploit the Negroes and weaken the unity of Negro and white workers. The theories expressed by Comrade Jokinen play into the hands of the capitalist class and make him actually an agent of the bourgeoisie, Hathaway said. The Communist Party, he emphasized, is committed to abolishing all customs which prevent Negroes from enjoying full equality with whites in every way. The whole courtroom was attentive to Hathaway's presentation, their attention now turned to Richard Moore who spoke for the defense. The fine black orator admitted the guilt of his client and that he had committed a grievous crime. Moore further contended that Jokinen was not the only guilty person. He had realized the seriousness of his offense and now wanted to correct his errors in practice. It is the vicious bourgeois system, the damnable capitalist system which preaches corruption and discrimination which is the real criminal, Moore shouted. Middle-class opportunism permeated the mind of Jokinen and caused him to object to Negroes using the club for fear white people would stay away and the club would suffer economically. Moore continued, "Let us not yell for the blood of Jokinen, but examine ourselves and see how far we have contributed to this thing of which Jokinen was guilty. We must not make a paschal lamb of Jokinen. We must win him back. Expulsion from the Communist Party is worse than death at the hands of the bourgeoisie. The audience broke into loud cheers when Moore, with his hands clasped over his head, shouted, "I would rather my head be severed by the lynchers than to be expelled from the Communist International." "We must not destroy Comrade Yochanan," pleaded Moore, "we must save him for the communist movement." Moore's plea was greeted by prolonged applause. Yochanan submitted a full confession, reading it in Finnish. He admitted to having been influenced by white chauvinism, the ideology of imperialism. "I refute and condemn my previous attitude. I want to prove in action that I no more have the slightest white chauvinistic tendencies. I ask this workers' court not to deprive me of the opportunity to further carry on my activity for the Communist Party and for the working class." Our jury then retired to return half an hour later with the verdict. Thomas Mitchell, the black foreman, announced the verdict. Yochanan was guilty. He should be forthwith expelled from the party, but might be readmitted after he had expiated his crime and proved his worthiness by the performance of a number of tasks. These were as follows: L. To go immediately to the Finnish Hall, call a mass meeting and give a report of the trial, couched in such terms as to destroy white chauvinistic tendencies in the club. 2. To carry on in the club a persistent struggle for the admittance of black workers and the granting to them of full privileges, including use of the pool room, bathhouse, and restaurant. 3. To join the LSNR and sell an adequate number of copies of The Liberator. 4. To lead a demonstration against a certain Harlem restaurant which barred blacks, and 5. To take a leading part in all the movements and activities aimed at doing away with discrimination of any sort against blacks. After it had all been explained to Yochanan in Finnish, he solemnly nodded his head and said, "I will do it, I did wrong at the dub." The trial ended with the audience singing the Internationale, clenched fists held high. As I watched the crowd swarm from the hall, it dawned on me that I had witnessed and participated in a historic event in the battle for black rights. The impact of the trial was tremendous throughout the country. The most important newspapers carried full stories and photos of the proceedings. 3. The trial represented a breakthrough in understanding the importance of the struggle of the Afro-American people. It was the first time the revolutionary movement clearly and openly declared war on this pillar of American imperialism. As for Yochanan, he conscientiously carried out his pledge made to the workers' court. He became a familiar and popular figure on the streets of Harlem, in demonstrations of the unemployed, for the Scottsboro Boys and against the Jim Crow policies of a local cafeteria. After 6 months, he was readmitted to the party as one of the staunchest fighters for our program. These activities of Yochanan, including his attitude at the trial, evoked the wrath of the racist government and its immigration department, and finally resulted in his deportation. Although in the country 13 years, Yochanan had never taken out U.S. citizenship and faced deportation proceedings on charges of belonging to the Communist Party. We were all surprised to hear that he was arrested by immigration inspectors the day after his trial. The International Labor Defense carried on a campaign on his behalf which failed to prevent his deportation several months later. 4. The Yochanan trial was a significant turning point in the party's work and came as the culmination of a long period of ideological struggle over the line of the 6th Congress. I always felt that it had a cleansing effect on the party, heightened the consciousness of the coder and cleared the deck, so to speak, of the most blatantly chauvinist practices within the party. The trial was a living political demonstration of our program on the Afro-American question and had tremendous repercussions on the Black liberation front as a whole. For the first time, the Communist Party was seen by the broad masses of blacks as a serious contender for hegemony of the movement. Thus, the basis was laid for our revolutionary leadership in the great battles of the 30s. It was directly as a result of the campaign around the Yochanan trial that the party was able to take up the case of the Scottsboro Boys and build it into a great international movement. Hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized in a militant struggle against one of the cornerstones of capitalist oppression of blacks, the institution of lynching. Scottsboro. I followed the Scottsboro issue closely from the beginning. On March 25, 1931, a freight train crowded with young people hoboing from Chattanooga to Memphis in search of work, passed through Paint Rock, Alabama. 9 black youths were pulled off by the local sheriff and his deputies, charged with raping 2 white girls who happened to be riding the same freight train. The 9 were, Charles Weems, age 20, Clarence Norris, 19, Haywood Patterson, 17, Ozzie Powell, 14, Eugene Williams, 13, Olin Montgomery, 17, Andy Wright, 18, Willie Roberson, 15, and Roy Wright, 13. The situation was made to order for the local henchmen of Alabama's ruling oligarchy. The economic crisis had struck deeply into the entire region of northern Alabama, an area of mainly small, family-size farms and a few textile mills. Many in its largely white population were facing evictions and repossession of tools and livestock by the banks. In the textile mills, layoffs were throwing many out of work. But the sizable black population in the area suffered even greater hardships. Moving with lightning speed, the local authorities of Paint Rock lost no time in exploiting the case. The boys were taken to Scottsboro, the county seat, where they were arraigned, indicted, tried, and found guilty of rape in a period of less than 3 weeks. The trial began on April 6 and ended on the 10th, with the sentencing of 8 boys to death in the electric chair. The case of IE 9th victim, Roy Wright, was declared a mistrial. The prosecution had requested life imprisonment in view of his youth, he was 13, but the jury returned deadlocked with 7 jurors insisting on the death penalty. 5. The trial was carried through in a lynch atmosphere. On the day it opened, mobs of white natives from the surrounding countryside and towns surged around the courthouse. A band was playing "There'll Be a Hot Time in the Old Town Tonight." The National Guard had been called out, ostensibly to preserve order and prevent the mob from attacking the boys. One of the youths, however, was bayoneted by a guardsman. It was the new style, legal lynching carried through with the cooperation of the courts and law enforcement agencies. It was intended to guarantee to the mob the same results as would be obtained in an old-fashioned burning and hanging in a public square, the death of the victims. The courtroom farce at Scottsboro was a part of a wave of racist terror sweeping the South which had resulted in 10 known lynchings in the past 3 months. Clearly its purpose was to keep the nigger in his place, to prevent unity of blacks and poor whites, in other words, to divert the unrest of black and white workers into channels of interracial strife. This aim received open and brutal expression by the governor of Texas, Ross Sterling, an arrogant spokesman of the racist rulers of the South. Speaking of a case in his state, he stated, "It may be that this boy is innocent. But it is sometimes necessary to burn down a house in order to save a village." 6. The Chattanooga Negro Ministers Alliance retained Stephen R. Roddy, reportedly a member of the Ku Klux Klan, as defense attorney. His defense amounted to little more than pleading for life imprisonment instead of the death penalty. The NAACP kept a low profile on the case as they were not sure the boys were innocent and they wanted to avoid the possibility of the association being identified with mass rapists. This was their official justification for holding back from the case. The NAACP is not an organization to defend black criminals. We are not infiled to condone rape, murder, and theft because it is done by black men. When we hear that 8 colored men have raped 2 white girls in Alabama, we are not first in the field to defend them. If they are guilty and have a fair trial, the case is none of our business. 7. It was only when confronted with the dispatch of the ILD and the communists in taking up the case, and with the widespread outcry against the legal lynching in all sections of the black population, that the NAACP belatedly tried to enter the case and force the communists out. We communists viewed the case in much broader, class terms. First, we assumed the boys were innocent victims of a typical racist frame-up. Second, it was a lyncher's court. No one, innocent or guilty, could have a fair trial in such a situation. From the beginning we called for mass protest against the social crime being acted out by Wall Street's suburban henchmen in the South. On April 2, the Daily Worker called for protests to free the boys. Again on April 4, the Southern Worker carried an article that characterized the case as a crude frame-up. I remember distinctly how I became involved in the case. I was sitting in the party's district office on 12th Street. I had been reading the newspapers, which were filled with stories of the trial in Scottsboro. It seemed things were going badly there. The first group of boys had already been sentenced to death in the electric chair. I was trying to figure out what our next step should be. It was clear that if we did not take over the defense of at least some of the boys, they were doomed. Suddenly Sol Harper burst in on me. If there was one person who, before anyone else, understood the significance of the Scottsboro case and what the role of the party should be, it was Sol. Sol Harper was a tall, rangy, stoop-shouldered black comrade about 35 at the time, with prematurely graying hair. He combined the qualities of a dedicated communist with the skills of an expert investigative reporter. He seemed to have an inexhaustible store of information about current issues and knew everything that was happening or was about to happen on the black rights front. He always carried a briefcase stuffed with clippings from current newspapers and magazines. When I first arrived in New York, it was Sol who guided me through Harlem, explaining what was happening on the streets and introducing me to countless people. One always felt that Sol had his finger on the pulse of the people. He knew what they were thinking and how they would respond to any event. I had never seen him so agitated as he was that morning. "What's the party going to do?" he demanded. The NAACP was selling these boys out, they were going to the chair, and the black community was up in arms. "We have to step in now," Sol declared. "We must take over the legal defense. Send our lawyers down and get them to line up the boys and their parents." Sol got through to me that it was time for a decision. As soon as he left, I went up to the national office on the 9th floor of the building to talk with Amos and enlisted his support. Together we went to see Bob Miner in the next office. Bob had just been released from prison after serving 1 year for his leadership in the March 6 Union Square demonstration against unemployment and law relief. Bob was keenly sensitive on the Afro-American question and saw the great mass of Negro people as one of the greatest and most effective forces for the revolutionary overturn in the United States. He had just finished reading the accounts of the trial and had arrived at the same conclusion we had: the party had to move in on the legal defense. The three of us went to speak with Browder. He too had been reading about the trial and had just received a first-hand report from Scottsboro where the legal lynching was taking place. Browder agreed that we must act quickly. We immediately called a meeting with the ILD and the decision to enter the case was made. The ILD moved with dispatch. Joseph Brodsky, chief lawyer for the organization, and his associate, Irving Schwab, went immediately to Birmingham and Chattanooga where they got the consent of the parents and boys to enter the defense. Alan Taub, another ILD attorney who was already in Chattanooga, engaged the services of a local lawyer, George W. Chamley. The ILD had now gained control of the case. On April 10, 1933, the day of the sentencing, the Central Committee issued a statement in the Daily Worker exposing the case as a courthouse lynching being carried out by the Southern white ruling class. It called upon all working class and Negro organizations to adopt strong resolutions of protest and to wire these to the governor of Alabama. But wires to such capitalist officials alone, it went on to say, will do no good. You must organize such at greatest possible speed mass meetings and militant mass demonstrations against this crime. The statement concluded with the call to build a united front of all working people and farming masses of this country and put forward the slogans, "Death penalty for lynchers," and "Stop the legal lynching at Scottsboro." On May 23, Bob Miner, Amos and I left New York to attend the All-Southern Scottsboro Defense Conference, which was to meet on May 24 in Chattanooga. Miner represented the Communist Party, Amos spoke as secretary of the LSNR, and I represented the TUUL. Upon arrival in Chattanooga, we met with local comrades and Tom Johnson, the party's Southern organizer. The four of us formed a steering committee for the conference and set up a command post in the home of a local black comrade. Tom gave us the rundown on preparations and expectations for the conference. The atmosphere was tense. Local newspapers had sought to whip up hostility against the meeting, screaming with protests against the new carpetbag invasion from the north. The chief of police assured the white community that his forces were alerted and would take action against any attempt to disrupt the racist status quo. Tom was not even sure that the conference would be allowed to meet. We learned that police harassment had prevented the arrival of the Alabama delegation. Most of them had been picked up by Birmingham police as they were getting into assembled cars to drive to the conference. Since it was early morning, before sunrise, they were charged with a violation of the Birmingham curfew laws. They were later released without fines, but too late to attend the conference. I was disappointed, for I had expected my brother Otto would be part of the Alabama delegation. Our fear that the police might try to disrupt the conference by arresting its leaders was well grounded. We adopted security measures to prevent this. All of us on the steering committee took turns going to the conference hall, one person at a time. When one returned, another would go. We adhered to this plan throughout the conference so that the whole steering committee was never present in the hall at any one time. It was at this conference that I met Angelo Herndon for the first time. Herndon was to become the victim of a frame-up in Atlanta just a year later. I remember the enthusiasm and militancy of the 200 delegates, especially of the local people. Other delegates told me that when Amos spoke, he brought people to their feet as he called on blacks everywhere to fight for the lives of the 9 Scottsboro boys. In this spirit, he invoked the memory of Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass, and other heroes in the days of slavery. Bob Miner, as I understand, also gave an impressive speech. I too spoke, delivering greetings and support from the TUUL. The conference ended without incident. We were all enthusiastic. It was the first conference against lynching to be held in the South. Bob, Ben, Tom, and I were exhilarated and dropped our security precautions prematurely. We walked down to the conference hall and stood talking on the sidewalk, less than a block away from the conference. As we stood watching the delegates leave, we congratulated each other on the success of the conference. A patrol wagon swooped down upon us and the 4 of us were arrested and charged with blocking the sidewalk. We spent the night in jail, and next morning Chamley, our Scottsboro attorney, got us out with a $10 fine each. Chapter 13. Class Warfare in the Mines. In June 1931, the TUUL sent me to Pittsburgh to work as an organizer in a strike led by the National Miners Union, NMU, a TUUL affiliate. It was the largest strike the TUUL had led up to that point and involved some 42,000 coal miners in the Pittsburgh area, eastern Ohio, northern West Virginia and western Pennsylvania, 6,000 of whom were blacks. This strike was a part of the whole upsurge of working class activity led by the Communist Party during this period. 1. The NMU was founded in 1928 by members of the rank and file Save the Union Committee of the United Mine Workers of America, UMWA. John Watt was elected president, William Boyce vice president, and Pat Toohey secretary-treasurer. When the TUUL was formed in 1929, the NMU affiliated with the new Revolutionary Labor Organization. Its founding immediately followed the defeat of the UMWA in the bituminous coal strike of 1927, the result of the reactionary policies of John L. Lewis. After a strike which lasted over a year and despite the efforts of the Save the Union Committee, Lewis signed a separate agreement for the Illinois district. This move left the men in the Pittsburgh area with nothing to do but go back to work. Almost overnight, all the gains of the past 30 years of bitter struggle against the mine operators had been wiped out. Splits and dual unions developed throughout the minefields where the union had once been strong. Conditions of the miners deteriorated very rapidly. 2. Upon arriving in Pittsburgh, I proceeded immediately to the Yugoslav Hall where a meeting of the Central Strike Committee was proceeding. Representatives from all fields had assembled to vote on the strike and issue the general strike call. Foster, Jack Johnstone, Alfred Wagenknecht, and Jack Stahel, from the National TUUL office, were all there and all spoke. but most impressive to me were the speeches of the organizers from the coal fields. Ike Hawkins, veteran black miner whom I had met as a delegate to the 5th RILU Congress, and Tom Myerscough, who had made the cold turkey speech at the American Commission of the Comintern in early 1929, spoke of the miserable conditions in the coal fields and the determination of the miners to fight back. It was a fight for survival dramatically reflected in the strike slogan "Fight Against Starvation." To this the miners added another, as well starve fighting as to starve working in the mines. I was assigned as union organizer to the Pricedale region, about 30 miles south of Pittsburgh. The region included some of the largest mines of the Pittsburgh Coal Company, the biggest of all the coal companies. I arrived in town on a late Sunday afternoon in the midst of a big open-air meeting. It seemed that the whole town had turned out. I was delighted to find my friend Bill Dunn there. He had arrived that morning and was one of the few leaders whom I had not seen at the Central Strike Committee meeting in Pittsburgh. He had been sent on a tour of the fields to pep up the morale of the strikers. A veteran of the copper miners' struggles in Butte, Montana, and of the coal miners' strike in Illinois, he was a skilled orator who was able to speak authoritatively on the issues. I, on the other hand, knew nothing of the mining industry. On the train down from Pittsburgh, I had carefully read the strike call, acquainted myself with the miners' vernacular and committed the demands to memory. These included an increase in pay, the 8-hour day and recognition of the NMU. I was introduced by Cut Grant, the chairman of the local strike committee. I repeated verbatim what I had learned from the call and summarized the discussion of the strike committee in Pittsburgh. My remarks were on the whole well received. But I had quickly noticed that only a few black miners were at the meeting. I had been informed that the Pricedale mine had a large black force. Where were they? It seemed that while blacks were the backbone of the strike in the immediate areas around Pittsburgh, Library, for example, they had not responded well to the strike in this region. I was later to learn from some black miners that the probable cause for this was that blacks around Pittsburgh had come up from the south earlier. They were older in the mines and had become fairly well integrated into the mine force. Many had obtained official posts in the NMU locals. This had its ironical side. In many locals blacks worked with recent European immigrants. In some places the latter were even the majority. But blacks were elected to union positions, president, vice president, or secretary, because they were the only ones who could speak English. In Pricedale, however, blacks had come into the mines later, most of them brought in as strike breakers, as late as 1927. Against this background, the difficulties that confronted me as a union leader in the area were obvious. I, a black man, found myself the leader of a mass of white miners with strong racial prejudices. They didn't understand why the blacks had not come out on strike. They seemed to expect that black miners should forget about racist incidents that occurred during the last strike, job discrimination in the mines and segregation in the company patches, areas where the mines built company-owned housing and company stores. Cut Grant, a slightly built wiry figure, was a strong and courageous fighter of many mine battles and a recognized rank-and-file leader. He was also afflicted with the white chauvinist illness. I remember how his face fell when I stepped on the platform and Bill Dunn introduced me as the NMU organizer. There was a sharp contrast between his enthusiastic introduction of Dunn and his apologetic tone in introducing me. I must say, however, the attitude of the white miners was cordial, even friendly to me. I was a union nigger and therefore different from their black fellow miners. But I overheard mutterings, "Why don't those damn niggers come out?" And I knew that they expected me to do something about getting them out. It was my first experience in such a situation. There was a sizable number of South Slavs in the area, including Adam Ghetto, a young second-generation American, who was the party organizer. He immediately took me in tow, introduced me to his father, mother, aunts, and cousins. While the elderly Slavs spoke little or no English, we were able to communicate as I spoke Russian to them and they spoke Croatian to me, a kindred Slav tongue. One soon became known throughout the area as the Black Slav. It felt good to know I had some sort of a base, however tenuous, in the Yugoslav community, which included a sizable number of the miners in the area. The ethnic picture in my section included a minority of Anglo-Irish, old-timers in the mines, many of whom had come from the south, a sizable number of South Slavs and the blacks. One became immersed in the work of the strike. Our immediate target was to close down the Pricedale mine. Every day there were picket lines. Finally we called a special day. Every shop in the town closed, all the small merchants turned out for the picket line. The line was led by Cut Grant, Ghetto, and myself. The state police were also out in force. They were a hard-bitten lot, each looked like a one-man army with 30 to 30 Springfield rifles in their saddle holsters, .45 Colts, long riot clubs and helmets. I sized them up as ex-Marines and former Army non-coms. As I passed by, I overheard the corporal say to one of his men, "See that nigger there, he's the Union leader. Keep an eye on him." Trying to scare me off. In addition to the state police, there were the coal and iron police, private cops employed by the coal companies. They carried on a campaign of terror in the company patches and around the mines. Just a few days before I arrived, they had smashed a picket line at Pricedale using tear gas, clubs, and machine guns. 3 miners were shot. It was the worst rioting in western Pennsylvania bituminous fields in 9 years. 3. The black miners were not responding to our organizing efforts, however, and the Pricedale mine stayed open. It occurred to me that I might use the Scottsboro issue as a handle. I talked it over with Ghetto and Grant, suggesting that a meeting supporting the Scottsboro defense be called jointly by the National Miners Union and the League of Struggle for Negro Rights. There was no LSNR in the field, but I felt that as National Secretary, I had the authority to use the name. I suggested we try to get hold of the ILD's famous black orator, Richard B. Moore, who was touring the country on behalf of the Scottsboro Boys. I also suggested we issue a special leaflet to the black miners, advertising the meeting, asking them to come out and hear the latest on the Scottsboro Boys. They agreed, and we put out a leaflet which also included the special demands of the black miners against discrimination. The meeting was held on a hot Sunday afternoon, under a large tree in Fairdale, a neighboring town where our strike headquarters were set up. Several thousand people, miners and their families, turned out, and for the first time black faces were among them. It seemed the entire black community had come out. Richard B. Moore was at his best. He spoke for over 2 hours about the international situation, the crisis, unemployment, Scottsboro, and the miners' strike. He linked them all up together and was frequently interrupted by applause, as his ideas struck home with the audience. He ended with a rousing plea for unity of black and white miners in the strike. People were just spellbound. Cut Grant came over to me, eyes moist with emotion. He could hardly speak. I've never heard a speaker like that before. Moore's speech seemed to have purged Grant of his white chauvinism. I believe he joined the party the next day, and the black miners at Pricedale joined the strike. Murder in the coal fields. Every weekend Ghetto and I would go to Pittsburgh to attend a Central Strike Committee meeting. Often Cut Grant would accompany us. Organizers from all the fields would be present. We'd get the latest news of the strike, how it was proceeding in other fields, report our own situation and receive new instructions. We would communicate this to the miners in our region on our return. Returning one Monday morning, I crossed the bridge at Monessen, and was met by some miners from my section. "Have you heard what happened?" they said, rushing up to me. They informed me that the company goons, the coal and iron police, killed Filipovich right on his front porch, with his whole family watching. I was shocked. Filipovich was an ex-miner who had become a small storekeeper. His store was right across the street from the Pricedale company patch. He and his wife and several children lived above the store, and we had our miners' relief station in his basement. Everyone knew him as a strong partisan of the miners, and he was well liked by all, except the company thugs who were out to get him. We proceeded to Fairdale, but could only get within several blocks of the store. There were crowds of miners and their families milling around, and I found out exactly what had happened. Filipovich and his family had been sitting on their porch the evening before when some company thugs had come out and fired point blank at him from the company patch across the street. He had jumped up and rushed his family through the door, shouting, "Don't kill the children." It was then that he was shot, though none of his children were hurt. The reaction was tremendous anger throughout the coal fields at this cold-blooded murder. At the funeral, miners, their families and sympathizers gathered from all the coal fields around. A Yugoslav priest conducted the service and Adam Ghetto gave the eulogy. The anger of the people was so strong, it was clear the operators couldn't get away with it this time. The state prosecutor was forced to try the case. The killers were found guilty and sentenced to long prison terms. The last holdout mines in our area were two near Bentleyville, Charleroi, and Hillman. They were situated on a hill outside the town limits, just off a public highway. Every time we had attempted to picket these mines, the coal and iron thugs would mount machine guns across the road, thus blocking our attempts to close them down. We all knew this crude violation of the rights of the miners could only take place with the collusion of the state police, who were curiously absent on such occasions. Over several weeks we planned and organized for an attack to break through this blockade. With the help of the Central Strike Committee, we mobilized miners from neighboring coal fields for a march on these mines. The morning of the march, thousands of miners and their wives assembled at the foot of the hill leading up to the mines. The coal and iron thugs had placed across the road 3 machine guns, which glistened in the morning sun. Cut Grant, Ghetto, and myself were to lead the march. While we were gathering, the state police, who had been conspicuously absent in past confrontations with gunmen, made their appearance in the person of a young lieutenant and a sergeant who drove up in a car. Standing on the running board, the lieutenant warned us, "Don't march up that hill, you'll all be killed. Don't follow your leaders," he said, pointing at Adam, Cut, and me. "They are Russian communists, trying to lead you into a trap." Voices from the crowd responded, "Isn't this a public road? What right have they to block it? Why don't you clear them off it?" "Let's march," they shouted. The crowd surged forth, with Cut, Ghetto and myself in the lead. Here I am, I thought, over the top again, but in another kind of war, this time against the enemy at home. No weapons, no artillery support, just militant and determined miners. Some had clubs, others picked up rocks, and a few, I'm sure, had handguns concealed under their coats, despite our efforts to discourage them. So we began the march slowly up the hill, expecting at any moment to be blown apart by the company thugs who now had the 3 machine guns pointing directly at us. The atmosphere was tense with expectancy. We got about 50 ISID from them, when they suddenly picked up their guns and moved them to the side of the road, back onto company property. It had all been a bluff. We surged past with a deafening hurrah. I established our picket lines on the public road in front of the mines. Bentleyville mines were struck that day. Now, all the mines in our section were on strike. The mines were closed tight for several months, during which the miners had excellent morale and lighting spirit. A back-to-work movement started slowly in the 4th month of the strike. At first, it was scarcely perceptible, but when more and more miners failed to show up at local strike committee meetings, it was clear that demoralization was setting in. Behind this was the stark fact of starvation for the miners and their imnilis. The relief efforts headed by Wagenknecht were inadequate to maintain a long drawn-out strike. Kto, an old hand in the mine fields, warned me of what to expect. As the feeling that the strike is being lost grows, it is often accompanied by terroristic actions, particularly among the young miners, blowing up tipples, wrecking property and buildings. We organizers and some of the more militant miners, however, were reluctant to admit defeat. At the beginning of the back-to-work movement, many rank-and-file leaders and even union organizers continued to give rosy reports at the Central Strike Committee meetings. Yes, a few scabs are crawling back, but the main mass of miners are solid in support of the strike. Then the Comintern representative, the German Haywood, appeared at a meeting of the communist fraction of the strike committee. Point 4 As I recall, he kept insisting on exact information on the back-to-work movement. Clearly, he was suspicious of the glowing reports from many comrades. He stressed that if the trend was there and growing, that we must be prepared for a strategic retreat. Retreat. Such a word was strictly taboo. Some organizers looked at him as though he were a scab and argued, "That's just what the operators would like us to do." Even Foster seemed unfamiliar with the idea of voluntary retreat. The term was evidently not in his lexicon of strike strategy. If we are facing defeat, we should go down fighting. This seemed to be the common opinion. But Haywood quickly pointed out that if we chose this course, we would find all our militants outside of the mines, blacklisted, and our union destroyed. On the other hand, if we recognized our defeat, understood that the miners simply could not stay out any longer, we would be able to keep our militants in the mines, prevent ourselves from becoming isolated, and regroup our forces to fight again. The logic of this position was unassailable, and after several meetings we were won over. We returned to the fields and called meetings of the strikers. The position made sense to them. But our action was not taken soon enough. Thousands of our best miners had already been locked out. But the rank and file movement among miners did not end. Early in 1932, 8,000 miners in the Kentucky fields went out under the leadership of the NMU. This historic strike was carried out under conditions of guerrilla warfare. After bitter struggle, in which many were killed, this strike was also broken. Summation of the strike. The 12-week miners' strike ended in a defeat for the workers. The failure of the party, and especially party leadership, to summarize the strike and thoroughly master the lessons learned from it, contributed to the demise of the NMU, a red trade union. The strike was carried out at a time when the mining industry itself was in the throes of deep crisis, mass unemployment prevailed, and starvation was an immediate reality for thousands of miners and class fighters. The economic crisis was nationwide, but the mining regions of western Pennsylvania were particularly hard hit. As a resolution of the ECC, I summarized it: under these conditions the party should have been feverishly working to prepare for the miners' strike, building local organizations of the party and of the red trade unions. Point 5 Some effort was made in this direction immediately before the strike, but on the whole, the party organization was in a weak and neglected state when the strike did break out. This situation was aggravated by the fact that after the strike began, our leadership was unaware of the necessity and importance of strengthening, extending and building local party and trade union organizations as the backbone of successful strike strategy. Many leading comrades were brought into aid in the struggle, but mainly the higher levels of the strike apparatus were strengthened, while the local levels were almost entirely neglected. Because the strike leadership did not make the building of local organizations an urgent priority, it did not realize that we were in danger of becoming isolated from the broad masses of strikers. Underlying these mistakes was a lack of clarity on the basic line guiding the party's work in this struggle. The key obstacle was the inability to link up the task of developing the party with the no less urgent task of doing everything possible to win the miners' strike. Our work during the strike suffered from separating these tasks and emphasizing one at the expense of the other. Our main objective, simply put, was to revolutionize the striking miners, to show, by our actions in the strike, and through propaganda and agitation, that it is the communists who advocated and carried through the correct strike strategy and tactics. Material success is not always possible in a strike and is not an absolute prerequisite for determining the success or failure of a strike. At the same time, it must never be forgotten that there can be no political success in a strike without a serious struggle for the material improvement of the strikers. The strike leadership did not see it was pursuing an entirely one-sided course when it insisted on holding out to the last man. The result of these errors was the failure of the strike committee to lead an orderly and well-organized retreat. The strike committee was not linked closely enough with the miners in the fields. This close and intimate connection was one thing that would have enabled the leadership to take measures in sufficiently good time to prepare for the possibility of a strategic retreat. Instead, the leaders continued to listen to the optimistic and honey-coated reports of its traveling representatives and discouraged rank-and-file miners from expressing their doubts about continuing the strike by labeling all such miners as scabs. This existed to such an extent that the strike leadership did not even notice that at the end of the strike, we were leading a minority of the workers. In the end, the miners simply could not stay out any longer because of the widespread starvation and police terror. The party's refusal to organize for the possibility of a retreat left us isolated, and to a certain extent discredited. Thousands of the most militant and courageous fighters were locked out, blacklisted and evicted, by the coal operators. The NMU was decimated by the coal operators, and thenceforward, we were unable to build it into a powerful, independent union. Leading the party's Afro-American work. I returned to New York from the miners' strike in September 1931. Shortly thereafter, I was co-opted to the Central Committee with the privilege of sitting in on meetings of the Politburo. B.D. Amos, the former head of the Negro Department, was sent to Ohio and I was named to fill his position. In my new job, a large part of my time was devoted to the Scottsboro campaign, which was a major effort of the party in the Black liberation struggle. It is difficult to fully assess the tremendous impact Scottsboro had on the party's political development in that period. Every area of work, every mass organization we were involved in was strengthened by our participation in this defense campaign. Through our militant working class policy, we were able to win workers of all nationalities to take up the special demands of black people embodied in the Scottsboro defense. I'll never forget how the immigrant workers in the Needle Trades Union would sing. Scottsboro boys shall not die in their various Eastern European and Yiddish accents. In the South, the movement awakened the great mass of the black peasantry and resulted in the building of the Militant Sharecroppers Union, which embraced thousands of land-starved black croppers and poor farmers. Scottsboro helped pave the way for the growth of the unemployed councils and the CIO. The International Labor Defense, ILD, which had been initiated by the party in 1925 to fight for the freedom of political prisoners like Tom Mooney and Warren Billings, became the main mass organization in Scottsboro. 6 The Mooney case and others like it were linked to the Scottsboro frame-up and became instrumental in winning white workers to the fight for the freedom of the Scottsboro boys. Scottsboro marked the first real bid of the party and the black working class for leadership in the black liberation struggle. Within the national movement, black workers emerged as a force independent of the reformists and greatly strengthened by their role as part of the working class generally. By the end of 1931, we had effectively won hegemony in the defense efforts. Although the NAACP did not formally withdraw from the defense until January 1932, we were already in de facto control, the boys and their parents having signed up with the ILD. The thrust of our policy, emphasizing the primacy of mass struggle for the freedom of the boys, had succeeded to a large extent in discrediting and isolating the reformist liberal NAACP leadership. This fact, however, did not mean that the right reformist danger of compromise and capitulation in the black freedom movement had been eliminated. On the contrary, its proponents continued to probe our position, seeking weak spots which they could exploit to stage a comeback. Within the party, these influences were reflected in the underestimation of the objective class role of the reformist leadership as an agency of the white ruling class within the black movement. Underlying this was the tendency to ignore class differences in the black community, the naive and anti-Marxist assumption that all blacks as members of our oppressed nation were revolutionary. Or potentially so. This attitude persisted despite the treachery of the NAACP leaders in the Scottsboro struggle. In practice, it was manifested in the tendency to rely on local black leaders, particularly the clergy, in the building of local united fronts and the failure to involve the masses below. Often within these united fronts the party failed to place elementary conditions for struggle against the ruling class as the basis for unity and thus failed to maintain the independent role of the party, its freedom of action and propaganda. This struggle against the right reformist danger was often made more difficult by left sectarian errors, manifested primarily in a resistance to building the broadest possible united front. As head of the Negro Department, I felt it was my job to push the fight against reformism in the black community and its reflections in the party. This I felt was essential, not only to the Scottsboro struggle, but also to secure our long-term strategic objective, winning of the hegemony of black workers in the liberation struggle. I pursued this line in speeches, lectures, in training classes for party codders, and in my writings during this period. 7. In those days the South was considered the main concentration point for the development of the Black Liberation Movement. As head of the National Negro Department and Central Committee representative to the South, I was expected to follow closely the development of the party's work in that region. It was therefore necessary to acquaint myself with its practical as well as theoretical problems. My plan was to spend at least 3 or 4 months a year in the South. My first trip south was to Charlotte, North Carolina, in the spring of 1932. Charlotte, located near the foothills of the Piedmont, was the geographical center of the growing southern textile industry. The industry had grown up as the result of the runaway shops from New England bent on tapping the cheap labor supply of poverty-stricken white farmers fleeing the uplands. Gastonia, the scene of the historic strike in the spring of 1929, which had been led by the party and TUUL, was only 20 miles from Charlotte. Charlotte was also the headquarters of the party's North Carolina district. At the time of my visit, it was quiet, but there were stirrings in the mills around the area, rumblings of a new wave of strikes which were to break out the following July. 11. Unemployment was the main issue among both black and white workers. Unemployment was growing as a result of the inhuman SI out, speed up, system. Blacks were still a minority in the mills, working only in clean-up jobs, sweeping and janitorial work. They were the lowest of the low. The party had carried through some demonstrations for unemployment relief. Some of the stalwarts from the Gastonia Antique who had been locked out of the mills had moved into Charlotte, providing the backbone of the party in Charlotte, at least among whites. The party had won sympathy among blacks on a result of the Scottsboro issue and its strong position against discrimination in the shops. An ILD branch had been set up and, here was a good Scottsboro movement in town. One He Party was partially underground, and its members worked in the unemployed councils, ILD, and the National Textile Union, which had never really recovered after the Gastonia defeat. There was an unemployed headquarters downtown which consisted of an office and a fairly large hall where the ILD also held meetings. Party meetings were generally small and held in the homes of comrades. Most of the top party leadership was from the north. Richards, the district organizer, was of Finnish-American extraction and hailed from Wisconsin, where he had formerly been DO. Amy Schechter was a Jewish Cockney. Born in London, she was a college-educated intellectual, but she still retained a thick Cockney accent. She was one of the original Gastonia 7 who were charged with ILI murder of the chief of police. Their case was finally won in the Supreme Court. There was also Dave Doran of the YCL. He later became political commissar of the Lincoln Brigade and was killed on the Aragon front in Spain. The outstanding local comrade was a steadfast black woman, Ann Withers. My visit to Charlotte was brief. I sat in on a few meetings in the district, discussing preparations for marches on the issue of unemployment relief and the upcoming election campaign. I then returned to New York and reported on my visit. Chapter 14. Reunion in Moscow. 1932 was a presidential election year. We communists greeted it as an opportunity to popularize our program before the millions of people impoverished by the economic crisis and ruling class offensive, as well as to stimulate strengthen all the campaigns the party was engaged in. By this time, the party had built considerable influence among LI masses through an increasingly successful struggle against right dangers. We concentrated a good deal of attention on the NI niggle for unemployment insurance and immediate relief. Hunger marches on state capitals had taken place throughout the country, culminating with nationwide marches on Washington in December of 1931 and 1932. In the struggle of employed workers, the party found itself increasingly at loggerheads with William Greene and the AFL. For instance, he supported Hoover's wage cut policies against which we had waged many successful battles. In direct defiance of the LL's no-strike pledge, the party and the TUUL were leading sly ikes in the Kentucky mines and the needle trades. Poor and middle farmers were then revolting against widespread evictions and foreclosures throughout the Midwest, and in December 1932 farmers from across the country held a national clique conference in Washington. As a result, the Farmers' National Committee of Action was set up raising such demands as no forced sales or evictions of poor farmers, cash relief, reduction in rents and taxes, and an end to the oppression of Afro-American people. 1. With mass demonstrations and meetings throughout the country to free the Scottsboro Boys, the party was becoming a respected leader among blacks. We also helped organize the National Bonus March in July 1932. Some 25,000 veterans marched to Washington, demanding adjusted service pay, standing against the danger of imperialist war and for the defense of the Soviet Union and the Chinese people. We began preparing for the presidential campaign early in 1932, nominating a national slate of William Z. Foster for president and James W. Ford for vice president. Ford was called back from Germany where he had been chairman of the International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers. I had been briefly considered for vice president, but it was felt generally that my appearance was too youthful. Though the party's vote was small, about 103,000, we used the campaign to broadly publicize our minimum and maximum programs. 2. We had a slate of congressional candidates, among whom were many blacks. The party was on the ballot in 40 states and conducted an aggressive campaign. Hundreds of mass meetings were held throughout the country, 7 million leaflets distributed and 1 million pamphlets sold, all this in the face of vicious police harassment and repression. I don't really believe that the final vote was an accurate reflection of the party's influence at that time, particularly in the South, where the black masses were almost entirely disenfranchised. In the summer of 1932, 19-year-old Angelo Herndon, a YCL member, was arrested in Atlanta, Georgia. Herndon was charged with incitement to insurrection under an old 1861 fugitive slave statute. Much of what I learned was from my brother Otto, who was in Atlanta at the time and worked actively in the campaign. That June, the Fulton County Commissioners had announced that there was no more money for relief. After all, there was no need for relief. They said there was no one in the city of Atlanta who was starving. Then they invited any stray soul who might be hungry to come to their offices and they would investigate the situation. The Communist Party and the unemployed councils immediately took them up on their offer. They mobilized 1,000 people, black and white, to come to the county courthouse and demand relief. The meeting itself was historic, the first time that such a large meeting of black and white workers had taken place in the South. Herndon described its significance in his autobiography. It was a demonstration of the Southern workers' power. Like a giant that had been lying asleep for a long time, he now began to stir. 3 Atlanta's ruling circles were appropriately alarmed, and the next day they found $6,000 for relief. 1 week later, Angelo Herndon was arrested. His trial was an example of Georgia lynch justice, and the local rulers through their newspapers were to use it to sensationalize the Red Jew scare for many years to come. I think the prosecutor's remarks sum up the situation pretty well. Falling to his knees, the Reverend Hudson told the jury that he expected them to arrive at a verdict that would automatically send this damnable anarchistic Bolsheviki to his death by electrocution. The good Reverend said that this would satisfy God, and the daughters of the state officials can walk the streets safely. Stamp this thing out now with a conviction. 4. Hudson didn't get everything he asked for, but Herndon was sentenced to 18 to 20 years. Before he was sentenced, however, young Herndon told the court, "You may succeed in killing 1, 2, even a score of working class organizers. But you cannot kill the working class." 5. In the beginning stages of the case, the ILD had immediately taken charge of the defense, which was then in the hands of a young black Atlanta attorney, Ben Davis, Jr. The case was linked up with the Scottsboro struggle as a symbol of the racist persecution of blacks. A long legal battle ensued. Mass meetings and huge petition campaigns were launched as part of the defense effort. The case was fought through to the Supreme Court, which at first sustained the conviction, but ultimately reversed it by a 5-4 decision. Herndon, out on bail, was finally freed in 1937. As soon as we had received word of Herndon's arrest, we began planning a nationwide defense campaign. The Negro Department was responsible for developing and carrying out a campaign in support of the ILD. As part of this effort, I made plans to go to Atlanta to see the situation firsthand. Shortly before I was to leave, however, Browder called me into his office and informed me that he had just received a CL request that the American Party send 3 delegates to attend the 12th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. Browder asked if I would like to go. The meeting was to be in Moscow in early September. He said that he was aware of my desire to bring my wife Ina to the United States, and he suggested that this might be a good opportunity. I, of course, enthusiastically agreed. Just a few days later, I was aboard ship bound for the Soviet Union with the other 2 delegates, Bob Miner and Henry Poro, a Finnish-American comrade. We arrived in Moscow in mid-August and I had a joyous reunion with Ina. Not long after our arrival, the 12th plenum of the ECCI convened as scheduled. Its purpose was to analyze the current international situation and check the work of the Comintern sections, the affiliated parties. The tone was set in the resolution on the international situation. It noted that capitalist stabilization had ended, that we were well along in the third period, and that although a revolutionary upsurge was developing in a number of countries, a revolutionary situation had not yet arisen in any important capitalist country. The resolution stressed the danger of war and the preparation for a counter-revolutionary war against the USSR. The enemy, it declared, was both fascism and social fascism, social democracy, which stood for the maintenance and strengthening of capitalism. Only by directing the main blow against social democracy, this social mainstay of the bourgeoisie, it said, will it be possible to strike at and defeat the chief class enemy of the proletariat, the bourgeoisie. 6. In the United States there had already been mass demonstrations of the unemployed, the Veterans March and the strike struggles against wage cuts. The resolution called upon the U.S. Party to continue to strengthen its efforts in mobilizing the masses, and towards this end to concentrate chiefly on the struggle, 1 for social insurance, against wage cuts, for immediate assistance for the unemployed, 2 for assistance for the ruined farmers, 3 for equal rights of the Negroes and the right of self-determination for the Black Belt. It urged the defense of the Chinese people against foreign aggression and defense of the Soviet Union. There was nothing new in all this. The party was in agreement with all these points and had taken part in discussions which led to the formulation of his speech. I visited the Lenin School where I reported on the Afro-American work in the party. The student body was completely new to me. There were a number of American black students as well as several South Africans. One was Enzela, the secretary of the South African Communist Party, a brilliant young Zulu communist. Unfortunately, Enzela died of pneumonia shortly after I left. In Moscow I also met members of the black and white film group who had come to the Soviet Union at the invitation of the Mezrabpom, Soviet film industry. The 22 young men and women were there to film a story about race and class relations in the southern United States. Among them were the novelist and poet Langston Hughes, Louise Thompson, now Louise Thompson Patterson, secretary of the Committee for the Defense of Political Prisoners and a former social worker and teacher, Ted Poston, a New York journalist, Lauren Miller, a young West Coast intellectual, later a lawyer and judge, and Henry Moon, a writer who later became publicity director of the NAACP. They seemed to be having a good time among the hospitable Russians who went out of their way to show them courtesy. After a stay of several months and a number of attempts to get started, the movie was called off. The reason, according to Mesrabpom officials, was the inadequacy of the scenario. It was not worthy of the kind of picture they had hoped to make, nor were the actors quite what they expected. They were a group of intellectuals, not a genuine worker among them, and only one professional actor. Most were from the North and knew little or nothing about the South. Some members of the group, however, contended that the reasons for canceling the project were political, that the Soviets were backing away from the project in order to curry favor with the US government. They claimed that equal rights were being sacrificed and the Soviets were betraying blacks in exchange for diplomatic relations with the United States. At the time, the two countries were about to establish diplomatic relations, and a film depicting racial relations in the US might be considered a violation of the proposed Treaty of Recognition, which enjoined both parties to refrain from hostile propaganda against the other. This charge was picked up, embellished and hurled throughout the world by the capitalist press. Added to it were accounts of poor blacks stranded in Moscow. The New York Tribune headlined a story: "Negroes adrift in Uncle Tom's Russian cabin. Harlem Expeditionary Unit is stranded in Moscow 7. A couple of years later, when George Padmar left his post as editor of the Negro Worker, organ of the International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers in Hamburg, he made use of this incident to try to bolster his flimsy charge that the Communist International had deserted the African liberation struggles. These charges were false. According to Langston Hughes, the group was on contract and continued to receive their salaries higher than any of them had ever earned before. They were staying in a luxurious hotel, were wined and dined by the Russians, and were also invited by the Theatrical Union on a pleasure trip to the Black Sea to visit the resorts of the Crimea and the Caucasus. Langston Hughes also supported the Russians with respect to the inadequacy of the script. In fact, it was he who called their attention to it. He had read the script, written by a well-known Soviet scenarist whose knowledge of contemporary black life was limited to the very few books on the subject which had been translated into Russian. He had evidently studied these and put together what he thought was a highly dramatic story of race relations in the United States. The result, said Hughes, was a script improbable to the point of ludicrousness. It was so interwoven with major and minor impossibilities and improbabilities that it would have seemed like a burlesque on the screen. He told studio officials that in his opinion, no plausible film could possibly be made from it since, in general, the script was so mistakenly conceived that it was beyond revision. 8. Mesrabpom informed the group that they would be paid in full for the duration of their contracts and that transportation via London, Paris, or Berlin back to the US would be available whenever they wished to depart. With regard to the future, 3 choices were offered: exit visas at any time, an extended tour of the Soviet Union before leaving, or permanent residence and jobs for any who desired to remain. All were invited to stay in the USSR as long as they wished. Langston remained a year, visiting republics in Central Asia and traveling in various parts of the Soviet Union. 2 members of the group stayed permanently. Wayland Rudd, the actor, appeared in Moscow theaters and performed for the troops at the front during World War II. Lloyd Patterson, a scene designer who was a graduate of Hampton Institute in Virginia, married a Russian woman and stayed in the Soviet Union, where he died during the Nazi invasion of Moscow. His wife, Vera, also a scene designer, was a friend of Ina's. Homer Smith, a former postal employee from Minneapolis, stayed in the Soviet Union until the beginning of World War II. He got a contract with the Russian Postal Service and introduced the first special delivery to Moscow. While I was there, Mother Wright, mother of one of the Scottsboro boys, was on a tour of Russia and spoke to a whole series of mass rallies, culminating in a huge demonstration and parade of tens of thousands of Soviet workers in Moscow. They went through the main streets of Moscow with placards and banners: "Free the Scottsboro boys," "Down with U.S. imperialism," and "the Soviet Union friend of the oppressed blacks." This enthusiastic support of the Russians for the Scottsboro boys further belied these slanders. One day I dropped in at the Bolshoi Moscow Hotel to visit some members of the film group. Entering the lobby, I saw my old Kutva schoolmate Golden, and we ran into a Russian embrace. He had gone back to the States in 1928 and had now returned to the Soviet Union with a new wife, a Polish-American woman. They had settled in Tashkent in Central Asia, where he was professor of English literature at the university. His wife also taught there, and they had a baby daughter. Golden told me what had happened to him in the past years. Back in the US, he had found it difficult to fit into party work. I was neither an organizer nor an agitator, and I felt I was too old to acquire these qualities, he said. He was then about 40, as you know. I never had any party experience before coming to Russia. He felt that he could, perhaps, eventually become a teacher of Marxian political economy. You know, I was good at that, he said. He was in fact, an extremely modest and retiring fellow, not one to blow his own horn. I would say the comrades in the States did not know of his qualifications in this respect. He had worked a while as the manager of the party restaurant in New York. Then he was sent as organizer to Pittsburgh, but, as he himself admitted, did a poor job there. He was a loyal communist, however, and it occurred to him that there was one thing he could do for the Soviet Union, and that was to organize a group of black technicians to go there to work. Approaching his old teacher at Tuskegee, the famed Dr. George Washington Carver, he solicited his aid in getting together a group of agricultural specialists to go to the Soviet Union. Dr. Carver seemed enthusiastic about the project and immediately sought volunteers from among his former students. They eventually got together a group of 9 agricultural specialists, agronomists, and agricultural chemists. There was also one young civil engineer, Charles Young, the son of Colonel Young, West Point graduate and highest-ranking black officer in the U.S. Army at the beginning of World War I. The whole group signed contracts through the Amterg, Soviet trading organization in the U.S. Led by Golden, they left for the USSR. Otto told me he saw them off when they sailed from New York. He asked Golden when he was coming back. Repeating a verse of the once popular song, Golden replied, "I'll be back when the elephants roost in the trees." Golden died in Tashkent just before World War II. In addition to his work as a professor, he was at that time a member of the City Soviet. He must have been a very popular man because we heard that the whole town turned out for his funeral. Most of the young black technicians remained permanently married and had families in the Soviet Union. One became head of the largest state poultry farm in the Soviet Union, and another, Sutton, an agricultural chemist from San Antonio, Texas, invented a process for producing rope from rice straw. My desire to bring Ina back to the States was made known to the appropriate authorities. We had no trouble at all. She was immediately given an exit visa. Naturally, her mother was sorry to be separated from her only child, but she approved of Ina's leaving, saying she wanted her daughter to be happy. We left Moscow for Riga, site of the nearest American embassy. The Soviet Union was not recognized by the US at this time. Arriving in Riga, we proceeded at once to the American embassy to get the necessary papers which would allow Ina to enter the United States as my wife and become a permanent resident. At the time, I thought there was a possibility of getting immediate approval so she could come through with me. I knew that this had happened in some cases, but I was quickly disabused of this naive hope. At the embassy I was subjected to a quiz. The ambassador himself took part in the questioning. I could tell by his accent that he was a polite Southern gentleman. Behind the mask, I could sense the hostility towards me. I told them I was a writer and had spent time in the Soviet Union a couple of years before. There I had met Ina, and we had gotten married. Now I had returned to bring her back with me. They asked me all sorts of questions about the Soviet Union, how I liked it, what it was like. I gave general answers. It was clear they knew all along who I was. Finally I was told that they didn't handle visas from that office. In this connection, I would have to go back to the United States and apply through the immigration department to bring Ina in. They assured me I would have no problem. I should leave Ina in Riga. This, they said, was the normal procedure. The ambassador, keeping up the friendly facade, bade me goodbye in a polite way and wished me luck. Fortunately, we had friends in Riga. The Armenian Vartanyan, a member of the YCL, had given us the name of his uncle, a wealthy doctor in the city, who had his own health sanitarium. Ina could stay there as a guest as long as she wanted. The city of Riga was a notorious spy center. A listening post for the US, it was the nearest place to gather information on the Soviet Union for US intelligence. Many of the anti-Soviet experts were centered there, and the city served as a lie factory. For example, they reported 20 million people had starved to death in famines in 1932. I was there that year, and while I saw some tightening of the belt as a result of the bad harvest, there was no starvation. Then there was even cruder stuff about the nationalization of women, all invented by newspapermen in the bars in Riga. 9. I was in Riga just 3 or 4 days and regretfully left Ina with the doctor and his family. He assured me everything would be all right. We went to the station where I caught the train for Berlin. Ina and I embraced, and she watched as the train pulled out. I never saw her again. From Berlin I went to Bremerhaven and got passage home on the liner Bremen. Immediately on arrival in the States I went to the immigration office on Ellis Island to apply for a visa for Ina. Here they were quite rude. One guy asked me, "Who is she, a communist?" "We're not letting any communists in, you know." I said, "No. She's just a Soviet citizen." They gave me an application to fill out. I then asked when I could hear from them and they told me it would be a month or so. "Why does it take so long?" I asked. They said they had to investigate. I kept in close touch with Ina, assuring her that things would turn out all right. I also called the immigration department, constantly inquiring about the application. After several months, I became convinced my application for Ilya's visa was being deliberately obstructed by the immigration department itself. So I started my own campaign, assisted by my friend William Patterson, then National Secretary of the International Labor Defense. We felt the best way to get results was to threaten the immigration authorities with public exposure. It was a clear case of discrimination against a black man. We enlisted the support of several liberals, including the Committee for the Defense of Political Prisoners headed by Rabbi Benjamin Goldstein and Malcolm Cowley of the American Civil Liberties Union. They addressed a telegram to the Commissioner of Immigration in Washington, demanding to know the reasons for the delay and denouncing this inhuman treatment. "Is it because she is white and Mr. Hall is Negro?" they asked. We got an immediate reply from the commissioner himself. He denied the delay had anything to do with racial discrimination and said he would like to see Mr. Hall down in Washington so we could talk the matter over. Pat and I went down to the office of the commissioner in Washington. Patterson, as my attorney, was on the offensive and launched right in. But the commissioner told him to hold back. "There's no discrimination here," he told us, "but of course, we're not going to let any communists in." We objected, saying she was not a communist, just a citizen of the Soviet Union. Then the commissioner raised the question of my previous marriage. They as yet had no proof of the termination of that marriage. I replied that that was no problem, I would get the proof for them. Shortly after I had arrived in Moscow in 1926, one had gotten a letter from my sister Ipa. She told me she had run into Hazel, my former wife. Hazel had told her she had divorced me, was remarried and had some children. So I assumed there would be no trouble getting confirmation of the divorce. I immediately went to Chicago and saw my sister. She repeated what she had written to me, told me where Hazel was living and took me there to see her. I explained to Hazel that I needed to get confirmation of our divorce. But she said she hadn't divorced me. "What do you mean?" I asked, amazed. "You know, it's against my religion. My church doesn't approve of divorces," she said. I was astounded. Here she was living with someone else and with children, but she couldn't approve of divorce. I wrote Ina, telling her what had transpired and told her I thought the best thing to do was for her to go back to Moscow. I would get a divorce as quickly as I could and then go back. But I got bogged down in work. There was no money for a divorce, and no guarantee that even with the divorce, I would be able to get Ina into the country. I felt very sad about this and we did exchange letters for a time, but I was unable to get back to the Soviet Union in the 30s and we eventually lost contact. I later heard from friends who had visited Moscow that she had remarried. Chapter 15. Sharecroppers with Guns, Organizing the Black Belt. In the spring of 1933, Haywood Patterson of the Scottsboro Boys was declared guilty by a court in Decatur, Alabama. Following his conviction, a wave of indignation swept black communities across the country. Mass protest rallies, demonstrations of all sorts and parades culminated in the Free the Scottsboro Boys March on Washington on May 7 to 9, 1933. The right danger took concrete form when the ILD leadership allowed themselves to be suckered into an agreement with the NAACP leadership. These leaders made overtures to the ILD, offering to help raise funds for the mounting legal defense expenses and particularly for those of the Patterson appeal. This offer, however, was made with conditions which amounted low, giving the NAACP veto power over all expenditures of defense funds, and thus over defense activities. It was a ploy which would enlow NAACP leaders such as Joel Spingarn and Walter White to regain their position in the defense campaign and appear before the masses as leaders in this campaign. Since the beginning of the campaign 2 years before, the Spingarn-White crowd had used every possible means to wrest the defense from the ILD. Their efforts were in vain, but they continued to attack not the lynchers but the defense. For example, shortly after the Patterson verdict, the NAACP Board of Directors stated that the only hope for the boys was to remove the additional burden of communism. 1. Now these leaders, largely discredited and isolated, attempted to get back into the defense. The sharp rise in the movement under the leadership of the ILD, which followed the Patterson verdict, forced them to make a tactical retreat. Realizing they had misjudged the temper of the masses, they now attempted to regain a place within the defense in order to more effectively sabotage it. To this end they made overtures to the ILD, offering to help raise funds. In an ILD staff meeting which I attended as head of the party's Negro department, the NAACP offer was discussed favorably by most of the staff. George Moorer, who played a leading role in organizing the Scottsboro defense, and myself were the only ones to object. William Patterson, National Secretary, argued that there was no alternative if the organization were to gain the financial support we needed for the Haywood-Patterson appeal and the future trials of the other boys. Point 2. As I recall, our objections were to no avail and the agreement was carried through. Point 3. The deal was obviously set up by Samuel Leibowitz, one of America's leading criminal lawyers, who had become quite well known for his defense of certain gangster types. He had volunteered his services free of charge to the ILD and was accepted as the chief defense lawyer in the trial of Haywood-Patterson. He won national acclaim by his brilliant conduct of the defense and emerged as a hero of that trial. On his return to New York from Decatur, Alabama, more than 3,000 people poured out of Harlem to greet him at Pennsylvania Station. Leibowitz was a man of great personal ambition. He later became a justice of the New York Supreme Court. He was clearly uncomfortable in the company of revolutionaries and sought to avoid too close identification with the ILD. He brought the ILD and the NAACP together, ostensibly to achieve unity, but in reality to weaken the hold of the ILD on the defense and pave the way for an eventual takeover by the NAACP leadership. The ILD went on to compound this original mistake. They not only accepted the deal but hailed the NAACP leaders for their changed attitude. In fact, the agreement reflected no change of heart by NAACP leaders. They continued to draw a line between defense in the courts and the mass movement. They tried to confine their support to the courts and moved to sabotage the mass defense movement, both from within and from without. They refused to support the Free the Scottsboro Boys March on Washington, but this proved to be a serious blunder for the already crisis-ridden and isolated NAACP. Shortly before the March on Washington, our right opportunist mistakes were continued in the Scottsboro Action Committee, a broad united front which was under the leadership of the ILD. The NAACP had become largely discredited and left reformists like William H. Kidd Davis, publisher of the Amsterdam News, tried to step into the vacuum. Davis, along with black politicians who served as fronts for New York's Tammany Hall, attempted to set up a new so-called nonpartisan defense committee for the purpose of the march. This was part of their effort to seize the leadership of the growing mass movement that was calling for a march on Washington. Davis attempted to divert it from a mass march into a committee of representative citizens who would present a petition to the president. At the beginning of this move, the Scottsboro Action Committee tailed after the reformists. They failed at first to see through the left rhetoric of the group's criticisms of the NAACP. But within a short time, we corrected this mistake and regained leadership of the movement. We did the actual organization and formulation of the proposals for the march, which went over successfully. I participated in the organization of the March on Washington along with Patterson, Ford, and others, helping to prepare the program and working out technical details. The march involved people mainly from the cities of the Eastern Seaboard. There hadn't been time to organize a truly national demonstration. The demand of the march was freedom for the Scottsboro boys, which was tied in with demands in the area of civil rights, an end to discrimination in voting, jury service, schools, housing, public accommodations, trade unions, and the death penalty for lynching. Point 4. These demands were summed up in the Bill of Rights put forward by the LSNR. The 3,000 marchers, led by Ruby Bates, Mrs. Jane Patterson, mother of Haywood Patterson, and William Patterson of the ILD, demanded to meet with President Roosevelt. Point 5. Roosevelt was in conference with Dr. Hagelmarschakt, the special German envoy, and refused to meet the marchers. We did visit various congressmen who all said it was a matter for the courts, they could do nothing. Oscar DePriest, a black congressman from the Thompson machine in Chicago, showed his true colors, declaring that we weren't going to get him into this mess. We left the petitions with Lewis Howe, the president's secretary, saw Vice President Garner and the Speaker of the House. We then paraded through the streets of Washington and headed home. After the march, the Politburo of the party reviewed the Scottsboro campaign since the Patterson verdict. The right mistakes before the march arose from a basic misconception of the United Front. Behind this was the idea that a united front meant unity with everybody, under any conditions. Involved here was a definite underestimation of the class role of the black reformist leaders as agents of the ruling class in the ranks of the Afro-American people. Their influence could only be destroyed in the course of building a united front with the masses from below. It was the same as the situation in the labor movement with regard to the labor bureaucracy. We decided that a resolution should be developed in the light of our discussions. The Negro Department was given the task of drafting such a resolution. We summed up these mistakes in a resolution which was adopted by the Politburo. In its criticism of the ILD's deal with the NAACP, the resolution stated that the ILD should have offered the NAACP a straightforward and clear proposal of mass struggle and mobilization of the masses against the capitalist frame-up courts and Jim Crow legal system. If the NAACP had accepted this program, it would have clearly discredited their past policy of relying on the courts. If they had refused such an offer, this also would have cleared the issues before the eyes of the masses. The resolution went on further to state, in such a broad mass struggle as that of the Scottsboro, conscious agents of the ruling bourgeoisie endeavor to come into the united front for the purpose of smashing the mass movement and thus serving the bourgeoisie. It is necessary to warn the masses constantly of the class role of these elements. Under all conditions it is necessary to maintain the independent role of the party and of the revolutionary forces in such a united front, both in regard to our agitation and our actions. Point 6. Southern Tour. Our line, projecting the question of U.S. blacks as essentially that of an oppressed nation, called for making the South the center of gravity for work among them. Though I had spent a brief period in North Carolina, it was not the deep Black Belt South, the focus of the party's concentration. I was eager to visit the area, to see how our theory regarding the national question and the role of the black peasantry were being worked out in practice. The opportunity came in the early part of 1933. In consultation with the Alabama district organizer, Nat Ross, Elizabeth Lawson, acting editor of the Southern Worker, the party's Southern newspaper, and A1 Murphy, secretary of the Sharecroppers Union, all of whom were in New York at the time, it was decided that I should spend several weeks in the Alabama district. Arriving in Birmingham, I had no difficulty in finding the hotel where the comrades had arranged for me to stop. It was on 4th Avenue, downtown in a small black business area, near the Birmingham World, the city's black weekly. When I registered, the owner and desk clerk said, "Oh, yes, Mr. Haywood. We've been expecting you. Your friends will be here shortly." I was shown to my room, and a few minutes later 2 young black comrades, Hosea Hudson and Joe Howard, came to my room. Both were unemployed steel workers. They had been assigned as my liaisons to the local party organization. In Birmingham, the South's greatest industrial center, the ruling white supremacist oligarchy expressed the interest of local capitalist black belt planters of the adjacent counties, local representatives of northern-based industrial and financial corporations. Most of these latter merged socially with their southern counterparts. At the top of the corporate list was the gigantic United States Steel Corporation, sprawling over a section of the town itself. The gentleman's agreement of 1877 remained in full force. The principle enunciated by Judge Taney in the Dred Scott decision that the black has no rights that the white man is bound to respect was still fully operative. Jim Crow laws in public places were strictly enforced. The purpose of it all was to preserve a cheap, subservient, divided and unorganized labor force of degraded, disenfranchised blacks and poverty-ridden whites. The latter were psychologically compensated by being accepted as members of a superior race. In Birmingham, racism was all-pervasive and blatant. One could feel it in the atmosphere. Birmingham was a mean town, a place where the police periodically shot down black people to keep them in line, the latter being mostly young and unemployed. When we walked down the street, Hosea and Joe told me, "If you expect to work down here, you gotta look like the rest of us. You gotta cut out that fast walking with your head up in the air or these crackers'll spot you. Get that slouch in your walk. Look scared, as if you are about to run," he joked. These were big tough men talking now. Of course they were kidding still, there was a grain of truth in these remarks. Now a new element had entered the picture: the Communist Party. Formed in 1930 by organizers from the North, the party in Birmingham took the first steps towards building a union of steel workers, laying the groundwork for building the CIO Steel Workers Union in 1935. It had initiated a movement of unemployed which organized a demonstration of 7,000 people on the steps of the Jefferson County Courthouse in November 1932.7. Though the numbers were not large, the party grew rapidly. During the 1932 election campaign, 300 blacks and 50 whites gathered to greet William Z. Foster at an election rally. Foster, however, failed to appear because of illness. The following week, 400 blacks and 300 whites attended a meeting to hear Hathaway. This meeting was broken up by vigilantes throwing anti-tank bombs from galleries. There were also a number of mass meetings called on the Scottsboro issue, including one of 3,000 people at the Black Masonic Temple. The party had chosen Birmingham as the center for its drive into the Deep South and as the logical jump-off place for the development of a movement among the small black farm operators. The most dramatic struggle was the movement of tenants and sharecroppers and farm laborers centered in Tallapoosa County, southeast of Birmingham. The area bordered on the Black Belt Plantation region and resembled the latter in respect to farm values, types of tenancy and racial composition. The first local of the Sharecroppers Union was organized there in 1931. That was before the federal relief crop reduction program had been instituted. The small owners, tenants, croppers, and farm laborers were hit the hardest by the crisis. Merchants and bankers had refused to furnish or provide them credit. Mortgages left them at the mercy of their creditors. Small operators lived under constant threat of foreclosure and eviction. The wages for farm laborers ran as low as 50 cents a day for men and 25 cents for women. 8. The close proximity to the party organization in Birmingham facilitated the organization of these poor farmers in the area. A number of them had worked in mines north of Birmingham and in steel plants and factories in the city itself, returning to the land to eke out a living during the Depression. There was a continuous movement to and from the city, and those who didn't make the move themselves had close relatives who did so. Thus the development of the sharecroppers' struggle in Alabama, in contrast to other regions of the Black Belt where oppression was equally intense, for example, South Carolina or Mississippi, took a more organized and consciously revolutionary form. This accounts for what struck me as the relatively high political development of union members. Local farmers sent a letter to the Southern worker in Chattanooga, asking that organizers be sent to help them build a union. The party responded and sent several people, among them Mac Code, a black steel worker. Code, arriving at the scene, met with the Gray brothers Ralph and Tom and other local leaders. It was decided that a meeting should be called for July 16, at Mary's Church near Camp Hill, to protest the Scottsboro convictions. Included in the agenda of the meeting would be plans for organizing a union around the minimum demands of the tenants. The most immediate aim was to force the landlords to increase the quantity of furnishings through the winter, and double the wages of the plantation laborers. A last-minute arrangement committee of the leaders met the night before, on July 15. The county sheriff and local gentry were aware of the defiant moods among the sharecroppers. The sheriff had been tipped off by a local stool pigeon that an outside agitator was in the area and that radical meetings were being held. The same stool pigeon informed them about the meeting of leaders on July 15. He and his deputies, seeking the outsider, raided the meeting. They found that they were all from Tallapoosa County, and they convinced the sheriff that the meeting was just a harmless get-together and that they knew nothing about an outside organizer. The next night, July 16, the sheriff and his deputies approached the meeting, where they were confronted by Ralph Gray, who had been posted as a picket. Shots were exchanged in which both Gray and the sheriff were wounded. The sheriff and his deputies fled back to town, where a posse was formed amidst cries of communist-instigated Negro rebellion, and a manhunt began. In the ensuing battle, 5 blacks were wounded in addition to Ralph Gray. A black cropper helped carry him to his home, where Code and several other armed blacks had gathered. The posse approached Gray's home and a battle ensued. The croppers, faced with overwhelming odds, decided to disperse. Gray, however, refused to be removed to safety and insisted upon dying in his own home. The croppers insisted that Code must flee and helped him to escape to Atlanta. Gray's home was riddled with bullets by IE posse, and when they broke in, he was found dead. In addition to the wounded, 30 more blacks were finally rounded up and arrested in the manhunt that followed. The brutal repression following Camp Hill did not crush the movement. The Union regrouped underground and continued to grow. By spring 1932, the Union claimed 500 members, mainly in Tallapoosa and Chambers counties. In December 1932, there were shootouts in Reeltown in Tallapoosa County involving Cliff James, a Union leader in the area. The sheriff had tried to serve a writ of attachment on James's livestock as a result of his landlords refusing him an extension on a year's rent. The sharecroppers elected a committee to meet the sheriff, and when the latter arrived to seize the property, he found Union members armed and barricaded in the house. In the ensuing battles, the sheriff and 2 deputies were wounded, 1 sharecropper killed and several wounded, including James and Milo Bentley. The sharecroppers scattered through the woods. James and Bentley made it to Tuskegee Institute, where according to several accounts, a black doctor turned them over to the sheriff. They were then taken to Kilby Prison, where both men with their wounds untreated were forced to sleep on the cold floor. Both subsequently died from exposure. 9. This shootout was followed by mob action and violence exceeding that of the previous year after the Camp Hill affair. A posse of more than 500 men went on a manhunt for black farm operators and communist agitators. Mobs raided homes of Union members, several were reported to have been killed or beaten. Many Union members fled to the woods for safety, and the number of blacks killed in the 4-day rioting was not known. I was told that some white farmers had hidden blacks in their homes during the rampages of the sheriff's mobs. At the time, I was told by someone that the racists had trouble getting enough men for their posses from Tallapoosa County and had to go outside the county to recruit vigilantes. 10. The bodies of the 2 men were laid out in Birmingham, draped in broad red ribbons decorated by the hammer and sickle. The Daily Worker reported. Day and night, a guard of honor, composed of Negro and white workers, stood at attention by the coffins. The funeral home was filled with flowers and wreaths. Thousands of workers filed past the coffins to pay tribute to the martyred leaders of the sharecroppers. 11. Some 3,000 people attended the funeral, 150 of whom were whites. Again, terror failed to suppress the Union. Despite the arrest of some of its most active members, Union members and sympathizers poured into Dadeville, the county seat, before dawn on the day of the trial of those arrested. The courtroom was filled and the crowd overflowed into the square. On the second day of the trial, roadblocks were put up and whites filled the courthouse to prevent blacks from attending. Nevertheless, blacks came along the bypasses and across streams, demanding to be seated. The judge was put on the spot and requested the whites to clear half the courtroom. The trial resulted in the sentencing and conviction of those accused. 12. The Union nevertheless continued to grow and by 1933 had 3,000 members, including a few whites. Its membership and influence was extending to neighboring counties. The shootouts at Camp Hill and Reeltown brought into focus the explosive character of the struggle of the region's black soil tillers. It revealed that the fight for even the smallest demands by the sharecroppers and tenants could lead to armed conflict. In fact, any demand that would give blacks a voice in renting and determining wages was regarded as insurrectionary by the local gentry. It was this explosive feature which distinguished the movement of black soil tillers from that of the white farmers in the rest of the country or even the South itself. The demands of the blacks were more revolutionary than those of the whites, for they represented the demands of the agrarian and democratic revolutions, left unfinished by the betrayal of Reconstruction. Following all this in New York, I was eager to visit Alabama and the sharecroppers. I was curious to know how the Union had grown in the face of all that terror. What were the methods of organization they used? One Murphy told me to go down to the area itself. Murphy was a tall, jet-hued black, an ex-steel worker and the most important organizer of the sharecroppers. Soft-spoken and modest to the point of self-effacement, he had given me a rundown on the Sharecroppers Union, playing down his own role and disclaiming credit for its achievements. Murphy was a self-educated Marxist, a genuine worker intellectual. He praised the local leaders and their high level of political development. He said the people built the organization from their own experience and that the croppers had a tradition of underground organization. Any people who had experienced that kind of oppression, he said, would have done the same thing. Discussing the matter with local comrades in Birmingham, it was agreed that I should go to Tallapoosa County, but I had to wait for them to arrange security. The opportunity came when I.M. Harris and Hal Ware, leaders of the party's National Farm Work, passed through Birmingham on their way to an executive board meeting of the Sharecroppers Union. They were heading for Dadeville. We left Birmingham at dusk, driving at night so as not to attract attention. The car was a Chevrolet Coupe, the two-door model with a fold-down rumble seat in the back. I sat in the rumble seat. When we got to Dadeville it was dark. Hal turned to me saying, "You'd better pull down the top of the rumble seat over you." I hastily complied as we were in enemy territory and didn't want to attract attention. We soon passed the lights of Dadeville. A short distance out, we came to a farmhouse and stopped. This was Tommy Gray's place. He was a small independent farm operator, and like most of his fellow operators in the area, he was deeply in debt. Greeted by Siri, who had expected us, we went into the house. He had met Hal and Lem at the Farmers' National Relief Conference the year before. He took our coats and put them in the bedroom, which looked like a small arsenal. There were guns of all kinds, shotguns, rifles, and pistols. Sharecroppers were coming to the meeting armed and left their guns with their coats when they came in. Everyone came and left at night. The meeting lasted, as I remember, 2 days. There were 15 or 20 people there, members of the executive board. I was impressed by the efficient manner in which Gray conducted the meeting. They were an impressive group overall. I was introduced as a member of the party's Central Committee. As I recall, I spoke about the international situation and the Scottsboro and Herndon cases. Hal and Lem said a few words about the farmers' movement in other parts of the country and the follow-up of the National Farmers Conference. I was most impressed by the reports of the leaders of locals about their areas. They described conditions, how they were preparing for a strike, and gave reports on different landlords. I was also impressed that they could spread a leaflet over 4 counties inside of 15 minutes. They had a tight underground organization. I learned there of an attempt to assassinate Tommy Gray. It seemed that Tommy was fishing at the creek, when he heard a shot and a bullet whizzed past his ear. He turned quickly and saw a man running whom he recognized as Charles Harris, a cropper and union member. The union had set up a committee to investigate the incident, and they brought a report back at the meeting I attended. One of the reporters told the group that they had visited the accused man and uncovered other information. He had evidently been hired by somebody from the town, a sheriff or landlord, to kill Tommy Gray. They had bribed the man with a promise not to call his loan in if he would do their work. A discussion followed the report, as people wondered what to do with the turncoat. Some argued he should be permanently got rid of. But other, cooler heads, argued that this would only play right into the hands of the sheriff. He would use it as an excuse to come down on the whole group. The sober point of view prevailed. It was decided a committee would visit the man and tell him to get out of the area. If he didn't, then they would deal with him. I heard later that this tactic was successful, and the man and his family left after the delegation's visit. I left Dadeville in high spirits, more than ever convinced of the correctness of our line, that the Black Belt peasantry under the leadership of the working class and the Communist Party was the motor of black rebellion in the Deep South. I felt that the Sharecroppers' Union was definitely a prototype for the future organization of the black, landless, debt-ridden and racially persecuted farmers of the area. The union continued to grow after I left. By the fall of 1935, it claimed 12,000 members, including some poor whites. 2,500 of these were scattered in Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, and North Carolina. In 1936 it was liquidated, a victim of Browderism. On my return trip to the national office in New York from Birmingham, I decided to stop over in Atlanta for a few days. This would be a chance for me to check on the party's activities in this important city and to see Ben Davis, Jr. Ben was the young black attorney who had courageously and dramatically defended Angelo Herndon in the famous insurrection case. It was this case which brought young Davis national attention. Along with Scottsboro, it had become a symbol of the fight for black rights. As I neared Atlanta, I tried to recall what I knew of Ben. Although we had never met, I had learned about his background from friends who were active with him in the Herndon defense. Ben's father was a self-made man from a poor Georgia family. He had worked his way into prominence and some wealth in Atlanta, and was high in the councils of the Republican Party, once having served as a national committeeman. An old-style Republican in, like tradition of Frederick Douglass, he was a determined fighter for civil rights, voting, education, and opportunity for black business. He had become owner and publisher of the Atlanta Independent, an influential black newspaper. He was also the district grand secretary of the Negro Odd Fellows, the largest fraternal order in the state. From this position, he was able to build the imposing Oddfellows business block on Auburn Avenue. Ben Sr. had had ambitious plans for his only son. He had sent him to exclusive New England schools, Amherst and Harvard Law School. But the Depression had interrupted these plans. The Depression had an especially devastating effect on the black community. Not only were poor and working-class blacks driven into deeper poverty, but the small and growing black middle class, which was already on marginal foundations, was almost completely wiped out. Ben Davis, Sr., became a victim of the Depression. He lost the newspaper and the business block passed into the hands of an insurance company. Coupled with economic decline was the inauguration of Hoover's Southern strategy of replacing black Republicans with a lily-white faction. Ben Sr. was removed from his post as Republican National Committeeman, with the corresponding loss of his powers of patronage. Young Davis returned from his Ivy League education to find this devastated situation. A young black attorney in the South was forced to work in a very narrow field. It was unheard of for a black to argue a case against a white attorney. This left Ben Jr. with drafting deeds, wills, contracts, divorces and other such matters relating only to blacks, a severely restricted arena for his Harvard Law School training. Ben hung up his shingle in the old Oddfellows building, and soon formed a partnership with another black attorney, John Gear. He was soon dissatisfied and angry, however, as his frustration grew, he found himself challenged by the thought of what could be done if one put up a really tough fight for the constitutional rights of Negroes in a Georgia court. 13. The Herndon case provided Ben with just such an opportunity. Effectively employing a working-class policy in the trials, Ben conducted a militant and aggressive defense. He appeared before the court as a tribune for blacks and poor whites against Georgia's white supremacist oligarchy. The trial had been a high point of class militancy. Arriving in Atlanta by car on a Sunday morning, I went directly to the Davis home. Ben, his father and sister, his mother had died the year before, lived in a large house on Boulevard off Auburn Avenue in a black middle-class neighborhood. The family's past affluence was evident by the 5-car garage in the rear of the house. I was warmly greeted by Ben, who had been expecting me. He was a huge, dark-skinned young man. 6 feet 2 inches tall. With the bull shoulders of a football lineman, a position he had played at Amherst. Ben showed me into their large living room. We had a long talk before his father and sister joined us. He filled me in on what was happening in Atlanta. By this time he had joined the party and a considerable movement had developed around the Herndon case. An ILD office and organization had been established. The party was still quite small, though there were a number of white members. The next day Ben took me down to his office on the 5th floor of the Oddfellows building. He spoke about the threats against him by the authorities and the Ku Klux Klan, which was virtually an arm of the state. Men took off their police uniforms to put on the robes of the Klan. He talked of the hounding and the threats as a result of his fight in the court. He showed me a hole in the door between his office and an adjoining room. Just a few weeks after the trial, he was sitting at his desk and noticed a kind of tube sticking out of the hole in the door. Ben went up to examine it and discovered it was the barrel of an empty revolver which was set up against the door. He pulled a paper out of the barrel and read the message, "The Ku Klux Klan rides again. Georgia is no place for bad niggers and red communists. Next time we'll shoot." He also told me about what had happened downtown, at the ILD office on Peachtree Street. A white comrade, the wife of ILD attorney Irving Schwab, was in charge of the office. Ben came into the office, which was in a white neighborhood downtown, fairly often. Once, as he was coming out of the door, a whole gang was waiting for him. He thought they were from the neighboring offices in the building. He was backed up against the wall, into a corner. No one touched him, but they shouted at him, calling him a nigger son of a bitch, threatening to get him or run him out of town. With the jailing of Angelo Herndon, the authorities assumed they had disposed of one enemy. They now found themselves faced with another one, Ben Davis. In addition, the Atlanta movement had begun to grow. There were mass meetings around the Scottsboro and Herndon cases which had drawn many blacks. The ILD was militant and growing along with a small but active Communist Party. While I was in Atlanta, I visited a meeting or two of the ILD and the party. I recall a party meeting that was held in the home of the Leathers, an old white Southern working-class family, long active in radical politics. There seemed to be about 3 generations of the Leathers living in that house. This included Nanny Washburn, who was then a young mother. Otto had recruited her into the party and she played a leading role in the Herndon and Scottsboro defense. She was to remain active in the struggle long after the party's desertion of the South. Jailed in the civil rights and anti-war movements, Mrs. Washburn remains today a staunch fighter in the cause of proletarian revolution. I was worried about Ben Davis, about his safety. I didn't think the threats were idle. They could be carried out, especially after the trial, when there was a lull in the movement. Worries I had had in New York about the situation in the South were borne out by what I now heard in Atlanta. The more I thought about the matter, the more I felt Ben should be pulled out of there for a time, anyway. I had sized him up as an up-and-coming young communist, with great leadership potential. He would be a good addition to our growing body of codders. We didn't need another martyr, we needed living activists. He was such a dynamic, aggressive person. If we got him to the center and national work, he would develop more fully as a communist. So upon my return to New York, I presented my opinions to the Politburo. We should draw him out of Atlanta. He agreed to come to New York, where he was first made editor of The Liberator, relieving Maude White. He later worked on The Daily Worker. He became a city councilman in the 40s and a member of the Politburo of the party after Browder's demise. He grew into an important party leader with whom I was to have strong political differences in later years. In March 1934, I was back in Birmingham, Alabama. On my previous visit, Nat Ross, the district organizer, had talked about building the revolutionary movement in Memphis, along with New Orleans, the great financial and commercial center of the lower Mississippi Valley. I had agreed on the necessity of such a step. Memphis, however, would be a hard nut to crack. Twice the party had tried to build an organization there. Twice our organizers had been run out of the town by the Memphis police. First it was Tom Johnson, then I believe, Mac Code. In those days Memphis had the reputation of being the murder capital of the nation. It boasted the country's highest homicide rate and had attained the distinction by police murders of blacks. 14 In this respect, it was worse than in Birmingham, where the growth of the communist movement had resulted in curbing police killings, to some extent. In Memphis, the police were unrestrained. It was open season on blacks, especially on weekends. Victims were usually among the lowest strata, unemployed, friendless and homeless migrants from the countryside seeking employment in the city. They fell into the catch-all category of vagrants, persons with no visible means of support. Clearly, a breakthrough in Memphis required careful planning and, most of all, capable organizers. Now, according to Nat, these requisites were present. He had received word from members of a Jewish branch of the International Workers' Order, IWO, in Memphis that they were willing to subsidize an international labor defense organizer. The IWO was a left-wing insurance organization among whose members were a number of communist and party sympathizers. I knew the organization, but did not know it had a branch in Memphis. Nat also informed me that there were 2 young comrades from New York available for the project: Forshay, an ILD organizer, and Boris Israel, a young communist journalist who was writing a series of articles on the South for the new masses. Israel offered to accompany Forshay. Now, Nat said, if we could only find a good Negro comrade. When do we leave? I asked. He looked at me with feigned surprise and said, you really think you should go, Harry? And that it would be all right with the Central Committee? Of course, I replied. I was anxious to undertake this assignment, my first organizing job in the South. I could stay there a little while to help get things started and help make contacts with the black population. I was then introduced to the young comrades, and at midnight we were on our way to Memphis. My two young friends, who shared the driving, were in the front seat. When I woke up it was dawn with the Mississippi countryside all around. It was Saturday morning and we passed a number of trucks loaded with black sharecroppers and their families, apparently on their way to buy stores in Oxford. Some of the trucks were driven by white Simon Legree-looking characters, whom I assumed to be plantation-riding bosses or planters. We drew up to the gas station to fill our tank, just outside of Oxford. The attendant, a native cracker type, peered in at me with an expression of curiosity on his face. Then, as if he had figured it all out, he drawled, "What are yo' all doing with that boy, taking him home?" "Yeah," said Boris, with a mock Mississippi drawl, "talking him on home." Then turning to me the guy said, "Yo, glad to be home, boy." Falling into my field nigger drawl, I replied, "Yaza, Captain, I sure am." We pulled away and drove through the town of Oxford, passing the old state capitol and courthouse, dating from antebellum times. Oxford's only claim to fame was that it was the home of William Faulkner and the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. A short distance out of town, we pulled up at the home of a comrade named Youth, whose address had been given us by Ross. Youth's wife and sister-in-law were the owners of a small plantation. As a young man, he had emigrated from his native Denmark and settled in the South, where he married into a former slave-holding family. By this time, the plantation had been hard hit by the crisis and mortgaged up to the hilt. There were, I believe, live sharecroppers on the place. I was to learn that they considered life a fair-minded man. Their contracts included the right to sell their own crop and the right to plant gardens. The homes were equipped with electricity and running water. Recruited by Youth himself, they were all members of the Sharecroppers Union. Despite his wife, Youth had never imbibed the white supremacist doctrine, and he insisted that he was not a planter but a farm manager. A member of the Socialist Party of Denmark, he had begun to read socialist papers in the U.S., then the Daily Worker, and was finally recruited into the party by the Birmingham Comrades. I pondered this unusual story which I had heard from Ross and others as we entered the driveway to his home. It was an old run-down antebellum structure with columns and all. Youth, a small wiry man, had been expecting us, and led us into the big living room where a dozen or so sharecroppers and field hands were sitting before a large open fireplace. It was March cold and a huge log was burning. Youth introduced us to the sharecroppers. As we talked, I told them about my visit to Dadeville and other things in the outside world. They all listened attentively. We had supper and stayed overnight. His wife was strangely absent, although I'd seen her puttering around in the kitchen. We left the next morning for Memphis. Arriving there in the afternoon, we drove directly to the house of a Jewish friend, where the Iwa was meeting. Our hostess interrupted the meeting, introduced us, and suggested that the matter concerning our visit be discussed presently, under good and welfare. Israel, Forshay, and I sat in an adjoining room to wait. I picked up a newspaper lying on the table. I believe it was the Commercial Appeal, one of the city's big dailies. A front-page article no more than 3 or 4 paragraphs long caught my attention. It was a story about a young black man named Levon Carlock who had been killed by police the night before, after allegedly attempting to rape a white woman. According to the story, he had been shot while attempting to escape the scene of the crime. The article listed prominently the names of the officers involved and also the name and address of the alleged rape victim. The murder of blacks by the police had apparently become such a routine matter that the latter didn't bother to present even a plausible story. I passed the paper over to Israel and Forshay, exclaiming, "Here's our issue. Let's get to work." After reading it, they simultaneously declared, "Jesus Christ. That's made to order." By this time, the meeting in the adjoining room had come to our point on the agenda. I looked over the group. They were middle-class people, storekeepers and the like, several professionals, and, as I later learned, one wealthy jeweler. I was surprised that the majority of the group were young couples, some of them born in the South and speaking with Southern drawls. They were very definitely revolutionary in sentiment. Some were readers of the Freiheit, the Yiddish language communist daily, and the Daily Worker. Several of them, I was to learn, had participated in the 2 previous attempts to form a revolutionary organization in Memphis. They represented the left wing of the Jewish community in Memphis and reflected the hatred of an entire community for Boss Crump's reigning political machine in Memphis. Crump was not only a rabid racist, but a Jew hater as well. As regarded our mission, there was nothing much to be said. We had come there at their invitation. So they proceeded to the immediate question of the subsidy for Forshay, as the ILD organizer. They had agreed on a salary of $16 a week, with room and board. He was to stay with the jeweler, who had a large house. Boris also was to stay with Forshay at the jeweler's and I with a young couple storekeepers who lived close to the black neighborhood. That settled, I informed the group about the news article concerning the alleged rape. Their response was, "This happens every day, it was a common thing." They described the beating and killing of blacks in the station house, of young black boys disappearing after they were taken to the station by police, about blacks being beaten unconscious right out on the street. We were anxious to pick up on the issue while it was hot. We sent Boris Israel to check on the story while Forshay and I remained at the house, where we set up temporary headquarters. We were quite fortunate to have on our team a man like Boris, with his experience and training as an investigative reporter. Several hours later he returned, having uncovered a shocking story of racism, murder, and police brutality. He had gone directly to the address of the rape victim, whom he had found to be a prostitute living in the red light district that adjoined the black neighborhood. Interviewing her, he had found gaping irregularities in her obviously rehearsed story. At first she had talked openly, unrestrainedly about her horrendous experience. Then suddenly she clammed up, blurting out, "The police captain said I was not to talk to anybody." Then she closed the door on Boris. Boris then interviewed the widow of the murdered man. She lived in a rooming house not far from the scene. She was just a slip of a girl 16, she said, but looked even younger. The incident had left her in a state of shock. SBE was being consoled by an older woman, who turned out to be a maid who lived in the whorehouse. She began to tell her story. She and her 17-year-old husband, Levon Carlock, were newly married and had just come up from Mississippi, where both their families were ruined sharecroppers. She had gotten a job as a maid in one of the white whorehouses. Levon, who was still unemployed, would come to pick her up every night at about 2 a.m. and escort her home. On the night of the tragedy, he had been waiting out in the street for her as usual, when the police officers shot him down. Overcome by grief, Mrs. Carlock then burst into tears and could no longer continue. At this point, the older woman led Boris into another room and continued the story. She had seen the whole incident from a second-story window above the alley. She said 4 policemen had taken Levon around into the alley. She had heard noises and cursing, cries of "You black son of a bitch. You're the nigger that raped that white woman." They were beating the poor youth unmercifully with their clubs and fists, she said. Levon kept protesting that he had come to take his wife home. Then, one of the officers appeared escorting a white woman. She said, "I recognized her as one of the prostitutes that lives across the street." Then the officers asked the woman if Levon was the one that had tried to rape her, and she said, "Yeah, he's the one." Then she went back to her house. They started beating Levon again, knocking him to the ground and pulling out their revolvers. Levon begged for his life, but it did no good. They shot him down in cold blood, right there in the alley, she said. As they turned and walked away, one of the cops said, "You know that nigger son of a bitch is still alive." I guess they heard moaning. They stopped, and one of the officers went over and pointed his pistol at Levon's head and blew his brains out right there in the alley. Then a short time later, a black undertaker came and took his body. The police must have had him laying in wait. Mrs. Carlock had heard some of this, but hadn't seen it. She had fainted, and after she had come to, was hysterical. We kept her in the house overnight. The landlady gave her some pills. In the morning, I went with her to the undertaker to identify Levon's body. Later we got the maid to put her story in an affidavit. Well, there it was. A perfect issue. Hoping through such a mass campaign that we could build a party organization in Memphis, we immediately began our campaign to stir up Memphis. We knew that the issue would take hold of the black population, and we hoped to take advantage of the anti-Crump sentiment among whites to win some of them to our side. We set out to build a broad united front, under the auspices of the LSNR, which I represented, and the ILD. Then and there we worked out a leaflet, slogans, and plan of action. Our slogans were, "Stop police murder of Negroes in Memphis. Levon Carlock must be the last." We called for immediate expulsion of the officers involved, their arrest and prosecution on charges of first-degree murder and indemnity to the widow. Our program of action called for the establishment of block and neighborhood committees and mass protest meetings. The slogans caught fire. Within 2 or 3 weeks we had a considerable movement going. Outside of our Jewish friends, we knew no one in Memphis, but they introduced us to their few acquaintances among blacks. Our most important contact was the editor of the Memphis World, Memphis's black newspaper, and his staff. They were sympathetic and wanted something to be done about the murders. Then we met with a number of lower echelon leaders, ministers, educators, lodge leaders, and a few businessmen. We soon had an ad hoc committee going, while we stayed in the background. A number of meetings were called at which Mrs. Carlock appeared, and some neighborhood or block committees were set up as a result. At the beginning, we had contacted the national office of the 11D and informed Patterson of our plans. We called for a nationwide support campaign, linked up with the Scottsboro and 11 Herndon campaigns. The national office gave us a green light to go ahead with our plans and get a local, white, lawyer to prosecute our case against the police. A rain of telegrams from across the country poured into the Memphis mayor's office, and the Memphis World carried news of the campaign. Our Jewish friends succeeded in getting a local lawyer, a white anti-Crump man. He didn't care so much about Negroes, but he sure hated Crump, they said. The campaign spread. Its effectiveness was confirmed by 2 incidents. Our friends on the World kept us informed about everything going on in the community. They told us that a delegation of Uncle Tom leaders had gone to see the mayor. They were alarmed by the threat our campaign posed to their leadership. They were unable to keep the blacks in line. They pleaded for at least some token concession on the part of the police. For example, a statement from the mayor to the effect that an investigation would be held. Something they could use to counter red invasion of the black community. The mayor not only refused to budge, but told the delegation that the police were doing their duty and they had better do theirs. The city and police, he asserted, would brook no rebellion from the niggers, and you'd better tell your folk that, too. As regards the red invasion, the mayor said that he was aware that there were a dozen or so Reds in the city and that they would be taken care of when the time came. They were apparently waiting for a lull in the movement to move in. It was also through the World people that we met Robert E. Lee, a lieutenant of Bob Church, the black Republican National Committeeman from Memphis. Lee himself was a prominent man in the community. He sought us out to inform us, in private, that Bob Church liked what we were doing and wanted us to keep it up. He evidently felt that our campaign strengthened his position vis-a-vis Boss Crump. Daisy Lampkin, National Field Secretary of the NAACP, came to Memphis in the midst of our campaign. She came there to help the local branch in its annual membership drive and was unaware of the growing movement initiated by the ILD. The whole thing was quite an unpleasant surprise for the woman. The party and the ILD had had run-ins with her regarding Scottsboro, and she became frantic when she found out about our work in Memphis. Her campaign was low-key, conducted under the abstract slogans of equal justice and opportunity, which carefully avoided the burning issue of police murders right under our noses. The NAACP was in an embarrassing spot. They called a mass meeting in one of the largest churches in connection with their membership drive campaign. We invaded it, with Mrs. Carlock dressed in mourning black, and demanded a place on the platform for her. As I remember, she was given the platform and she spoke of the murder, asking for help from the NAACP to prevent anything of the sort from happening again. She proposed a united front of the NAACP, ILD and LSNR against police brutality. The chairman passed it off by referring it to the local board. But after the meeting, Lee told us later, the proposal failed to pass the board by only one vote. He personally had voted for it. This was to be the beginning of a downturn in our fortunes. Next was the disappearance of our star witness, the maid who worked at the whorehouse. The local attorney asked us to bring her up to his office, but when we went to get her, she had gone. She didn't work there anymore. We speculated that the police had illegally her into leaving town after we sent the affidavit. She had hightailed us to the national office and they had published it either in ILI Daily Worker or the Labor Defender. We had a weak read in IHR first place, since she was vulnerable herself to a frame-up. The legal side of the case was important, but now our attorney WNN helpless without a witness. Without the legal case, we couldn't rep up with the public campaign and it began to lose momentum. The situation was becoming threatening. The cops were getting ready to move in. We discussed this with our friends and they said we'd made a hell of a good fight, but it would be better to send 'em else in, now that we were known. So the three of us went to the office of the Memphis World and the editor said we were lucky, we had just missed the 4 cops who were looking for us. We decided it was time to leave town. We first decided to go by ILI telegraph station to pick up some money Patterson had wired in. Torche and Israel went in to get the money. I stood outside unnaling for them. 2 cops came up and looked at the Alabama license plate on the car. Then Forche and Israel came out of the office. Boris took in the scene in a glance. He jumped into the car and shouted at me, "MNE on, Sam. Let's get out of here." "Yes sir," I drawled, and climbed in the back. We kept driving until we got to Mississippi. It wasn't a total defeat. Forche stayed behind and continued to organize for the ILD. Our work put the cops on notice that they couldn't get away with the kind of crap they had been dishing out. The raw stuff had to stop, otherwise they would have trouble. The hood of telegrams had an impact. It also helped lay the base for future activity there. Chapter 16. Preparing for Battle. 8th Convention of the CPUSA. The 8th Convention of the PUSA was held in Cleveland, Ohio, April 2 to 8, 1934. It convened in a world situation of rising fascism and growing threat of war. Hitler had come to power in Germany the year before and had embarked on a campaign of imperialist aggression. He had promoted a fascist coup in Austria and had reoccupied the Rhineland. In Asia, his Japanese imperial allies had overrun northeast China as a first step toward establishing their Asian co-prosperity sphere, which envisioned the conquest of Asia and the Pacific. Mussolini was planning the invasion of Ethiopia, which took place the following year. At home, the economic crisis had passed its lowest ebb in 1933 and had now leveled off into a deep-going depression. There was no recovery in sight as a high rate of unemployment persisted. It was becoming clear that Roosevelt's New Deal and the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, were attempts to bridge the most difficult period for the monopoly capitalists and begin the restoration of their profits. This was indicated in the enormous bounties being poured out by the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, and the ruinous effects of inflation and price fixing in reducing the workers' real wages. Workers, however, were fighting back in an unprecedented display of militancy and solidarity involving whites, blacks, women, youth, skilled and unskilled workers, native and foreign born. A strike wave had engulfed the entire nation with over 1 million workers on strike in 1934, the biggest mass upheaval of workers in the history of the country. I arrived in Cleveland several days early and stopped at the Black YMCA on Euclid Avenue. I spent these days putting the finishing touches on my report on the party's Afro-American work. As head of the CP's Negro Department, it was my responsibility to present such a report to the 8th Convention. Before I arrived in Cleveland, I had attended the convention of District 16 in Birmingham, Alabama. District conventions were held throughout the country in the few weeks before the national gathering. These meetings summed up the pre-convention discussion which had begun 6 months earlier with the publication of the draft resolution on the work and tasks of the party. The draft was discussed at all levels, shop and street units and sections. Amendments were formulated and disagreements argued out. Delegates to the 8th Convention were also elected at the district meetings. I arrived promptly on Monday morning, April 2nd, at the Prospect Avenue Auditorium where the convention was to be held. The auditorium was located in a once proud but now crisis-stricken residential neighborhood. Delegates from all parts of the country were arriving. After registering, I began circulating among them. The composition of the delegates was impressive. There were a number of older party veterans whose faces I already knew. But, the majority seemed relatively young, rank-and-file leaders fresh from the struggles. They appeared expectant and eager, self-confidently girding for a new push towards the revolutionary goals outlined in the draft resolution. They were gathered in groups, exchanging experiences. Among the 233 regular delegates were a significant percentage of blacks, 39 altogether. 1 In my position as head of the Negro Department, I had become acquainted with a great number of the party's black cadre, or I had at least known of their work. But it was heartening to see so many new faces among them. I was particularly happy to see the delegation of sharecroppers from Tallapoosa County. Their spokesman appeared to be Eula Gray, the niece of Ralph Gray, the sharecropper who had been killed at the Camp Hill shootout. I believe I had met her at the home of Tom Gray the summer before. She was a lively and attractive young woman, with big bright eyes. Later in the convention, she was to give a rousing report to the delegates on the activities of the Tallapoosa County Young Communist League. Describing the work of the youth cadres, she stated that the youth made up 2,000 of the 6,000 members of the Sharecroppers Union. 2. As she ended her speech, she led the delegates in singing a revolutionary version of the old spiritual "We Shall Not Be Moved." Lenin is our teacher. We shall not be moved. Just like a tree that's standing by the water. We shall not be moved. A1 Murphy, secretary of the Sharecroppers Union, was also present. As usual, he maintained a low profile, pushing the local leaders to the fore. There were also delegates from the fraternal parties of Cuba, Mexico, and Canada, among others. To my surprise and pleasure, I saw among them my old Lenin school classmate, the Irishman Sean Murray. He had come to the U.S. to bring greetings from the recently organized Irish Communist Party, of which he was General Secretary, and to tour the country to rally support for a united independent Ireland. Langston Hughes, an important figure in the Black Renaissance of the 20s, had recently returned from a year's stay in the Soviet Union. He composed a poem, put one more S in the USA, especially for the convention. The convention opened with a gigantic mass rally on the night of April 2nd. The main hall of the auditorium was packed with delegates and visitors. Among the speakers were Robert Minor, Max Badacht, James Ford and Clarence Hathaway. Bill Foster, the party chairman, was unable to attend since he had not fully recovered from a heart attack suffered in the 1932 election campaign. He sent a message which was read and greeted with thunderous applause, as was the draft reply which wished him a speedy recovery and quick return to the front lines of the battle. The meeting adopted a manifesto calling upon the workers to take the revolutionary way out of the crisis in the fight for bread and work and against war and fascism. 3. The business sessions opened on the morning of April 3 with the election of a presiding committee. The stage was dominated by the backdrop of a mural showing a mighty worker's arm wielding the axe of the united class struggle, bursting the chains of capitalist oppression. Cheers and a standing ovation greeted the nomination of honorary members of the Presidium, among whom were included Joseph Stalin, Ernst Thälmann, German leader imprisoned by the Nazis, and Georgy Dimitrov, the hero of the Reichstag trial. He had exposed the flimsy frame-up of the Nazi criminals, and his release had been forced by international protest. The mood of the delegates was enthusiastic, eager, expectant, and determined. We felt then that the country teetered on the edge of a revolutionary upsurge on the eve of historic, revolutionary struggles. Thus, we prepared for battle. The main task of the convention was mapping out a strategy to win the masses to the revolutionary way out of the crisis. Browder, the party's general secretary, stepped forth. How this task was to be accomplished was the central thrust of his 5-hour report, frequently interrupted by applause. Point 4. In a dramatic analysis of the world and domestic situation, Browder stated, "Our task is to win the majority of the working class to our program. We do not have unlimited time to accomplish this goal. Tempo, speed of development of our work, becomes the decisive factor in determining victory or defeat. For fascism is rearing its ugly head more boldly every day." Taking the line of the 13th plenum of the ECCI, he said, "The world stands on the brink of revolution and wars. Even the United States, still the strongest fortress of world capitalism, has been stripped of its last shred of exceptionalism, and stands fully exposed to the fury of the storms of crisis." He went on to expose the first phase of Roosevelt's New Deal program. Roosevelt promises to feed the hungry by reducing the production of food. He promises to redistribute wealth by billions in subsidies to the banks and corporations. He gives help to the forgotten man by speeding up the process of monopoly and trustification. He would increase purchasing power of the masses through inflation, which gives them $1 worth only 60 cents. He restores the faith of the masses in democracy by beginning the introduction of fascism. After recording the party's substantive gains since the last convention, Browder went on to list its immediate tasks in the current period. He called for an extension of the united front from below, with its only condition being unity in struggle, and a fusion for the fight for immediate, partial demands with the revolutionary fight for the overthrow of capitalism. In line with this task, he urged a sharpened attack against the AFL bureaucracy, the Socialist Party, and all reformist and renegade groups. On the black struggle, Browder called for strengthening the party's work among blacks in basic industry: steel, coal, packing houses, and marine. The black worker should be organized into revolutionary trade unions around issues of job discrimination and democratic trade union rights. He urged an accelerated fight against lynching and for the freedom of the Scottsboro Boys and Angelo Herndon. In addition, it was the job of the party to raise the slogan of equal rights and for the right of self-determination in the Black Belt. But these tasks could only be fulfilled, Browder asserted, with an uncompromising fight against the main danger: white chauvinism. It was also necessary to fight against petty bourgeois nationalist tendencies among blacks. At the close of his speech, Browder called for a party rooted among the workers and toiling farmers. Once Browder had outlined the general priorities regarding the black struggle, it was my job, as reporter for the Central Committee on the question, to elaborate in detail and clear up some of the confusion around black reformism and petty bourgeois nationalism. Point 5. This was particularly important because for the first time in the party's history, we had to fight a significant petty bourgeois nationalist deviation which was surfacing within our own ranks. The general revolutionary perspective outlined by Browder on the Afro-American question meant a sharpened clash with the forces of black reformism in both its assimilationist and nationalist forms. This reformist ideology was the main obstacle in the road to achieving the hegemony of black workers in the liberation and struggle. It was now a we or they situation, I maintained. My assessment of this situation came out of the party's experience in IL's 3-year struggle to free the Scottsboro Boys. Scottsboro represented our first serious challenge to recognized black reformist leadership. The activities of the reformist leaders had increased in direct proportion to the increase of our revolutionary influence among the masses. The party's strategy at the time was to wrest hegemony from the reformists and win the leadership of black workers in the Black Freedom Front. The black proletariat, led by its communist vanguard, was then, and remains today, the only class that can unite the broad masses of black people and give the freedom and struggle a consistently anti-imperialist content and character, thus building its alliance with the working class as a whole. In order to carry out this strategy, it was important for us to understand that the attitude of the black bourgeoisie toward imperialism is not uniform. On the one hand, there is a capitulatory, compromising and, in this country, assimilationist trend, and on the other, a nationalist, sort of ghetto bourgeois tendency. The main social base of this latter trend is among the ghetto petty bourgeoisie, small businessmen, the intelligentsia, ministers, professionals, and the like, who are the most outspoken representatives of bourgeois nationalist movements. Both trends are in essence reformist, as they seek a solution to the question within the framework of the existing imperialist-dominated social structure. Permit me a brief digression to describe the disposition of class forces in the black community as they existed at the time. I would nay here that my analysis benefits somewhat from hindsight. In 1934, the dominant tendency of black reformism was bourgeois assimilationism, reflecting the strivings and ambitions of the top layers of what Du Bois called the talented tenth. These elites were wealthy professionals, a sprinkling of successful businessmen, top echelon leaders, upper bracket educators, local politicians, and the like. Centered in the top leadership of the NAACP, Urban League, and associate organizations, their orientation for progress was via acceptance into the white world. They saw the solution through a slow evolutionary process under the benevolent auspices of enlightened imperialism and its liberal detachment. Supporters of this trend tend to be staunchly anti-nationalist and can only see advancement for blacks through aping the white establishment. The influence of the top assimilationist group within the black movement derived not from its economic strength, but from its control of the main media of mass influence in the black community, the press and administration of educational and cultural institutions. It had strings extending into the top leadership of the whole complex of black life on all its levels: ministerial alliances, professional and fraternal organizations, women's clubs, and the like. They received heavy support in the columns and editorials of the big capitalist press and were the main dispensers of white ruling class patronage. In 1940, Du Bois criticized the NAACP leadership because it regarded the organization as a weapon to attack the sort of social discrimination that especially irks them, rather than as an organization to improve the status and power of the whole Negro group. 6. I pointed out in my report that they believe the fate of the Negro masses is bound up with the maintenance of capitalism. This view of course implies the collaboration with the white imperialist rulers, or in the words of the NAACP leaders, united